Chapter 382. The Crown Prince didn't stop Yin Beidao. Admittedly, he had come this time with the intention of inviting Yi Chun to become his personal guard. However, he knew that Yi Chun wasn't a sword artist willing to be under someone else's command. Therefore, he had long since prepared himself for rejection. Moreover, Yin Beidao was the #1 astral-reaching blade artist of the Black Dragon Empire's royal family. His ruthless aura was extremely frightening. With him provoking Yi Chun, he should be able to see something. Of course, if Yi Chun were to lose at his hands, that would be even better. Since he couldn't obtain a genius, he might as well destroy him in advance. Yi Chun glared at him. "Who the hell are you?" Hearing these words, the astral-reaching experts on the 7th floor opened their mouths wide. As the saying goes, one must look at the owner before beating a dog. Yi Chun's first words almost made them spurt out the wine they had just drunk. As for the Crown Prince, his complexion suddenly turned gloomy. The wine cup in his hand exploded with a bang, and the wine in fragments evaporated into a light blue mist. "I'll skin you alive." Yin Beidao's face was flushed with blood, and his breathing accelerated. Everyone could clearly see the blue veins on his thick neck bulging like cyan earthworms. With a roar, ruthless aura erupted, filling the berserk blade aura. Yin Beidao chopped at Yi Chun with a palm blade. The energy of this palm was restrained, and it was extremely fast and berserk. With a wave of his hand, the edge of the palm was like a bold and decisive blade, cleaving the void and heading straight for Yi Chun's face. He was fast, but Yi Chun was even faster. A green lotus blossomed, and Yi Chun's sword finger pointed at the edge of Yin Beidao's palm. Kalala. The hard floorboards under his feet were plowed through. Yin Beidao's feet rubbed against the ground as he flew upward like a meteor. He smashed a huge hole in the wall of the 9-star White Jade Tower's 7th floor and flew backward for 3 to 4 miles. Along the way, everything he encountered exploded. After 3 to 4 li, Yin Beidao staggered in the air, spurting out a mouthful of blood. On the other hand, Yi Chun's face wasn't red and he wasn't out of breath. The chair beneath him also didn't shatter. Is this the strength of the genius leader of South Ridra region? How terrifying. With a single finger, he sent the other party flying 3 to 4 miles away without the slightest bit of resistance. Although everyone had heard that Yi Chun had suppressed the White Bone Ghost General, one of the 3 strongest ghost generals of the 9 Ghost cult, causing him to die a miserable death in the mouth of the blood evil beast, and had exchanged a few moves with Shintoju without falling into a disadvantageous position, and then escaped from the hands of 4 extreme astral-reaching experts with great difficulty. They had never seen it with their own eyes. They thought that it was an exaggeration, and that there was some hidden story behind it. At this moment, no one thought this way anymore. Yi Chun's strength was even more powerful than they had imagined. This Yin Beidao was, after all, an expert under the Crown Prince, yet he couldn't even take one move. The eldest Imperial Prince's expression was exceptionally grave. The others might not know, but how could he not know? Yin Beidao was an extreme astral-reaching expert. Even if he couldn't compare to the head of the 7 blade artists, the white-robed blade artist, he wasn't too far off. Coupled with that crazy evil chi, even those with a higher strength might not necessarily be able to suppress him. His strength is above that of the white-robed bladesman, comparable to Pei Yudao. Thinking of this, the eldest Imperial Prince sent a Zhenyuan transmission to Yin Beidao, who was several li away. "Beidao, take out your weapon and go all out. Help me probe his bottom line. I must kill him." Without the eldest Imperial Prince's words, a radiance flickered in Yin Beidao's hand, and a 1.5 meter long blade with an extremely thick back appeared out of thin air. With the blade in hand, Yin Beidao's blade aura rose again and again, distorting and rupturing the void. Sent flying by Yi Chun's finger, Yin Beidao lost all his face. He had used 70% of his strength at most in that palm strike. Wishful thinking, he believed that Yi Chun had used 90% or even 100% of his strength. At this moment, he held a peak mid-grade blade in his hand, and his battle power could be displayed to its peak. His eyes were bloodshot as he pointed at Yi Chun with his left hand and roared, "Despicable villain, come out and fight." "Why bother? I can deal with you right here." Yi Chun sneered. His fingers, as if playing a pipa, shot out one sharp Zhenyuan after another. The Zhenyuan took form and gave birth to many longswords, piercing through the void. Dang 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 dang. Yan Beidao brandished his blade and slashed out. His extremely fast brandishing speed caused his entire body to be wrapped in blade light. However, Yi Chen's Zhenyuan longswords were not ordinary Zhenyuan longswords, but Zhenyuan longswords that contained a frightening sword intent. Every strike was equivalent to an extreme astral-reaching expert's full power attack. Dozens of attacks simultaneously landed on Yan Beidao's protective blade light, and their destructive power was astonishing. With continuous cracking sounds, Yan Beidao's perlicue bled, and his entire body was sent flying once again. At the same time, several Zhenyuan longswords instantly brushed past his body, leaving behind scars. What? The eldest imperial prince's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but stand up. Too powerful. Sitting there casually from 3 to 4 li away, he beat the eldest imperial prince's right-hand man to the point of vomiting blood and retreating. Everyone was astonished. Yi Chen retracted his palm and said to the Black Dragon Empire's eldest imperial prince, "Eldest imperial prince, what other powerful subordinates do you have? Come at me together. I have nothing better to do." After saying these words, his gaze shot a glance at the black-robed old man standing behind the eldest imperial prince. There was a golden flower tattooed on his chest. Gulp. It was merely a glance, but the black-robed old man felt as if an incomparably sharp and peerless sword was stabbing at him. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Eldest imperial prince, this person is more troublesome than I imagined. This old man is not his opponent. His lips slightly moved as he sent a Zhenyuan transmission to the eldest imperial prince. The eldest imperial prince restrained his astonished expression and replied, "I know. He's at least an expert at the level of Heartless Sect's great elder Pei Yudao." Pei Yudao's reputation in South Ridra region was even higher than Shen Tujue's. After all, before Shen Tujue condensed his martial soul embryo, Pei Yudao had always held the position of the #1 astral-reaching expert. Moreover, there was no comparison. Who knew if Shen Tujue could defeat Pei Yudao? Pei Yudao's level. The black-robed old man sucked in a breath of cold air. Pei Yudao himself was a sword artist, and also an extreme astral-reaching expert. In terms of offensive power and sword intent, he couldn't be compared to anyone else. At his level, he was basically invincible among astral-reaching experts in South Ridra region. Haha. The eldest imperial prince suddenly laughed heartily. While clapping, he said, "Good strength. You've broadened this prince's horizons. This prince has come this time not only to get to know Brother Yi, but also to exchange pointers with Brother Yi. How about this, you and I exchange one move, so as to avoid harming our relationship? What do you think?" The eldest imperial prince was quite apprehensive of Yi Chen. He was afraid that if the battle dragged on, he would lose face. If it was only one move, he was confident that he could receive it. After all, he was riding a tiger and couldn't back down. He had no choice but to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. "I'll do as you say." How could Yi Chen not see through the eldest imperial prince's thoughts? "This place is too narrow. You and I will exchange outside the city." The eldest imperial prince turned around and went down. 10 li north of Sky Star City, Star Regional Lake, Yi Chen and the eldest imperial prince stood 100 meters apart. The lake breeze blew on their clothes, causing them to flutter. In their surroundings, the spectators numbered in the tens of thousands. Almost all the astral-reaching experts of Sky Star City had come. Of course, there were even more clasping yuan and condensing reality martial artists. Yi Chen said indifferently, "Make your move." The eldest imperial prince didn't say anything. The palm hidden in his sleeves tightly clenched into a fist. Black smoke curled up, faintly carrying thunder and flames. The black chi became more and more vigorous, eventually wrapping the eldest imperial prince within, and soaring into the sky. The air within a radius of several hundred meters instantly distorted, and the scene became indistinct. Kacha. The sky turned dark at an unknown time, and a purple lightning struck down. At the same time, the eldest imperial prince made his move. His figure shot out like lightning, tearing through the void. His right fist, shrouded in black chi, suddenly punched out. Black Dragon Tyrant Fist. A huge black dragon condensed from Zhenyuan rapidly formed. The dragon's body was 300 meters long, and its head was as big as a house. Its eyes opened, emitting a golden light. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it swooped down at Yi Chun. Wherever it went, the ground collapsed and cracked, and the lake water on one side raised huge waves. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. It's the Black Dragon Empire's royal martial art, Black Dragon Tyrant Fist. Someone recognized the eldest imperial prince's fist art. Black Dragon Tyrant Fist is said to be a fist art that is even higher than the top-rank Earth realm. With one punch, the sky and earth will change color, and the flood will flood. That black dragon condensed from Zhenyuan also has a mental attack. Higher than the top-rank Earth realm fist art? Isn't that a Heaven realm fist art? Right, Heaven realm fist arts are also known as profound sense fist arts. The black dragon covered the sky and enveloped over. Its sharp claws and teeth tore through the air, creating one vacuum crack after another. It was as if it was tearing apart a huge piece of cloth. Its aura was astonishing, shaking the soul. Yet another profound sense martial skill. How could Yi Chun not know about the grade of Black Dragon Tyrant Fist? It was the same as Feng Yanrou's Ice Snow Sword domain, both of which were Heaven realm martial skills, which were also profound sense martial skills. Only Sea of Soul realm experts could create profound sense martial skills, because they already touched upon the existence of profound sense. The higher the profound sense, the more powerful the martial skill would be. Normally, Sea of Soul realm experts or masters could create low-rank profound sense martial skills at most. Mid-rank profound sense martial skills were beyond the power of Sea of Soul realm masters, and only Life and Death Kings could do it. As for the high-rank profound sense martial skills, only titled monarchs could create them. Whether Xianhou had done it or not, it was still unknown. Above the high-rank profound sense martial skills were the peak profound sense martial skills. Those who could create peak profound sense martial skills were already comparable to the ancient era's peak kings. The Crown Prince's Black Dragon Tyrant Fist was at most a superficial level, not even 1/10 of its full power. From this, it could be deduced that it should be a low-rank profound sense martial skill. Humph! Black Dragon Tyrant Fist was created by the old ancestor. Once I use this move, even those stronger than me will be temporarily suppressed. I'll let you make a fool of yourself. The Crown Prince was full of confidence. Within this one move, he was not afraid of anyone at the astral reaching realm. This was the big gift he had prepared for Yi Chun. Roar! The black dragon opened its huge mouth, and an incorporeal ripple radiated out. It was a spirit attack. Yi Chun wasn't afraid at all. The space between his brows swelled up like a diamond bead, and a shapeless and immaterial sword intent swiftly shot out, instantly extinguishing the mental attack without the slightest effort. Clang! Unsheathing the destruction sword, Yi Chun stabbed 3 times toward the black dragon. These 3 sword strikes were unimaginably fast. The first sword pierced through the black dragon's head, the second through its neck, and the third through its body. After stabbing 3 times, Yi Chun sheathed his sword and calmly stood there. Chapter 383. Crash. The Zhenyuan black dragon seemed to have materialized flesh and blood. Its body was torn apart, and irregular chunks of flesh scattered down from the sky. It was an extremely spectacular sight, causing the souls of the spectating martial artists to tremble. Before the Zhenyuan chunks of flesh reached the ground, they dissipated at different speeds. A Yuan Qi hurricane swept up where they were, blowing towards the sky. Impossible. Black Dragon Tyrant Fist was broken? Sparks flew from the gloves. Unable to bear the recoil of power, the Crown Prince was sent flying back at an even faster speed, his face full of disbelief. Black Dragon Tyrant Fist was a low-grade profound sense fist art, a pure killing fist art. In terms of might, even ordinary low-grade profound sense martial skills were inferior to it. Although he had only comprehended a bit of it, not even 1/10 of its peak, at the level of astral reaching realm, 1/10 of a low-grade profound sense fist art's might was already quite amazing. Originally, the Crown Prince was brimming with confidence. He believed that at the level of astral reaching realm, be it Shen Tujue or Pei Yu Dao, they would be suppressed by his Black Dragon Tyrant Fist within one move. In other words, he would be able to gain the upper hand within one move. As for after one move, he would have no other choice. He had set a one-move agreement with Yi Chen in order to suppress Yi Chen's prestige and establish his own. How could he have imagined that the Black Dragon Tyrant Fist, which had always been successful, would only be able to withstand 3 sword strikes from Yi Chen? These 3 sword strikes seemed to have cut into the blind spots of the Black Dragon Tyrant Fist, forcibly dismembering the Zhen Yuan Black Dragon, creating such a soul-shaking scene. Sheathing his sword, Yi Chen indifferently looked at the Crown Prince. Thanks for letting me win. Brother Ye's sword arts are indeed incomparably sharp. Seems like I won't be able to gain the upper hand within one move. The Crown Prince revealed a forced smile, feeling extremely sullen inwardly. With so many spectators, he was afraid that in less than 10 days, the entire Black Dragon Empire would know that he was inferior to Yi Chen. At this moment, the only thing he could do was play a word game, telling the world that he wouldn't be able to defeat Yi Chen in one move. However, after one move, the outcome might be different. Yi Chen said with a smile that was yet not a smile. Likewise, Crown Prince's words are similarly incomparably sharp, not beneath my sword arts. You. The Crown Prince's chest heaved up and down. Well done, Yi Chen, you actually didn't give me a way out. I gave you face, but you made me lose face. Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. The Floating Mountain sect won't sit by and watch you grow. The remaining members of the 9 Ghost cult will definitely try to assassinate you. The eldest prince's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled and said, You're flattering me. Brother Ye's courage is truly shocking. You treat the Hanging Mountain like it's nothing. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Yi Chen replied, The first imperial prince is openly trying to rope in the disciples of the various sections. Such methods and boldness far surpass Yi Chen's. How would Yi Chen dare to show off in front of the first imperial prince? Yi Chen's words were like his sword techniques, always hitting the nail on the head. Since the eldest imperial prince wanted to drag him down with him, he naturally would not be polite. After the 2 geniuses finished exchanging blows, they started bickering, which left the surrounding spectators dumbstruck. However, it seemed like Yi Chen was gaining the upper hand, and the Crown Prince was gradually losing the upper hand. Alright, I still have things to do. Brother Yi, you take care of yourself. We will meet again in the future. I hope that at that time, Brother Yi will still be as lively as you are today. With his status as the eldest imperial prince, if he continued, he would become a laughing stock. He could not afford to lose face, and neither could the royal family of the Black Dragon Empire. Let's go. The group of 6 came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Yi Chen sneered. This eldest imperial prince was nothing to worry about. Si Kongsheng, Yan Qihua, and Lin Yun were all much stronger than him. At least, the 3 of them did not know how to play word games. If they lost, they lost. They were just a bit more stubborn. As the eldest imperial prince of the Black Dragon Empire, he did not have any dignity at all. As soon as the eldest imperial prince left, everyone's gaze gathered on Yi Chen. Among all the southern regions of the True Spirit continent, our South Ridra region is the weakest with the least amount of geniuses. But from today onwards it will be different. Yi Chen can completely compete with the top geniuses of other regions. Genius leader. Fully deserving of the title. However, Yi Chen's situation is worrying. Not only did he offend the Floating Mountain sect and the remnants of the 9 evil cult, he even offended the eldest imperial prince of the Black Dragon Empire. It's hard to say for now. Without this boldness, perhaps Yi Chen would not be Yi Chen, and he would not have the achievements he has today. This battle had established Yi Chen's unshakable position as a genius leader. Returning to the 9-star White Jade restaurant, Yi Chen went into closed-door training and declined all guests. Feng Yanrou's Ice Snow Sword domain and the eldest imperial prince's Black Dragon Tyrant Fist were both low-grade profound sense martial skills, which brought a trace of threat to Yi Chen. It was not that the 2 could threaten Yi Chen. Without exaggerating, the current Yi Chen could kill them with 30 to 40% of his strength, and he could suppress an astral-reaching paragon with 50% of his strength. In other words, 50% of Yi Chen's strength was enough for him to look down on everyone and rule the astral-reaching realm. The reason why he felt threatened was because the low-grade profound sense martial skills made Yi Chen feel that he was lacking. Limited by profound sense, astral reaching experts were unable to grasp profound sense martial skills. For example, Feng Yanro and the eldest imperial prince had stopped at less than 10%. However, who knew if there would be someone who could grasp 10%, or even 20%? Who knew if a freak like Yi Chen would appear, cultivating a top-rank Earth-grade martial skill to the peak of the 13th layer, and condensing a sword soul embryo or a martial soul embryo? Perhaps there would even be someone at the astral reaching realm who could directly condense a sword soul or martial soul. These were all uncertain. Perhaps not. Yi Chen couldn't hope that others didn't have this kind of talent and opportunity. True Spirit Continent was so big, and it was quite possible for such freaks to appear. Therefore, what Yi Chen could do was to constantly strengthen himself and never be satisfied. Profound sense martial skills. Yi Chen also had them, but he couldn't use them. The void-shattering finger he obtained on the Sheephead Mountain was undoubtedly a profound sense finger art. However, the void-shattering finger's profoundness was different from ordinary profoundness. It involved space. Up until now, Yi Chen still didn't know what the space attribute was, or how to comprehend it. Rather than spending time on the void-shattering finger, he might as well comprehend the strongest ninth style of Green Lotus sword arts. Indeed, it was precisely the ninth style of Green Lotus sword arts. According to Battle King's rich knowledge, Yi Chen was clear that the last style of a top-rank Earth Realm martial skill was extraordinary. Although it couldn't compare to a low-rank profound sense martial skill, it was still a lot more powerful than a tenth of a low-rank profound sense martial skill. Those Sea of Soul Realm experts who could create low-rank profound sense martial skills had already cultivated one or two top-rank Earth Realm martial skills to perfection. Without perfection, one couldn't even talk about creating a profound sense martial skill. Generally speaking, astral reaching experts couldn't cultivate top-rank Earth Realm martial skills to perfection. However, Yi Chen was an exception. His soul was several times more powerful than other martial artists at the same level, and his comprehensive ability was extremely high. Moreover, top-rank Earth Realm martial skills were still within the realm of mentalities, not as mysterious as profound sense. As long as one could cultivate the ninth style of Green Lotus sword arts, the possibility of falling into a disadvantage in the astral reaching realm in terms of moves was almost negligible, unless the opponent had comprehended the profound in advance and could push the profound sense martial skill to a higher realm. Of course, he had to comprehend the ninth style of Green Lotus sword arts, as well as the 14th layer of Green Lotus sword arts. Under the same rank, the difficulty of improving a cultivation technique was more than double that of a martial skill. Many Sea of Soul Realm experts had yet to cultivate a top-rank Earth Realm martial skill to perfection. With the accumulation of the first 8 styles of Green Lotus sword arts, it's not impossible to attack the ninth style. Once I succeed in the ninth style, my mentalities will transform into profound sense. Straightening out his thoughts, Yi Chen searched for the best place to comprehend the sword arts. On the floating mountain peak, there was only one main hall. In the main hall, Floating Mountain's sect leader, a majestic middle-aged man, was sitting in the main seat. Below him were 3 people. One was Floating Mountain's core great elder, Shen Tujue. The 2 old men beside him had never been seen before. Their appearances were extremely old. According to an ordinary person's estimation, they were at least 90 years old. If converted to an astral reaching expert's age, they would be more than 180 years old, close to the end of their lifespan. The majestic middle-aged man was Sikong Sheng's grandfather, Sikong Ba, also a descendant of the Tsang King. Shen Tujue, with your strength alone, even if you can suppress Yi Chen, it will be difficult for you to smoothly kill him. This time I've sent Elder Li and Elder Fu to assist you. Their strength is comparable to yours. With the 3 of them joining hands, killing Yi Chen will be as easy as blowing off dust. Sikong Ba said indifferently. Shen Tujue glanced at Elder Li and Elder Fu, then cupped his hands and said, with the assistance of 2 elders who have been cultivating for a long time, we can naturally kill Yi Chen. However, before that, please allow me to act alone. If I can't smoothly kill him, then we'll join hands. He had his own plans. If he killed Yi Chen with the strength of 3 people before the fight even started, wouldn't it mean that he was inferior to Yi Chen? This was not his original intention. Elderly smiled. Elder Shintujue is still so domineering. Sect leader, I also feel that Elder Shintujue can deal with him alone. We'll just watch from the side. He and Elder Fu had been cultivating for a long time without any contact with the outside world. Through the accumulation of time and the support of the sect's resources, their strength was extremely frightening. They were both existences not inferior to Shintujue. If Shintujue couldn't deal with Yi Chun, it meant that they couldn't deal with him either. Therefore, they didn't believe that Yi Chun could be so powerful. Sikongba nodded. This time only success is allowed. Failure is not allowed. Yes. Shintujue nodded. With a wave of his robe, Sikongba threw out 4 streams of light. 2 of the 4 streams of light flew towards Shintujue, while the other 2 fell towards Elder Li and Elder Fu. The 3 of them reached out to receive the streams of light. When they felt the fluctuations coming from the streams of light, they were shocked. They were actually high-grade artifacts, a total of 4 high-grade artifacts. Elder Li's high-grade artifact was a saber. The saber light swirled and sliced through the void. Elder Fu's high-grade artifact was a long spear, with a large snake coiled around it. As for Shintujue, he had 2 high-grade artifacts. One was a greenish-black glove, while the other was a dark green armor. One for offense and one for defense. Sect leader. Shintujue raised his head. Sikongba said indifferently, I said only success is allowed. Failure is not allowed. These 4 high-grade artifacts were borrowed from the other Supreme Elders. After using them, you still have to return them. Shintujue understands. Feeling the fluctuations of the high-grade artifacts, Shintujue was overjoyed. With 2 high-grade artifacts, he was an absolutely invincible existence in the astral-reaching realm. His offense was frighteningly powerful, and his defense was similarly frighteningly powerful. He was already in an invincible position. It seemed like the sect leader's desire to kill Yi Chun was quite intense. But it was no wonder. Yi Chun's action of killing Taoist Jin Huang was already a great disrespect to Floating Mountain. How could he be allowed to live? You guys set off. Sikongba waved his hand. Chapter 384. After pondering for a while, Sikongba's figure suddenly flickered. The air distorted, no, the space rapidly warped. As if teleporting, he left the main palace and arrived at a dark green mountain behind the floating mountain. Sect leader, why have you come? A voice came from the layers upon layers of buildings. Sikongba's lips slightly moved. I reckon you'll have to take action this time. After saying these words, he directly shot into the main palace. The main palace was spacious, without a single person. Soon, a gray-haired old man walked in and faintly nodded towards Sikongba, expressing his respect. The gray-haired old man said, Still for that matter? Sikongba faintly nodded. Indeed. According to Elder Jin Huang's description, the expert behind Yi Chun should be a Sea of Soul Realm expert, but not a master. This time, I sent Elder Li and Elder Fu to assist Elder Shin Tuesday. I'm 90% sure. However, in order to prevent that expert from interfering, you're the most suitable. Taoist Jin Huang wasn't clear about the strength of the hand's owner, but how could Sikongba not? After listening to Taoist Jin Huang's description, he confirmed that this person was a Sea of Soul Realm expert, and not a Life and Death King. In fact, Life and Death Kings rarely took action for a genius, unless this genius had already reached the Sea of Soul Realm. Therefore, Sikongba didn't have any misgivings in sending people to kill Yi Chun. Of course, he couldn't go too far and deliberately send a Sea of Soul Realm expert to deal with an astral-reaching expert. Not to mention whether he was insane or not, even if he wasn't, he would still anger that Sea of Soul Realm expert. Right now, Elder Shintujue and Elder Fu were both astral-reaching experts. He believed that if they killed Yi Chun, the other party would have nothing to say. However, just in case, Sikongba still felt that he should send a Supreme Elder, lest the other party save Yi Chun again. In that case, I'll go out for a walk. The gray-haired old man was clear why Sikongba didn't call anyone else, but him. In the entire floating mountain, apart from Sikongba, he was the strongest. Sikongba himself naturally couldn't act, since there were too many taboos. However, if he acted, there wouldn't be so many taboos. I hope he doesn't interfere. I've already mastered the wave split, and I'm lacking an opponent to test its power on. The gray-haired old man sneered and walked out of the main hall, disappearing without a trace. Sikongba similarly sneered. The gray-haired old man's seniority was several generations higher than his, and his cultivation base was at mid-Sea of Soul realm. Although he was a bit weaker than him, he was an existence that couldn't be ignored among ordinary Sea of Soul realm experts. With him watching from the side, the expert behind Yichen would be helpless. A little martial genius attracting 2 Sea of Souls realm warriors. Yichen, you should be proud. Windy Nation. South Ridra Martial School. The 1,000-foot waterfall poured down in torrents, emitting a loud rumbling sound. A dignified woman in her 30s walked out of the bamboo house. After not seeing him for 3 years, he has actually improved so much. In the end, I still underestimated him. He is a genius worth nurturing. On the grass outside the bamboo house, the black-robed spy said, "Leader, the Floating Mountain Martial School has already sent 3 experts to deal with Yi Chun. I'm afraid Yi Chun's situation is not optimistic." Long Bai shook her head. "Astral reaching experts will have to deal with him by himself. I can't help him. But there's no harm in going. Perhaps something unexpected will happen." As soon as she finished speaking, the space in front of Long Bai suddenly distorted, rippling like water in a pond being blown by a gale. When the black-robed spy raised his head, Long Bai was nowhere to be seen. 10 days later, Sky Star City, 9-star White Jade Tower. Where did Yi Chun go? As soon as he arrived, Shen Tujue controlled all the astral-reaching experts on the 7th floor. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed without mercy. Under the pressure of the 3, someone pointed to the north. Star Regional Lake. Elderly creased his brows. Shen Tujue's sinister gaze swept across the crowd. "I hope you're telling the truth. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in the South Ridra region." Humph. Flicking his sleeves and leaving, the 3 flew towards the Star Regional Lake 10 li away. 7th floor lobby. Nobody said anything, but their complexions were ashen. The Floating Mountain Martial School was too overbearing. For better or worse, they were famous astral-reaching experts. Yet they were being threatened like this. If not for Floating Mountain Martial School's reputation being too great, and its influence being too powerful, they would have long since smashed the gates of any other 7th-grade sect. Above the boundless lake, 3 figures were flying at extreme speed. Star Regional Lake is so big. Wanting to find a person won't be that easy. We might have to spend some effort. Elderly said. Shintaju nodded. He turned his head to look at the silent Elder Fu and said, "Elder Fu, your heavenly vision and earthly hearing technique can sense any activity within a radius of 800 miles. When the time comes, I'll need your help." Elder Fu said, "No problem." The heavenly sight and earthly hearing great art was an auxiliary art passed down from ancient times. It didn't have much use in battle, but it was extremely powerful when searching for people or objects. Circulating the art with all its might, one could sense movements within 800 li. It was several times more powerful than spirit power radiation. It should be known that an astral-reaching expert's spirit power could only cover a dozen li, and even some relatively powerful ones wouldn't exceed 20 li. Within 20 li, nothing could be hidden. Beyond 20 li, one could only sense ripples, but beyond 50 li, not even ripples could be sensed, unless the other party deliberately created a powerful disturbance. Another week passed by, and the 3's mental appearance was somewhat exhausted. In particular, the wrinkles on Elder Fu's face seemed to have increased a bit. He said in a low voice, "Although my heavenly sight and earthly hearing great art is useful, I've used it too frequently. My spirit has already suffered some damage. If I can't find his shadow within 3 days, I'll have to return and recuperate. Otherwise, I'll lose even the last shred of hope of stepping into the Sea of Soul realm." Elder Li and Shin Tujue nodded in understanding. Shin Tujue coldly snorted. "When I find that kid, I'll let him know what it means to wish for death." On an uninhabited island in the Star Regional Lake, Kacha, a barren mountain split open, sword chi overflowing in all directions. Surging sword intent pervaded the air, not dissipating for a long time. The ninth style of Green Lotus sword art has nothing to do with mentality. I've long since reached the limit of wood mentality, and my water mentality is also nearing the limit. It's impossible for me to have no progress at all. It should be due to the utilization of the mentality. In a situation where the mentality is the same, the one with a higher utilization of the mentality will naturally have the upper hand. Mentality was only a core, and the crux was utilization. Those who didn't know how to utilize it would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage in battle. For example, the black-robed old man's thunder mentality contained explosive power. This was a kind of utilization, but the utilization of the ninth style of Green Lotus sword art was even more obscure. Let's try again. Grasping the greenwood sword with both hands, Yichen calmed his heart and became as tranquil as an ancient well. Shortly after, he suddenly opened his eyes and slashed the void, striking at a barren mountain not far away. Kacha! The barren mountain split into two halves, and the upper half slid down in a slanted manner before crashing down with a loud rumble. Yeah, it's starting to have some flavor. Yichen revealed a faint smile. Suddenly, his smile froze, and his forehead faintly twitched. His soul power radiated out, harmonizing with the void. Someone is using mental power to scan this place. Such a thin mental power, but it has increased the range by more than 10 times. Yi Chen's soul power was higher than mental power, so he instantly discerned the profoundness of this mental power. 500 li away, a rare smile appeared on Elder Fu's face as he nodded. Found it. It's on an uninhabited island 500 li west. Haha, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Shintujue was overjoyed. The three usually traveled at 50 to 60% speed. But at this moment, they were going all out, instantly reaching 3 to 4 times the speed of sound. Just as the three left, a figure teleported over. Seems like I don't need to guide them anymore. The newcomer was precisely the floating mountain's supreme elder, the gray-haired old man. Originally, he planned to help the three when they were at their wits' end. After all, the mental power of Sea of Soul Realm experts had a wider range, and its utilization was also extremely ingenious. He could completely achieve the level of heaven's sight and earth's hearing. Noiselessly, the gray-haired old man leaped and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already far away, like a flickering feeble light. The floating mountain actually dispatched a supreme elder. Could it be that they're afraid of me saving Yi Chen? That should be the case. Even further away, a dignified woman in her 30s floated in the air. In front of her was a water curtain that connected to the void. On the water curtain, the gray-haired old man's figure flickered. If a Sea of Soul Realm expert were nearby, he or she would certainly be able to tell that the water curtain was propelled by profound. Most people only comprehended combat-type profound martial skills, and had very few supplementary profound martial skills. Within a limited time, comprehending battle power enhancing profound martial skills was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Only if one already had several combat-type profound martial skills would they have the leisure to comprehend other things. Of course, one could also choose not to comprehend them, since the profound martial skills left behind by predecessors were still quite profound. The water curtain dispersed, and the dignified woman disappeared. We're here. Elder Fu and the other two arrived at the uninhabited island. Yi Chen, get out here. Shintujue operated his Zhen Yuan and roared. 3 extreme astral-reaching experts. Floating mountain really thinks highly of me. Yi Chen appeared on a barren mountain with a long sword at his waist. Elderly said in an awe-inspiring tone, you can also be considered a stunning genius. If you continue to grow, you'll most likely reach an even higher realm. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have provoked my floating mountain and killed our core elder, Taoist Jin Huang. Now that you're waiting for death, I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, you'll be cut into pieces. In the three's eyes, Yi Chen was already a dead man. Not to mention the fact that the three of them were existences among extreme astral-reaching experts. Any one of them could contend against or even suppress Yi Chen. With the three of them joining hands, Yi Chen had absolutely no hope of survival. Moreover, the three of them had 4 upper-grade artifacts on them. Upper-grade offensive artifacts could amplify attack power by 70 to 80%, while upper-grade defensive artifacts could amplify defense by 70 to 80%. Such a powerful formation of astral-reaching experts couldn't be found in the entire South Ridra region. Trash. Today, this uninhabited island will be your burial ground. Yi Chen's killing intent had already been aroused. Courting death. Shin Tujue roared. With a wave of his palm, a barren mountain uprooted and smashed towards Yi Chen. At the same time, his figure flickered, rapidly approaching. Crack! The flying barren mountain split open, and the sword Qi, like the first ray of sunlight in the morning, scattered across the horizon and heavily chopped at Shin Tujue's protective Zhen Yuan. Shin Tujue simply didn't have enough time to react. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he was sent flying. Chapter 385. As the sword Qi rushed out, Yi Chen slashed out 10 times in a row, completely enveloping the three as he said, "I said you're nothing more than chickens and dogs. Come at me together, saving me the trouble of dealing with you one by one." At his current level, any astral-reaching expert in South Ridra region was nothing more than a chicken or dog in front of Yi Chen, unable to withstand a single blow. Not to mention 3 extreme astral-reaching experts, even 2 or 3 times more would be useless. Of course, under normal circumstances, Yi Chen might have played a few moves. However, against the people chasing him from Floating Mountain, there was no need to be lenient. So what if he was a bit domineering? Pung 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 pung, sword Qi shot out, crisscrossing. Including Elder Li and Elder Fu, the 3 didn't even have the opportunity to counterattack. Their protective Zhen Yuan shattered one after another, and blood splattered everywhere. This was only because Yi Chen had some misgivings and didn't want to reveal his full battle power. After all, revealing such a frightening strength would inevitably lead to other incidents. It should be known that in South Ridra region's astral-reaching realm, extreme experts were the peak, and those with upper-grade artifacts were astral-reaching paragons. Instantly killing 3 of them would cause an unimaginable sensation. As for why he had some misgivings, it was because there weren't only the 4 of them in this area. There was someone else spying on them. In terms of soul strength, he wasn't inferior to a Sea of Soul realm expert. Despite limiting his battle power, Yi Chen was still an existence that surpassed the astral-reaching realm. In other words, he was the only one who was unrivaled. Impossible. I have an upper-grade artifact that amplifies my defense by 70 to 80%. It's twice as powerful as a mid-grade artifact. Why can't I block his sword Qi? Shin Tujue was about to go crazy. Among the 3, his defense was the strongest. However, facing Yi Chen's sword Qi, it still crumbled. Elder Li and Elder Fu were even more miserable. Their bodies were drenched in blood, as if they had been cut into pieces. It was a tragic sight to behold. Roar. Shin Tujue roared angrily. Wearing a dark blue glove, he struck out with his palm. Numerous barren mountains were uprooted from the ground, shattering in the air as they shot towards Yi Chen at an extreme speed. The rubble rubbed against the air, producing a shocking flame that looked like a meteor shower. Green Lotus splitting mountain, sweeping the heavens and earth. Yi Chen performed the 6th movement of the Green Lotus sword arts, the Green Lotus splitting the mountain. He slashed out horizontally and vertically, and the cross-shaped sword light covered the heaven and earth, shattering the endless meteors and rocks. It landed on Shin Tujue's body, forcefully crushing him into a barren mountain, where his figure could no longer be seen. Golden Waterfall Space Slash. Dragon-Snake Combination Attack. Taking advantage of the time when Yi Chen was dealing with Shin Tujue, Elder Li and Elder Fu ignored their blood-stained bodies, each wielding a high-grade saber and spear as they fiercely charged towards Yi Chen. Scram. Clothes fluttering in the wind, Yi Chen swept his sword horizontally. Green lotuses bloomed, and sword Qi disappeared. The sword Qi slashed down on the high-grade bejeweled weapons, and a terrifying force flowed through the blade and spear. With 2 cracking sounds, Elder Li and Elder Fu's arms were broken, and they were sent flying while coughing out blood. 3 extreme astral-reaching experts, no 3 astral-reaching paragons, couldn't even block a single sword strike from Yi Chen, suffering injuries one after another. Not to mention Shin Tujue, whose life and death were unknown. Elder Li was already frightened to the extreme. Even the taciturn elder Fu was trembling. Too frightening. How could such a frightening character appear in the astral reaching realm? Not to mention that they had never encountered such a character. They had never even heard of such a character. Rumble. The barren mountain shattered, and Shinta-ju rushed out. Pointing at Yi Chun, he said with bloodshot eyes, "Kid Yi, don't be too complacent. Offending my floating mountain. Don't think of having a peaceful day in the future. Just wait for wave after wave of attacks." Finished speaking, he turned to the two elders and said, "Let's go." He had never thought that Yi Chun would dare to kill them. After all, they were different from Taoist Jin Huang, who was merely a core elder, and had a lot more strength than him. On the other hand, the three of them were the most powerful existences in the floating mountain astral reaching realm. Killing them was tantamount to declaring war with the floating mountain sect. Therefore, even if Yi Chun had more guts, he wouldn't dare to kill them. At this moment, he wanted to leave. What could the other party do to him? This was the might of a 6th grade sect. Ha! Yi Chun faced the sky and laughed heartily, his killing intent surging. "If you want to leave, leave. Have you asked my sword? Die." The greenwood sword danced, causing the air to violently revolve. Numerous green lotuses appeared out of nowhere, growing from thumb size to dozens of meters in size. With a shake of Yi Chun's arm, the greenwood sword sprinkled out layer upon layer of sword light. The sword light expanded sharply as it charged towards the three. "You dare to make a move? Don't tell me you want to declare war with my floating mountain." Shinta-ju didn't manage to utter the last word, because the sword light had already arrived. Although Shinta-ju had strengthened his protective Zhen Yuan to the limit at the first moment, the dark green light was like jade. However, he had underestimated Yi Chun, who had already activated his killing intent. The sword light, which contained a frightening sword intent, was like charcoal burning on a cotton cloth, easily piercing through his protective Zhen Yuan and chopping off both of his arms. Soon after, even more sword lights arrived, causing Shinta-ju to continuously puke blood through the dark green armor. The sudden increase in attack power made Shinta-ju panic. He didn't think that Yi Chun would not care about the power of the floating mountain sect at all, and would attack without any hesitation. The intense pain caused him to let out a blood-curdling scream. Looking down at both of his arms, he realized that both of his arms had been cut off from the shoulder. From now on, he had become a cripple. The fear on his face turned into hatred. Damn it, damn it! How dare you cut off my arms? I, Shinta-ju, will not let you live under the same sky. I will destroy your Yi family and Sky Cloud Martial School." Yi Chun's eyes were ice cold. This person definitely couldn't be left alive. Kill. With his green lotus Zhen Yuan surging, Yi Chun was about to unleash another sword attack. "Brat Yi, you have to think this through. If you kill Elder Shintu, no one will be able to save you. My floating mountain sect will definitely march south and kill our way into the Windy Nation." Elder Li's face turned pale with fright as he threatened. Elder Fu's expression was cold. "If you dare to make a move, I, Elder Fu, guarantee that no one related to you will be left alive. Killing one is killing, 3 is also killing. You can come and go as you please. How can there be such a good thing in this world? On the road to the Yellow Springs, you can go first." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chun's greenwood sword was swung out heavily. Dozens of li away, the gray-haired old man, who was watching this scene, suddenly paled. An intense killing intent surfaced in his eyes, and the air around him exploded. This time, his mission was to obstruct the expert behind Yi Chun and save Yi Chun. After all, Shinta-ju and the other two possessed upper-grade artifacts. With the three of them joining hands, any astral-reaching expert would fall, and Yi Chun would be no exception. However, the situation had completely spiraled out of his control. Not only did Shinta-ju and the other two fail to kill Yi Chun, they were instead slaughtered by Yi Chun. It was a tragic sight. If he were to tell others, the majority of people wouldn't believe it. Even the gray-haired old man himself didn't dare to believe it. The plan had changed. The gray-haired old man couldn't just watch as Yi Chun killed the three. Unfortunately, he was too far away from the uninhabited island. He immediately regretted not paying attention. If he had paid attention to this robbery, he would have approached long ago. With his Sea of Soul Realm methods, he wouldn't have been discovered. a distance of dozens of li, even with his speed as a Sea of Soul Realm expert, couldn't be crossed in an instant. Even if he attacked, it would be too late. Yi Chen had already made his move. The only thing he could do was to warn him. Little bastard, stop. If you dare to kill the three of them, this old man will let you know the meaning of pain. Your Yi family and Sky Cloud sect will also be completely erased. Under the cover of Sea of Soul Realm Zhen Yuan, the sound traveled to the uninhabited island at an explosive speed, entering Yi Chen's ears in a tenth of a second. In your dreams, Yi Chen had already made up his mind. The greenwood sword, which had reached the optimal angle, shot out waves of indestructible sword chi. The sword chi was like a tide, instantly drowning the three. Chi 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 chi. 1,000 cuts, 1,000 cuts, 1,000 cuts, 1,000 cuts. Under the torrent of sword chi, the three were sliced into a bloody mist. Only the area protected by the upper-grade artifacts remained intact. As for the mid-grade artifacts, although Yi Chen couldn't destroy them, the sword chi still struck them, and the frightening power vibrated at an extremely high frequency, turning them into a bloody mist. One sword strike killed 3 people. The gray-haired old man froze for a moment, feeling incomparably shocked and furious. He had already warned Yi Chen, but the latter dared to ignore him. Little bastard, you dare to ignore this old man? Buzz. The space suddenly distorted as the gray-haired old man teleported over. With 2 or 3 flickers, the gray-haired old man appeared in the sky above the uninhabited island. Yi Chen looked straight at the gray-haired old man. He could tell that the latter was a Sea of Soul Realm expert, and not an ordinary one at that. That frightening aura even expelled the air, turning the surroundings into a vacuum. With him as the center, all the shattered objects within several li floated up. Kacha! The ground suddenly cracked open, unable to bear the pressure of a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Originally, this old man didn't intend to kill you. You don't deserve it. But today, this old man will make an exception. Dying in this old man's hands is something you can be proud of. The gray-haired old man didn't care about the rules or the experts behind him. If he wanted to kill, he would kill. Yi Chen had already succeeded in angering him. He raised his right hand, and masses of dark cyan chi rapidly revolved, expanding from several meters to several hundred meters. It was like a huge millstone. As the millstone formed, gales rose in the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder and lightning interweaved. The speed at which the ground crumbled became faster and faster. After killing you, this old man will personally make a trip to Windy Nation. But you won't be able to see the scene of blood flowing like a river. Bang! The gray-haired old man let out a low roar. The huge millstone flew out of his hand, completely ignoring the distance between them as it instantly bombarded toward Yi Chen's face. If this strike landed, even if Yi Chen was wearing an upper-grade defensive artifact, the golden gilt armor, he would die without a doubt. However, his expression was calm, without a trace of panic. I'd like to see how you kill him and personally make a trip to Windy Nation. Get lost. At the critical moment, a sky-covering huge hand appeared out of nowhere. Its 5 fingers closed, and the huge millstone seemed to have entered a cage. It didn't even have the chance to struggle before it was grabbed by the huge hand. Dong! A muffled explosion resounded. The dark clouds scattered, and thunder and lightning flew everywhere. The huge hand lightly clenched, and the huge millstone shattered into nothingness. After several years, the sky-covering huge hand had reappeared. Chapter 386. Who is it? Trying to hide. The gray-haired old man's complexion changed. He wasn't astonished at the might of the sky-covering hand. In fact, that move was merely a casual attack of his. What truly made him apprehensive was that the newcomer's concealment skill was extremely profound. He had actually failed to discover the opponent's existence. Spreading out his soul power, the gray-haired old man finally sensed a trace of fluctuation on the lake surface 10 li away. Splash! A thin layer of water curtain descended. This water curtain was colorless and formless, almost fusing with the void. Looking at it with the naked eye, it seemed to be nothing. Even if one radiated their soul power, it would be absorbed by the water curtain, unable to sense the slightest fluctuation. The gray-haired old man didn't know that the expert behind Yi Chun had such a frightening concealment skill, so he didn't pay much attention. As the water curtain dissipated, a 30-years-old dignified woman appeared in the sight of Yi Chun and the gray-haired old man. Sect leader Long, Yi Chun was relieved. 3 years ago, he had guessed that the owner of the sky-covering hand was South Rudra Sect's sect leader Long Bai, and it was just as he had expected. Long Bai suspiciously glanced at Yi Chun. She didn't know why, but she was very clear that the gray-haired old man hadn't noticed her. Yet Yi Chun seemed to be aware of it. Could it be her misconception? After all, an astral-reaching expert, no matter how powerful his battle power was, couldn't have such great accomplishments in the aspect of soul power that he could see through her traces? Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Long Bai dispelled this doubt. However, she had miscalculated this time. Yi Chun had indeed sensed Long Bai's fluctuation. That faintly discernible aura was exactly the same as the sky-covering hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ignored the gray-haired old man's warning and killed Shintujue and the other two. The gray-haired old man didn't sense sect leader Long's trace, which means that his soul power is inferior to mine. Seems like I've underestimated the strength of my soul. The soul was the origin of a person, and was hard to sense. Yi Chun only knew that his soul was not inferior to Sea of Soul realm experts, but he didn't know to what extent. Compared to the gray-haired old man, Yi Chun discovered that his advantage was much higher than he had imagined. Who are you? The gray-haired old man had never seen Long Bai before. Long Bai's tone was indifferent. You don't need to know my identity. You can go back to where you came from. I don't care who you are, but this kid killed 3 conclave elders of the Hanging Mountain. Even death cannot wipe out his crimes. As the supreme elder of the floating sky mountain, the gray-haired old man was second only to Long Bai. If he was scared away by Long Bai's words, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? If it's an astral-reaching realm battle, then let the astral-reaching realm take care of it. You and I are both at the Sea of Souls realm. It would be inappropriate for us to get involved in the astral-reaching realm's business. If you don't let it go, then I will have to beat you back. Although Long Bai was a woman, her aura was as vast as the sea, and there was a trace of extraordinary domineeringness in her calmness. Beat me back? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Fine, I've long wanted to test the power of wavecrack. I'll use you to test it out. The gray-haired old man laughed heartily. His voice was like muffled thunder, shaking the surrounding barren mountains. Without stopping, the gray-haired old man raised his hand and attacked Yi Chun. Today nobody can save you, not even her. Die. He had the intention to exchange blows with Long Bai, but only after killing Yi Chun. Rumble. In front of Yi Chun, a dark cyan chi appeared out of nowhere and transformed into a huge millstone, rapidly crushing towards Yi Chun at lightning speed. Since you insist, then there's nothing to say. Long Bai slapped with one hand, shattering the millstone. At the same time, a soft force acted on Yi Chun's body, pushing him 10 li away. You're courting death. The gray-haired old man was enraged. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his arms shook. White wind blades condensed and floated 3 feet away from his body. These wind blades were not simple wind blades. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were many tiny wind blades moving inside the wind blades. In other words, these wind blades were formed by the combination of even smaller wind blades. The concept of wind could no longer be described. Only the profound meaning of wind could push these wind blades, causing their power to reach an even more terrifying realm. Wind blade go. As soon as he shouted, the wind blades collectively shot out. The distance of several li was practically non-existent. Yi Chun exclaimed in surprise. Wherever the wind blades passed, vacuum cracks would appear in the void, like a torn piece of cloth. And the most powerful thing was not this. Outside the wind blades, the space was distorted, as if it could not bear the cutting of the wind blades. To be able to distort space, what kind of shocking destructive power was this? 5 caltrip water caltrip. Long Bai's expression did not change. She stretched out her left hand, and waves of water rippled, forming a pyramid at an incredible speed. The pyramid was placed horizontally, protecting Long Bai inside. It was like a pyramid laid horizontally, with the sharp tip facing the wind blades. Bo 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 bo. When the wind blades hit the transparent pyramid, they were either bounced off or stuck inside. Their speed was reduced by 90%, and they could not display their original power at all. The bounced wind blades lost half of their power, but when they landed on the uninhabited island, the entire island trembled. The ground was plowed with bottomless ravines, and the ravines spread out. The uninhabited island showed signs of cracking, and the seawater gradually poured in. Such a powerful low-level defensive profound. It can actually block my wind blade. Even if the gray-haired old man hated Long Bai to the core, he had to admit that the defensive low-level profound martial skill she used was very powerful. This wind blade was not created by him, but by a senior of the floating mountain. It was an offensive low-level profound martial skill. Once it was used, there would be tiny wind blades moving inside the wind blades, increasing their power and terrifying destructive power. You take my soaring cloud dragon hand as well. Supporting the 5 caltrip water caltrip with her left hand, Long Bai's right hand spun. Water rippled, and a mountain-sized huge hand pressed toward the gray-haired old man. The huge hand was incomparably huge, covering the sun and the sky. The veins on the palm could be clearly seen. So what if I take one of your moves? The gray-haired old man was full of confidence. His body shook, and his Zhenyuan swelled, transforming into a faintly discernible stone statue phantom. This stone statue phantom had a clear structure, and every joint was seamless without the slightest flaw. Moreover, a dark blue flowing light pervaded the air, making it look like a crystal. This crystal protector of mine is one of Stone King's 3 great defensive profound martial skills. Although it is only a low-level one, its defense is absolutely extraordinary. Back in the day, Stone King was somewhat famous among ordinary life and death kings precisely because of its powerful defense. With the protection of this low-level defensive profound martial skill, the gray-haired old man didn't believe that Long Bai could break through it. As soon as she revealed a flaw, he would launch a fierce counterattack. The huge hand struck the stone statue phantom, causing gales to rise in the sky. A vast ripple radiated out, reaching dozens of li away. The lake water around the uninhabited island was pushed in every direction, reaching a height of over 1,000 meters. It was like a huge iron pot, and the uninhabited island was right at the bottom of the pot. As for Yi Chun, who was standing 10 li behind Long Bai, even he felt his footing becoming unstable, as if he would be blown away. One could easily imagine how frightening the aftermath of the battle was. Gotcha. Abruptly, a crack appeared on the stone statue phantom, and the crack quietly extended, covering its entire body. Impossible. How could Crystal Protector fail to block her attack? The gray-haired old man roared, his figure explosively retreating. The huge hand chased for dozens of li before exhausting its strength and loudly collapsing. Very good. You are qualified for me to use Wave Split. Once I use this move, no matter how powerful your defense is, it will still be destroyed. With an ashen face, the gray-haired old man let out a long roar. Zhenyuan erupted like a volcano, fiercely pouring into his right arm. His withered right arm was like an inflated balloon, rapidly expanding to the thickness of an adult's waist. His clothes were instantly torn apart, exploding into pieces. Wave Split. A fist containing a frightening power was thrown out, and the gray-haired old man's body was forced back 3 steps. Circles of space wrinkles appeared in the space in front of him. The wrinkles spread crazily, getting faster and faster, and the power was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, the space wrinkles began to show signs of exploding. Wave Split is my own creation, so it is most suitable for me. Wind Wave Blade and Crystal Protector are, after all, profound martial skills created by others, so I can't use them to their limits. Only the one created by myself is most suitable for me. Have a taste of its power. The gray-haired old man thought. Facing the incoming power, Long Bai slightly creased her brows. She could already feel the terror of this move. Not only was distance unable to obstruct it, but its power was also stacked layer by layer. If it met an external force, it would explode crazily, and the 5 caltrips might not be able to resist it. As she expected, The moment the 5 caltrops came into contact with the wave split power, they rapidly disintegrated. The exploding water shot up 10,000 meters into the sky, and she herself had to retreat more than 10 steps before the impact was neutralized. This move is indeed not bad. Unfortunately, the gap between you and me can't be made up. Reverse current chop. Without a trace of panic on her face, Long Bai straightened her palm as a blade and chopped at the extremely condensed wave split power. Chi. The wave split power was extremely powerful, but Long Bai's reverse current chop seemed to be able to restrain it. The blade energy rushed out and split the power in half, and the water curtain-like blade energy rapidly chopped at the gray-haired old man's body. Puff. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, the gray-haired old man's stone statue phantom completely shattered, and he was sent flying dozens of li away. It's over. At this point, Yichen was already clear that the gray-haired old man and Long Bai were a level apart. There wasn't much suspense. He couldn't have imagined that the ordinary South Ridra sex leader would be a Sea of Soul realm expert. Including Sky Cloud sex leader, the other 4 sect leaders could stand side by side with her. It was simply a mockery. I'll remember this, Palm. I'll certainly pay you a visit in the future. The gray-haired old man no longer dared to tangle with Long Bai. Leaving behind a ruthless sentence, he shot off into the distance. With a flicker, he was already dozens of li away. Long Bai's voice spread out. You don't need to pay me a visit. I'll make a trip to Floating Mountain in the future. Tell Sikong Ba for me. Vaguely, Yichen seemed to see the gray-haired old man's figure stagger. Chapter 387. Waiting until the gray-haired old man disappeared, Yichen flew over and cupped his hands towards Long Bai. Many thanks to sect leader Long for saving my life a second time. Long Bai retracted her oppressive aura and turned around. Last time, I didn't tell you my identity because you still couldn't reach this level. But now, you're already the strongest existence among astral-reaching experts. Stepping into Sea of Soul realm is only a matter of time. Junior understands. Pausing for a bit, Long Bai continued. I can see that your progress in Sword Will is extraordinary. Let me ask you, have you condensed a Sword Soul? Condensing a Sword Soul at the astral-reaching realm was something that not many people had been able to do since the ancient times, and those who had been able to do it were all world-shaking figures. It should be known that condensing a Sword Soul was several times harder than condensing a martial soul. Not to mention condensing a Sword Soul at the astral-reaching realm. Even a lot of powerful sword artists who had reached the Sea of Souls realm years ago might not be able to successfully condense a Sword Soul. The more powerful it was, the more difficult it would be. Nope, Yichen denied, then changed his tone. But in terms of sword will, I'm not inferior to ordinary Sea of Soul realm sword artists. Could it be because of Battle King's immortal sword will? Long Bai didn't ask about the immortal sword will. Everyone had their own secrets, and people without secrets didn't exist. But even if he had the immortal sword will, its might shouldn't be that great. Of course, she didn't know that Yi Chen's soul was also not inferior to ordinary Sea of Soul realm experts. Moreover, it was at the peak of Sea of Soul realm. A powerful soul and a powerful sword will were what made Yi Chen so powerful. Forget it. Peak geniuses all have extremely outstanding aspects. Perhaps, your achievements in Sword Will might surpass Battle King. Of course, the premise is that you can enter life and death realm. After saying these words, Long Bai's face turned solemn. South Ridra region is my territory. I can guarantee that you won't be attacked by Sea of Soul realm experts. But once you leave South Ridra region, you'll have to rely on yourself. Even if you're chased by Sea of Soul realm experts, no one will save you. Luck is also a part of strength. Thank you for your concern. Sect Master Long Yichen will keep this in mind. The battle between Long Bai and the gray-haired old man was earth-shattering. Yichen was very clear that although he had some advantages in certain aspects, in terms of battle power, he was far weaker than the gray-haired old man. Ordinary Sea of Soul realm experts were also divided into different levels. The weakest among them were undoubtedly those who had just entered the Sea of Soul realm, and had yet to cultivate peak Earth-grade cultivation techniques or martial skills. They had yet to successfully condense their martial soul, or sword soul. Sea of Soul realm experts of this level were definitely the lowest of existences. Their only advantage was the advantage of cultivation realm. Yichen had the confidence to contend against them. Above them were those who had cultivated peak earth-grade cultivation techniques, but had yet to reach perfection. Similarly, their peak earth-grade martial skills had yet to reach perfection, and they couldn't create their own low-grade profound sense martial skills. Even if they learned the low-grade profound sense martial skills left behind by their predecessors, they wouldn't be that powerful. Yichen was confident that as long as he cultivated Green Lotus sword arts to the highest 15th layer, comprehended the 9th style of Green Lotus sword arts, and successfully condensed his sword soul, he would have the qualifications to battle. After that would be the core strength of ordinary Sea of Soul realm experts. Their peak earth-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills had all reached perfection, and their low-grade profound sense martial skills were still in the process of comprehending. After that would be the gray-haired old man's level. Not only had they cultivated their cultivation techniques and martial skills to perfection, they had also comprehended their own low-grade profound sense martial skills. Moreover, they had also learned many kinds of low-grade profound sense martial skills left behind by their predecessors. Their strength was extremely frightening. As for Longbai's strength, Yichen couldn't analyze it, because he didn't know whether she had used her full strength or not. So, how could he analyze it? According to Battle King's rich knowledge, in the Sea of Soul realm, cultivation base accounts for 30% of the battle power, while martial spirit and martial skills are the key factors. The two together account for 70%. Longbai faintly nodded. Yichen's temperament was steady, which made her feel at ease. Recalling something, she said, "You should know that I am not from Windy Nation, nor from South Ridra region. The power I belong to is called Dragon God Celestial Palace. The palace master is my great-grandfather, known as Dragon King. He is one of the oldest kings of True Spirit Continent. He thinks very highly of you, but he doesn't want to take you as his disciple. You have to walk your own path, and restricting you will only limit your potential. What I find strange is that he has taken a fancy to your Sky Cloud Sect's core elder, Su Jing, and wishes to take her as his disciple. Of course, he doesn't want her to leave Sky Cloud Sect, but rather he wants her to have two identities at the same time." Longbai was a member of Dragon God Celestial Palace. From Battle King's rich knowledge, Yichen had long since learned that Dragon God Celestial Palace was a 5th-grade sect. Apart from Dragon King's Dragon King token, there was also the Little Dragon token, which was usually in the hands of people with extremely high status. Even Dragon King's blood relatives had some. Longbai had the Little Azure Dragon token, so she was undoubtedly an important person of Dragon God Celestial Palace. What surprised him was that Dragon King actually took a fancy to Su Jing, and wanted to take her as his disciple. In Yichen's eyes, Su Jing's talent and comprehension were undoubtedly top-notch. However, it had not reached the level where she could look down on everyone else. Dragon King didn't want to take anyone else as his disciple, but only her. The meaning behind it was not that simple. Since Dragon King had spoken, Yichen naturally had no objections. Not to mention that Dragon King wouldn't harm Su Jing. Even if he did, Yichen wouldn't have the slightest way to do anything. As a dignified life and death king, one of the oldest kings of True Spirit Continent, he held the life and death of millions and millions of people in his hands. His status was transcendent. If he wanted to take Su Jing as his disciple, it would be a good thing for him at the moment. Sect leader Long, this is a good thing. Why discuss it with me? Longbai smiled and said, "Seems like you still don't know. Grandfather values you very much. The necessary respect cannot be omitted. Then I'll thank Senior Dragon King on behalf of Su Jing. If there's nothing else, come back to Windy Nation with me. In a few days, someone from Dragon God Celestial Palace will come to pick up Su Jing." All right. Above the undulating mountain range, an unceasingly flickering beam of light swept past, shooting toward a distant floating mountain peak. In the main palace of the floating mountain peak, Sikong Ba's brows creased. Swish. A figure appeared in the center of the palace. "You're injured?" Not waiting for the newcomer to speak, Sikong Ba asked in astonishment. The figure was precisely the gray-haired old man. He touched the wound on his chest and said with a gloomy expression, "We've all underestimated that person. Her strength is much higher than mine. I received a hand blade from her. Without 3 months of rest, I won't be able to recover." A hand blade? So powerful. As a mid-Sea of Soul Realm expert, Sikongba naturally knew how difficult it was to injure a Sea of Soul Realm expert of the same level, and then recuperate for half a year. Ordinary minor injuries didn't require 3 months of rest. 1 month was more than enough to recover. Her achievements in the water profound are extremely high. Moreover, she said that she would pay a visit to my floating mountain, and asked me to inform you. Hearing these words, Sikongba's complexion greatly changed. Paying a visit to my floating mountain? What does she want? In terms of strength, although he was stronger than the gray-haired old man, there was a limit. If nothing unexpected happened, the strength of the expert behind Yi Chun was not below his. It was quite possible for them to attack the floating mountain. However, since the other party didn't chase after the gray-haired old man, it shouldn't be because of this. Sect leader, I'll return to heal first. With blood leaking out from the corner of his mouth, the gray-haired old man didn't want to stay any longer. He turned around and left. Before leaving, he shot out 4 beams of light, which were 4 upper-grade artifacts. Reaching out to catch them, Sikongba was speechless. The artifacts had returned, but the person hadn't. This was truly a huge loss. Gotcha. With the armrest cracked, Sikongba coldly said, "Back then my ancestor Song King showed kindness to Prison King. It's time to repay this kindness. As long as a direct disciple of Prison King makes a move, you'll die without a burial no matter how powerful you are." Prison King was one of the most powerful kings under Su King. He was as famous as Xianhou, Evil King and the rest. Nobody knew that when Prison King was weak, Song King had helped him. After Song King's death, Prison King sent a letter to Sikong clan, saying that he would help Sikong clan with 3 matters within his power. Since you want to pay a visit to my floating mountain, come. I'll make sure you don't return." A domineering voice reverberated in the main hall. Originally, with Yi Chen's speed, it would have taken him at least a month to return to Windy Nation. However, with the support of Long Bai's Zhenyuan, it only took him 5 days. "It's inconvenient for me to appear. You'll have to explain the matter with Su Jing." Several thousand li away from Sky Cloud Sect, Long Bai said to Yi Chun. Yi Chun nodded. "I know. Then, I'll take my leave first. I'll help you settle your dispute with Floating Mountain." As her voice faded, Long Bai turned around and flew off. "Many thanks." Yi Chun naturally knew that Long Bai was going to Floating Mountain. As long as Floating Mountain didn't give up on chasing after him, he would be in danger. This time he had killed 3 extreme astral reaching experts. Next, it would be Sea of Soul Realm experts chasing after him. The only ones who could stop Floating Mountain were Long Bai, and the Dragon God Celestial Palace behind her. Letting out a breath, Yi Chun gazed in the direction of Sky Cloud Sect's Cool Breeze Mountain, then circulated his Zhenyuan and shot over. Because Yi Chun didn't conceal his Zhenyuan fluctuations, Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer immediately sensed his return. "Yi Chun, come to my Cloud Dreamer Peak." Cloud Dreamer transmitted through the air. Cloud Dreamer Peak. Both Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer were present. "Yi Chun, you're back. I heard you were chased by 4 extreme astral reaching experts, and fell into the bewilderment fog forbidden zone. It gave us quite a fright." Thunder Freer faintly smiled. Yi Chun apologetically said, "I've let the 2 seniors worry." "Hee hee, it's good that you're back. Don't you think so, Cloud Dreamer?" "Of course." Yi Chun smiled. He could tell that the 2 seniors were truly concerned about him. It was not only because of his importance, but also because they considered him as a junior. "Seniors, there's something I need to discuss with you. Dragon God Celestial Palace Master, Dragon King, wishes to take Su Jing as his disciple." Dragon King wishes to take Su Jing as his disciple. Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer were aghast. "Yes. We don't have the final say in this matter. It's up to Su Jing to agree." Yi Chun nodded. The decision was in Su Jing's hands. Neither of them could make the decision. Chapter 388. Su Jing seemed to have long since known that Dragon King wanted to take her as a disciple. Therefore, when Yi Chen arrived at the Core Elder Hall and informed her of his purpose, she was not too surprised. She merely nodded and asked, "In the past half a year, news about you has been spreading everywhere. Are you all right?" Yi Chen smiled. "How could I be all right? On the other hand, you don't seem to care much about Dragon King taking you as a disciple." "Actually, I've talked to Dragon King." "You've met Dragon King?" Su Jing shook her head. "No, it was just a voice transmission. He said that if I want to know my background, I must come to Dragon God's Celestial Palace. In the whole world, perhaps only he knows my background. Moreover, he can't confirm it at the moment." Background. Hearing these words, Yi Chen became pensive. In all these years he indeed hadn't heard Su Jing talk about her family, and he hadn't asked about it either. It seemed that Su Jing's background was not simple. It had actually drawn Dragon King's attention. Only how did Dragon King notice it was too puzzling? "If I told you that my memories before the age of 10 were blank, would you believe me?" Su Jing suddenly said. Yi Chen was surprised. How was it possible to have a blank memory before he was 10 years old? Unless he had been injured in the head and lost all of his memories, or someone had erased all of them. Both of these possibilities were extremely small, and it was the key to the problem. "I only know that when I woke up, I had the appearance of a 10-year-old. I couldn't remember anything before, and I didn't even know who my parents were. Later on, my foster parents found me and brought me back to the Su family. As their foster daughter, I got the name Su Jing. Can you remember something now?" Su Jing muttered. "I can remember a little bit intermittently, but I can't link them together. Forget it. Since Senior Dragon King said that he might know something about my background, he'll know sooner or later, and I'll recover my memories." Yi Chen faintly nodded. Dragon King was one of the oldest kings of True Spirit Continent, so he must know a lot. Even Battle King couldn't compare. The next day, Dragon God's Celestial Palace's people arrived. There were 3 of them, led by a Sea of Soul Realm expert in his 30s. His eyes were sharp, and his pupils were vertical. They didn't look like human eyes, but more like those of a beast. Although he had restrained his aura, in Yi Chen's perception, his every movement seemed to raise a huge wave that wanted to drown Sky Cloud Sect. Terrifying indeed. However, he's still no match for Sect Master Long. Sect Master Long's aura seems to be shrouded in a dense fog, making it hard for one to see through him. Yi Chen shifted his gaze and looked at the 2 young men beside him. These 2 were a man and a woman. The man was about 24 or 25 years old, and the woman was also about the same age. Judging from their aura, they were clearly at the peak of late astral reaching realm. Moreover, their auras were extremely powerful. People with powerful auras didn't necessarily have powerful strength. It was just like the emperors in the secular world. Their strength might not be the highest, but as emperors, their auras were incomparably powerful. Those at the same level or stronger than them would be affected by their auras, unknowingly lowering their heads. Generally speaking, people with powerful auras were bound to have powerful souls and wills. Of course, it was also related to their environment. There was a good saying, "Better be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix." It was a kind of aura that was above others. 5th grade Dragon God Celestial Palace is indeed not a small matter. 2 random youngsters have auras that surpass Xikongsheng, and are not inferior to Snowy Hall's disciple Feng Yanro. Since Su Jing can become Dragon King's disciple, her future achievements are guaranteed. Sucking in a deep breath, Yi Chen went up to greet them. "I'm Supreme Elder Yi Chen of Sky Cloud Sect. And you are?" "You're Yi Chen?" The young man looked straight at Yi Chen. "That's right. Not bad. No wonder Senior Sister Long thinks so highly of you." The young man didn't mean to look down on Yi Chen, but his tone gave off an old-fashioned feeling. It seemed to have become a habit of his. Faintly, there was also the arrogance of an expert. "Don't mind him. He talks like this no matter who he talks to," the young woman beside him said. Yi Chen faintly smiled. "Don't worry, I won't fuss over it. We are both teachers' disciples. Our teacher's identity is the Honorable Dragon King of True Spirit Continent, the Palace Master of Dragon God Celestial Palace." This is my third senior brother Feng Hai. As for us too, because we haven't entered the Sea of Soul realm, we don't have a ranking. We are merely teachers' disciples. I'm Liang and he's Luo Jia. Liang introduced to Yi Chen. Senior brother Feng Hai, you don't mind me calling you like this, right? Although Yi Chen wasn't Dragon King's disciple, it didn't prevent him from calling this Sea of Soul realm expert senior brother. After all, Su Jing would become Dragon King's disciple in the future. And he and Su Jing were once disciples of the same generation. This Feng Hai, who was in his 30s but still had the appearance of a young man, faintly smiled. Of course I don't mind. Teacher once told me that your chances of entering the life and death realm are much higher than mine. I didn't believe it at first, but after seeing you in person, I believe it. I can hear a sword cry from your body, which is the sign of an extremely dense sword intent. Feng Hai himself was a swordsman, so he could sense the sword intent hidden deep within Yi Chen. However, since teacher doesn't intend to take you as a disciple, he must have his own plans. Here, as teacher's third disciple, I have to remind you that South Ridra region is only a very small region. The continent has 4 regions: Eastern region, Southern region, Western region, and Northern region. South Ridra region is only one of the 4 regions, and it is very small. Being able to stand out in South Ridra region is nothing. The geniuses outside are like the stars in the sky, countless. Every day, countless stars rise, and countless stars fall. If you want your star to blossom with a bright radiance, you will have a very long way to go. I, Feng Hai, have followed Master for dozens of years, and have met countless geniuses. Some of them even shock me, and they are very frightening. For example, in our southern region, there are a few young geniuses that even made teacher sigh in admiration. I believe you will meet them in the future. Therefore, don't slack off in the slightest and don't disappoint teacher. It wasn't hard to see that Feng Hai was extremely respectful towards Dragon King. Since Dragon King thought highly of Yi Chen, Feng Hai treated Yi Chen as someone close to him and earnestly advised him. Many thanks for senior brother Feng Hai's warning. Yi Chen will keep it in mind. Yi Chen could vaguely sense Feng Hai's sword Dao, which was as vast as the ocean. Oh right, senior brother Feng Hai, sect leader Long has already left for Floating Mountain. Is everything all right? Yi Chen suddenly asked. Feng Hai smiled. It's the second senior sister, right? She's fine. Back then, Prison King was indebted to Tsang Emperor. After his death, Prison King promised to help Sikong family with 3 matters. Now, Sikong Ba must have contacted Prison King's direct disciple. Unfortunately, among the 6 disciples of Prison King, only the eldest disciple can suppress the second senior sister. Moreover, Prison King knows about teacher's actions in South Ridra region. The direct disciple he sent is only there to coordinate and won't fight. So it's like that. Yi Chen faintly nodded. His eyes moved to Su Jing, who was behind Yi Chen, and Feng Hai said, "Is this the junior sister disciple? Apart from cultivation base, there seems to be something else." Su Jing said indifferently, "I specialize in strength." Specialize in strength? So that's how it is. Same as teacher. Feng Hai revealed a rather astonishing fact to Yi Chen. One of the oldest kings of True Spirit Continent, Dragon King, actually specialized in strength. The knowledge Battle King had imparted to him didn't mention this. It's getting late. Junior sister, follow us back to Dragon God's Celestial Palace. Feng Hai said. Su Jing glanced at Yi Chen. Yi Chen revealed a faint smile. Go. We'll meet again soon. That's not necessarily true. With teacher's guidance, our progress is not something you can imagine. If you don't redouble your efforts, you'll be eliminated. Luo Jie said indifferently. Junior brother Luo, consider your words carefully. Yi Chen, we'll take our leave first. Feng Hai waved his hand, and Sea of Soul Realm Zhen Yuan wrapped around Luo Jie, Liang, and Su Jing. Then, with 10 times the speed of sound, they disappeared into the horizon. Waiting until the 4 left, Cloud Dreamer said, "The direction is South Ridra sect. There should be a conveyor gate there. I should have thought of it long ago." Conveyor gate. Yi Chen wasn't a stranger to this term. He had experienced many conveyances himself, and was already used to this kind of spatial conveyance. However, constructing a conveyor gate was not a simple matter. The builder had to be a life and death king, and the conveyor gate's material had to be extremely sturdy, capable of withstanding the space's backlash. As for the energy, it was even more extraordinary. In the entire True Spirit continent, apart from Su King, who had once obtained an incomplete supreme-grade spirit vein, supreme-grade spirit stones were extremely precious to life and death kings. They couldn't be casually used to construct conveyor gates. Dragon King is indeed Dragon King. The aptitudes of those two young disciples are probably only comparable to you, Yi Chun. It's said that apart from the 5 Sea of Soul Realm disciples, Dragon King has a lot of astral-reaching disciples. I wonder what kind of geniuses Dragon God Celestial Palace has. Thunder Freer had a sad look on his face. Yi Chun smiled and asked, "Seniors, how has Sky Cloud Sect been developing these years?" "Thanks to you, the Sky Cloud Martial School is getting more and more prosperous. Within 10 years, we will have a huge batch of top-class Bing Yuan Realm Warriors and Astral-Reaching Realm Warriors." Talking about the development of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer were full of smiles. "That's good. I plan to go home, and then leave South Ridra region. I'll leave Sky Cloud Sect to you two seniors. Don't worry. You should be careful when you're outside alone." "I know." In Floating Mountain, a beam of light flew out. "Yi Chun, I've already given you a stable base. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourself." Long Bai said inwardly. Shwa. The beam of light flickered and soon disappeared. Floating Mountain Main Palace. I can see that Sikong Sheng's potential is very good, and it's not like he doesn't have the chance to enter the life and death realm. As for other irrelevant matters, it's best if you don't interfere, lest you bring trouble upon yourself and ruin Floating Mountain's 10,000 years of foundation. And this conveyor gate has 2 more uses. After those 2 uses, it will collapse on its own. Don't waste teacher's kindness carelessly. If there are 2 more uses, teacher won't care about you anymore. Taking a step forward, the youngster entered the conveyor gate's whirlpool. Waiting until the youngster left, Sikong Ba's face turned dejected as he ordered, "Send the order." From now on, Floating Mountain Sect and Yi Chen's grudges are written off. Don't provoke Sky Cloud Sect, Yi Family and South Ridra Sect. Violators will be killed without mercy. All of you step down. This result was completely out of Sikong Ba's expectations. The expert behind Yi Chen was actually Dragon King's second disciple, and also a direct descendant of Dragon King. Not to mention Floating Mountain Sect was only a 6th grade sect. Even a 5th grade sect with life and death kings couldn't compare to Dragon God Celestial Palace. Dragon King was one of the strongest kings under Su King, and also one of the oldest kings. Chapter 389. Before returning to the Yi family, Yi Chen had left behind a large amount of low-grade spirit stones and martial arts manuals. In the Battle of Bewilderment Fog Island, dozens of astral-reaching experts had died at his hands, including the island master. Their storage rings had all fallen into Yi Chen's hands, causing Yi Chen's low-grade spirit stones to surpass 10 million, reaching a colossal amount of 15 million. Just the black-robed island master alone had contributed more than 5 million low-grade spirit stones. From this, one could see how wealthy Yi Chen was. Low-grade spirit stones didn't have much use for Yi Chen. Astral-reaching experts basically wouldn't use low-grade spirit stones to cultivate, and the items that astral-reaching experts needed couldn't be bought with low-grade spirit stones. Only mid-grade spirit stones were what astral-reaching experts needed. Therefore, Yi Chen directly gave Sky Cloud Sect 8 million low-grade spirit stones. With enough low-grade spirit stones, the young generation of Sky Cloud Sect would have enough resources to charge into higher realms. In True Spirit Continent, talent and perception were important, but resources were equally important. Fortuitous encounters could be classified as resources to a certain extent. After this trip home, I'll be leaving South Ridra region for a long time. Take these spirit stones as a farewell gift. On the summit, Yi Chen tore through the air and left. Luo City, Yi family. In front of a lake that occupied dozens of acres, a figure stood there. Zzz. Lightning flickered in the figure's hand, sometimes transforming into a bear, sometimes into a leopard, and sometimes into a lion. When in bear form, a frightening power gathered, enough to split mountains. When in leopard form, the lightning became much more agile, unceasingly leaping about. When in lion form, the power was boosted by speed, doubling its lethality. It was like a combination of bear and leopard form. Although Thunder Beast transformation is a hammer art manual, it doesn't hinder me from comprehending it. Earth-grade top-rank manuals are indeed extraordinary. In a short period of time, I can only comprehend the third transformation with my perception. There's still a long way to go before I can comprehend the fourth transformation. I feel that I can find the opportunity to fuse the 8 styles of Sky Cloud sword arts from Thunder Beast transformation. It was indeed Yi Chun. It had been 3 days since he had returned from the Sky Cloud Martial School. Besides the family meeting that he had to attend on the first day, the second and third days had been quite relaxing. He had been chatting with his parents, playing with his 3-year-old brother and sister, and trying to learn the Thunder Beast transformation to prepare for the sky-shattering clouds. Right now, the power of sky-shattering clouds was almost the same as the 8th movement of Green Lotus sword arts. However, this was not its full potential. If he could fuse it into the 8th movement, its power would definitely not be any weaker than the unfinished 9th movement of Green Lotus sword arts. Fusing the 9th movement would make it a low-rank profound sword movement. Although it would be a low-rank profound sword movement created by the fusion, and not created by Yi Chun himself, there would not be any difference. They would all be his own profound sword movements, the ones that were most suitable for him. The 9th movement of Green Lotus sword arts does not need to be rushed. I feel that the sky-shattering clouds with the 8 movements will be created first. Fusing the sword movement sky-shattering clouds had consumed a lot of Yi Chun's energy and sweat, which made Yi Chun have a deep understanding of it. This was something that Green Lotus sword arts could not compete with. Wow! Such a beautiful lightning. Brother, how did you do it? A young voice was heard. With a strong sense of curiosity, Yi Chun turned around and saw 2 cute kids looking at the lightning in his hands. Their eyes were full of longing. Little Xian, little Xiao. A smile appeared on Yi Chun's face. The 2 kids were his younger brother and sister. The younger brother was called Yi Xian, and the younger sister was called Yi Xiao Xiao. Both of them were 3 years old this year, and were very lively and cute. Brother, teach me. The younger brother, Yi Xian, jumped and clapped his hands. Yi Xiaoxiao did not want to be outdone. Teach me too. Little guy, don't make it hard for your brother. Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing walked over. Father, mother. Yi Chun let go of the lightning and picked up Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao. You can only learn when you grow up. Why can't I learn when I grow up? Yi Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes and asked back. Because it is not the time for you to train yet. Your brother, I have also started training when I was 10 years old. For now you just need to play. Looking at his younger brother and sister, Yi Chun recalled the time when he was young. At that time, he had asked his father and mother the same question. Clearing his throat, Yi Tianhao said, Chun as your father, I originally did not want to be an obstacle to you. However, in this half a year, I heard that you were being chased by 4 extreme astral-reaching experts and were forced into the bewilderment fog forbidden zone. Your mother and I were very sad. This time, you want to leave South Ridra region and roam the continent. There will be many dangers along the way. What I want to know is, do you really have to leave South Ridra region? Perhaps, even in South Ridra region, you can become a peak existence. Shen Yuqing did not say anything, but from her eyes, one could tell that the 2 had the same opinion. Yi Chun glanced at the 2 and shook his head. Father, mother, do you know how big True Spirit Continent is? Yi Tianhao was a bit confused, not knowing what Yi Chun was trying to say. Adding them all up, there would be more than 35 of them. However, in every 100 years, there would not be more than 10 life and death realm warriors. Every 100 years, there would be dozens of young warriors. With so many geniuses, and less than 10 of them being able to become life and death realm warriors, it is not hard to imagine how intense the competition would be. Therefore, in a peaceful environment, one would eventually be overshadowed. If you do not try to improve, you would be surpassed by others. If you do not improve, It would mean that you are regressing. This world was never created for one person. If you want to reach the top, you can only rely on yourself. Yes, I am. But I do not know how many young warriors would be born in this world. My generation would only take up 5 or 10 years of the time. In 100 years, there would be dozens of young warriors. With so many geniuses, and less than 10 of them being able to become life and death realm warriors, it is not hard to imagine how intense the competition would be. Therefore, in a peaceful environment, one would eventually be overshadowed. If you do not try to improve, you would be surpassed by others. If you do not improve, it would mean that you are regressing. This world was never created for one person. Yi Chen had never thought that he would become the main character of this world just because his soul had crossed over. Thinking back to the past, he had worked extra hard for every step he had taken. If he had thought that he would become the main character, and did not strive to improve, then he would only be here as a visitor. He did not want his life to stop here and waste it. He wanted to use his own hands to reach the peak one after another. He wanted to understand all the mysteries of true spirit continent, know the whole universe. Feeling Yi Chen's determination and will, Yi Tianhao smiled bitterly. He did not try to convince Yi Chen but was convinced by him. The determination to become a powerful warrior was not something that could be easily changed. Without any reason, Yi Tianhao suddenly felt a strong sense of pride. He, Yi Tianhao, was only the leader of the Yi family, one of the 8 great families of Windy Nation. He was nothing in Windy Nation, and even less in South Ridra region. Compared to the whole true spirit continent, he was no different from an ant. But what did it matter? He had a son who had a great ambition. A son who, in his opinion, could shake the whole true spirit continent in the future. People always said that like father, like son, his son was a real dragon. After chatting for a while, Shen Yuqing wanted to take Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao away, so that they would not disturb Yi Chen. Yi Chen laughed. You guys go ahead. I will take care of them. A few days of cultivation won't make a difference. And Big Brother will leave in a few days. Xiao Xiao wants to stay with Big Brother for a while longer. Yi Xiaoxiao hugged Yi Chen's neck. Shen Yuqing and Yi Tianhao smiled helplessly. Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao had not seen Yi Chen for 3 years, but they did not feel a sense of unfamiliarity. Instead, they were very close. Waiting until the two left, Yi Chen gave up on his cultivation and enjoyed the rare moment of relaxation. Do you guys want to fly? Yes. Alright, come one by one. Big Brother promises that you can fly by yourself. Just as the 3 were having fun, the space above the lake cracked open, as if a transparent mirror had been torn apart. At the same time, a kind-looking old man walked out. You are Senior Dragon King. Yi Chen recognized the old man. He was precisely one of the oldest kings of True Spirit Continent, the Dragon King. Battle King had an impression of him. The Dragon King walked up to Yi Chen and caressed Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao's heads. These are your brothers and sisters. They are very cute. I thank Senior Dragon King for his praise. Retracting his palm, the Dragon King turned his attention to Yi Chen and nodded satisfactorily. Your appearance can be said to be an anomaly. I and Xianhou speculated that it would take a long time for South Ridra region to rise. However, you have broken this rule. The entire South Ridra region has begun to rise because of you. Its luck is also condensing. Although it is very, very weak, I can feel it. Anomaly? Yi Chen thought inwardly. He was indeed an anomaly. Who could have known that he came from another world? Even life and death kings were not omniscient. All of a sudden, the Dragon King pointed his finger at Yi Chen's forehead. An indescribable power poured into his sea of soul, but Yi Chen did not have any reaction. Retracting his finger, the Dragon King said with a stern face, I came this time to give you a protective talisman. Yi Chen put down his brother and sister and touched his forehead. In his sea of soul, a bright radiance of will was floating below the sword spirit embryo. It did not occupy a dominant position, and seemed to be just a bystander, not under Yi Chen's control, nor could he sense its might. Giving protective talismans to geniuses with potential is very common. I am not the only one doing this. Therefore, don't think that you are getting preferential treatment. This protective talisman of mine is a strand of will. This strand of wool can only be used by you when you are close to death. Once it is used up, it will be gone. In other words, it can save your life and give you a chance to start over. However, don't be careless. There are many geniuses with protective talismans. When you kill them until they are close to death, it will arouse their deep wills. Because this will is not yours, it can only passively defend. Of course, the defense will be raised to a frightening level. The might of a living king's will is beyond your imagination. Many thanks, Senior Dragon King. Yi Chen was not overly hot-blooded. Among the same generation, he was not afraid of anyone. However, there was the possibility of Sea of Soul Realm experts chasing after him. At that time, the Dragon King's will would be his protective talisman. Having seen the will statue, he clearly knew how frightening a king's will was. Although the Dragon King's will could only passively defend, and could not amplify his offense, it was enough. No need to thank me. In the future, perhaps I will need your help. Leaving behind these words, the Dragon King took a step back. As he did so, the space split open, revealing the pitch-black interior. The Dragon King's figure disappeared inside, and the space closed up again. Grandpa is so powerful. He disappeared so quickly. Yi Xian raised his head and said. Yi Chen caressed his head. Big brother will show you in the future. Chapter 390. After staying in the Yi family for 7 days, on the 8th day, Yi Chen set off. Just like Sky Cloud Martial School, Yi Chen also gave the Yi family a large amount of low-grade spirit stones and martial skills. However, the amount was a bit less, since the Yi family's population was small, and their demand could not be compared to Sky Cloud Martial School. Moreover, with the existence of Yi Chen, the relationship between the Yi family and Sky Cloud Martial School could be said to be quite close. As long as the disciples of the Yi family were not too lacking in talent, entering Sky Cloud Martial School would not be a problem at all. In Sky Cloud Martial School, they could also learn a lot of martial skills and receive more comprehensive training. Leaving South Ridra region, the Star Regional Lake was the only way. It had a circumference of several million li, and could be ranked in the top few among all the lakes in the True Spirit continent. Blood Demon Battlefield, Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone, and other dangerous places were only at the edge of the Star Regional Lake, far from the core. The Blue Mountain Island should be in front, just like the map. Unknowingly, a month had passed, and Yi Chen gradually entered the depths of the Star Regional Lake. Above the Star Regional Lake, there were countless islands. The small ones were only a few li in circumference, while the big ones were tens of thousands of li in circumference. Most of the islands did not have any life, and only a few were inhabited by demonic beasts. Of course, there were also islands inhabited by humans. The island in front of him was 10,000 li in circumference. According to the Star Regional Lakes map, this island was called Blue Mountain Island. There was a small country established on it, with a population of over 100 million. Shwa, 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 shwa. A large number of martial artists left the Blue Mountain Island, and another large number of martial artists flew over. It was a scene of prosperity. Turning into a beam of light, Yi Chen landed in a city at the edge of the Blue Mountain Island. Walking on the street, watching the martial artists coming and going, Yi Chen thought to himself, this is indeed the True Spirit continent. The population is unimaginable. Even a relatively large island has more than 100 million people. This city must have at least a few million people. The nation built on the Blue Mountain Island was called the Blue Mountain Nation. Don't look down on the Blue Mountain Nation. Although the population of the Windy Nation was 10 times more than the Blue Mountain Nation, the high-level martial artists were not even worth mentioning. The royal family of the Blue Mountain Nation had thousands of astral-reaching experts. More importantly, the Blue Mountain Nation had 5 Sea of Soul Realm experts. With these 5 Sea of Soul Realm experts, the Blue Mountain Island could be called a tyrant in this boundless Star Regional Lake. Anyone under the life and death realm would have to think twice before making trouble. The number 3 Clasping Yuan Challenge Tournament is about to begin. Let's go check it out. Hee, of course, we have to go check it out. Why did we come to this Blue Mountain Island? Isn't it because there are all kinds of ancient ruins around the island? If we are lucky, we might be able to find some spirit plants and weapons. If we are unlucky, we might still be able to see the world. Apart from that, the Blue Mountain Island Challenge Tournament is one of the best. A lot of martial artists from the South Ridra region, Thunder region, Wavy Cloud region, and Misty Snow region have gathered here. On the street, the martial artists were discussing among themselves. Ancient Ruins Clasping Yuan Challenge Tournament. Yichen revealed a smile. It was not without reason that he had chosen the Blue Mountain Island as his first stop. There was nothing special about this island, but the surroundings of the island were extremely special. Within 100,000 li radius, there were a lot of ancient ruins. Some were out in the open and could be seen from the sky, while some were in the depths of the lake, which could only be sensed after diving 10,000 meters deep. Because of the vastness of the Star Regional Lake, the bottom of the lake was not always calm. Instead, it was filled with turbulent undercurrents, which made it extremely easy to lose one's sense of direction. If it was easy to find, it meant that the treasures inside the ruins were all gone. If it was hard to find, it meant that there was still some profit to be made. Like a rolling snowball, more and more people arrived at the Blue Mountain Island. There were people from the South Ridra region, Thunder region, Wavy Cloud region, and even the Big Misty Snow region. The ancient ruins were an attraction, and the Blue Mountain Island Challenge Tournament was not any less attractive than the ancient ruins. Every region seemed to have their own challenges, and they were even more formal than the Blue Mountain Island Challenge Tournament. But which region would have a lot of martial artists? The distance between regions was too far, and very few martial artists would go to other regions. On the other hand, the Blue Mountain Island was located in the center of the Star Regional Lake, which was almost the same distance from the other regions. It was like the center of the lake, and people from different regions were willing to come here. Not only could they observe the power and martial skills of the other regions, they could also explore the ancient ruins. It was like a dream island. Exploring the ancient ruins is not urgent. I should first figure out the distribution of the ancient ruins, as well as the specific location of some hidden ancient ruins. Moving blindly will only result in half the effort. However, this challenge tournament is indeed quite attractive. Up until now, I have not seen many martial artists from other regions. Although there are some in the Bewilderment Fog Island, they are not that powerful. Since the Blue Mountain Island can attract so many martial artists from other regions, it is naturally much better than the Bewilderment Fog Island. Stopping at the entrance of a restaurant, Yichen walked in. Taking a hot bath and eating a sumptuous meal, Yichen spent a total of 5 low-grade spirit stones. Perhaps in the secular world 5 low-grade spirit stones were very expensive, but for martial artists, it was not worth mentioning. After giving the Sky Cloud School 8 million low-grade spirit stones, and the Yi family 5 million, Yichen still had more than 2 million low-grade spirit stones. These 2 million low-grade spirit stones did not have much use, and could be used in daily life. As for the mid-grade spirit stones Yichen had, it was also a huge number, more than 1 million. If converted to low-grade spirit stones, it would be more than 50 million. Of course, no astral-reaching expert would be stupid enough to exchange mid-grade spirit stones for low-grade spirit stones. There were 18 cities in the Blue Mountain Island, 3 of which were large cities, and 15 of which were medium cities. The city Yichen was in was called the Bluebird City. There was an antique street in the city, which didn't sell anything but antiques found in ancient ruins. The value of the antiques depended on the customer's taste. They might spend a lot of money and get a piece of trash, or they might spend a small amount of money and get a priceless treasure. The antique street was very long, and there was an endless stream of martial artists. On both sides of the street, apart from the simple and unadorned shops, there were even more stalls of different sizes. Behind each stall sat a martial artist. None of these martial artists had reached the astral reaching realm, and were all at the clasping yuan realm. Occasionally, there would be a few condensing reality martial artists. They were either bargaining with the customers, or closing their eyes to rest, waiting for the arrival of the customers. The atmosphere was quite lively. In the medium cities, martial artists below the astral reaching realm can set up stalls as they please. In the large cities, only martial artists above the astral reaching realm and above are allowed to set up stalls. However, this doesn't mean that there are no good items in the medium cities. On this antique street, there are quite a lot of astral-reaching experts. I guess they are also looking for some treasures to take back. Faintly smiling, Yi-Chen followed the crowd and entered the antique street. Strolling on the slightly crowded antique street, Yi-Chen's soul power never stopped scanning. The antiques on the stalls could indeed be called antiques, since the whole Blue Mountain Island was located in the Star Regional Lake, and the ancient ruins were also on the lake. These antiques had more or less been eroded by the lake water. Some of them were quite waterproof, and one could tell their shape and usage. Some of them were full of holes and rust, and one couldn't even tell what they were. Even so, the martial artists who came to the antique street were still in high spirits. Yi-Chen even saw two clasping yuan martial artists quarreling over a piece of broken jade. There's actually a yuan light ball. Yi-Chen's soul power was extremely sensitive. Any antique that had yuan qi vibration could not hide from him at all. With a slight scan, it was imprinted into his mind. Yi-Chen had seen a yuan light ball twice in total. The first time was given to him by Yi Hai, and he had used it in the 100,000 mountain range. The second time was with Luo Hanshan. Back then, they were being chased by the ghost corpse man, and Luo Hanshan had no choice but to use the yuan light ball to block a powerful attack launched by a powerful martial artist, which saved him from death. Perhaps the yuan light ball was completely useless to the current Yi-Chen, but Yi-Chen would never forget that it was the yuan light ball that had saved his life. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the mother vines on the edge of the mountain. Crushing a yuan light ball would be more than enough to block a full power attack from any clasping yuan realm martial artist. The defensive light shield formed by the yuan light ball was so powerful that even the mother vines could not break it with only one attack. If a clasping yuan realm martial artist had this yuan light ball, it would be equal to having an extra life. During a battle, if the yuan light ball was crushed, the defensive power of the martial artist would be greatly improved, and he would be able to easily chase after his opponent. I want this yuan light ball, 3,000 low-rank soul stones. I will pay 4,000. As Yi-Chen had expected, once the crowd saw the yuan light ball, they immediately started bidding for it. Shaking his head, Yi-Chen kept walking. When he was about to reach the end of the street, Yi-Chen abruptly stopped. "Excuse me, what is this?" Picking up a red-colored, yellow-tinged wooden rooster from the stall on the left, Yi-Chen asked. He smiled and said, "This is a puppet chicken. 5,000 years ago, there was a rank 5 martial institution called the Puppet Martial School. All of their disciples knew how to make puppet mechanisms. This puppet chicken is one of the unranked ones. Don't underestimate it, it is unimaginably exquisite. Just put a low-rank soul stone, and it will be able to walk on its own and eat the pests on the plants. Young warrior, if you have your own herb garden, it would definitely be worth it. How about 3,000 low-rank soul stones?" Puppet Martial School. I have heard of it. The wooden puppet in the Sky Cloud Martial School was indeed the work of the Puppet Martial School, which was a rank 5 martial school 5,000 years ago. It was not hard to imagine how powerful it was. There were many life and death realm warriors in the martial school. However, this puppet chicken in front of Yi-Chen was obviously not made by a life and death realm warrior. It should be the work of an inner disciple. This puppet chicken was extremely lifelike and had a hard exterior. Its eyeballs were 2 yellow gems, and there was a layer of black inside. As for its pest-killing function, it was indeed useful. One could naturally raise chickens in the herb garden, but one could not guarantee that they would not eat any herbs other than pests. I will buy it. Yi-Chen did not really want it to kill pests. It was purely a personal preference, since the products of the Puppet Martial School were too rare. Right at this moment, a clear voice was heard. I will pay 5,000 low-rank soul stones. Give me the puppet chicken. A fragrant breeze blew past, and a young lady walked to the front of the stall. She was about 23 or 24 years old, with a petite body and a pretty face. However, there was a hint of arrogance in between her brows, which told Yi-Chen that she was definitely not a virtuous person. Miss, this puppet chicken. The old man was a bit tempted. 5,000 low-rank soul stones was a huge amount for him. He wanted to sell this puppet chicken for a high price, But after a couple of days, a lot of people thought that the price was too high. After all, the puppet chicken did not have any use for cultivation, and it was only for collection. Almost all clasping Yuan realm warriors would not spend 3,000 low-rank soul stones on a puppet chicken. With so many low-rank soul stones, they might as well buy some pellets. Tempted was indeed tempted, but he was very wary of Yi Chun, because he could not see through Yi Chun's cultivation at all. Going back on one's word was a big taboo among warriors, and it was hard to guarantee that the opponent would not hold a grudge against you. All the big cities of the Blue Mountain Island did not allow reckless fights. Once outside the cities, it would be a lawless zone. Greed is not a good thing. Here are 20,000 low-rank soul stones. Take them, I will take the puppet chicken. Yi Chun ignored the young lady. Chapter 391. Hey, how much is the puppet chicken? Give me a price. I can still afford 100,000 or 200,000. Wrinkling her pretty nose, the young woman called out to Yi Chun. Yi Chun left without turning his head back, saying indifferently, "Sorry, I only want this puppet chicken. You're too difficult to talk to. How about this? I'll give you 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and you give me the puppet chicken." It was easy to see that she was very fond of the puppet chicken. 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones could buy a mid-grade artifact. Ordinary astral-reaching experts would definitely be unable to resist this temptation. Of course, she was not a spendthrift either. It was just that the puppet mechanism spell had almost been lost in the true spirit continent, so it was hard to find any puppet products in the market. A lot of things were obviously useless, but the rarer they were, the more valuable they were, and the same applied to puppet products. Not for sale. Yi Chun threw out 2 words. Infuriating. The young woman hatefully glared at Yi Chun's back. If not for Bluebird City forbidding brawls, and if not for Yi Chun's cultivation base not being weak, she would have long since taught him a lesson. How could she tolerate his arrogance? Humph. Senior Sister Feng said that Blue Mountain Island has many strange things. It's indeed so. Unfortunately, her interest was ruined by him. "Miss, do you want to look at other antiques? I'll give you a discount." The old man had heard the conversation between the two. Knowing that the young woman was rich and overbearing, he said with a smile, "Even if you give it to me, I wouldn't want it." A fragrant wind drifted in the air. The young woman's figure was like a wisp of cold air, shuttling through the crowd. Her frightening agility technique made some astral-reaching experts on Antique Street turn pale with fright. Outside the city, grass grew on both sides of the road. Yi Chun took out the puppet chicken, found the switch for spirit stones, and inserted a low-grade spirit stone. The puppet chicken's gem-like eyes swiveled around, and the hard feathers on its body began to tremble before arranging themselves in an orderly fashion. At the same time, the feathers on the puppet chicken's neck began to spread open, and it threw its head back to let loose a cry. Perhaps this was due to the refraction of sunlight, or perhaps it was due to the vital energy contained within its body, but the feathers on the puppet chicken's body seemed to have become softer than before, and they began to emit a dazzling light. Unbelievable. It looks exactly like a real rooster. At first glance, I would have thought it was a live chicken. Although the true spirit continent was a bit primitive in some aspects, it was also much more advanced than the world that I came from. No, with his 20 years of experience in that world, the puppet chicken's technology had already surpassed his imagination. But it makes sense. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets everything in the world. Science is only one of the many paths in the world. And when you reach the extreme, you will reach the same destination. It does not have any superiority over the other paths. While pacing, the puppet chicken sensed a bug in the grass beside it. It walked over and pecked it to death. After a cup of tea's worth of time, the puppet chicken suddenly stopped moving. Low-rank spirit stones indeed can't support it for too long. This is still because the puppet chicken has a supply of spirit stones, and the exquisite parts inside its body can automatically absorb the natural yuan qi. Otherwise, it would have used up all of its energy in half a cup of tea's worth of time. Taking out the wasted low-rank spirit stone, Yi Chun inserted a mid-rank spirit stone into it. The puppet chicken started to move again, and the colors on its body became brighter and brighter. Its bean-sized gem-like eyes flickered from time to time, looking extremely spirited. If I bring it to that world, even the word priceless wouldn't be enough to describe it. It would be a miraculous treasure, a miracle. Putting away the puppet chicken, Yi-Chen sighed inwardly and flew toward a big city in the center of the Blue Mountain Island. Brothers, another fat sheep has come. Let's kill him and take his storage ring. In this world, there would always be some people who didn't like to work and liked to rob others to replenish themselves. The big cities of the Blue Mountain Island didn't allow wantonly fighting. Outside the cities, there were many bandits hiding in the depths of the mountains, waiting for the fat sheep to come knocking. Yi-Chen's cultivation base was at late astral reaching realm. Perhaps in some small countries of the South Ridra region, he would be considered a powerful expert, and no one would dare to touch him. However, this was the Blue Mountain Island, where there were countless martial artists from different regions. Late astral reaching realm experts could be seen everywhere, so it was not a big deal at all. Dozens of people rushed out from the hidden area, and all of them had a cultivation base of late astral reaching realm. 1/3 of them had a cultivation base of peak late astral reaching realm. Unfortunately, they had chosen the wrong target. Without reducing his speed, Yi-Chen pulled out the destruction sword. The sword light flickered and soared into the sky. Yi-Chen flashed through the crowd's encirclement. He was so fast that the eyes couldn't even blink, and the sword light couldn't even disappear. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Blood splashed everywhere as dozens of people were killed in one sword strike. Holding their necks, they fell down, their eyes filled with disbelief. 13 people killed in one sword strike. Such a fast sword strike. When did another top sword artist come to the Blue Mountain Island? Too frightening. There were a lot of astral reaching realm experts passing by, but they were basically all in groups, so as to not become fat sheep and die on the spot. Interesting. Perhaps he is going to participate in the Astral Reaching Challenge tournament. If he were to participate in the Astral Reaching Challenge tournament, he would definitely have the confidence to win 10 in a row. And 20 in a row is also possible. 30 in a row and above would not be that easy. Yeah, after 20 in a row, his moves and habits would be completely understood. Another expert of the same level would be enough to beat him. Moreover, the Blue Mountain Island would not sit and watch one person win in a row. They would definitely send experts to stop him. There are only 24 people in the Blue Mountain Island with 50 in a row in the past 10 years, and only one with 100 in a row. How many powerful experts have not been able to go through 50 battles? After all, in the challenge tournament, one can't wear a defensive artifact, and the weapons in their hands have to be Blue Mountain Island's standard weapons. If one wants to win, one can only rely on one's cultivation base and martial arts. However, the Blue Mountain City has recently produced a super character with 50 in a row. I heard that it is the head disciple of the Cloud Billow region's mysterious moon pavilion, Chu Zhongyue. His martial arts are very special, and ordinary people would not be able to see through it. His habits are also ever-changing. The people who have lost to him thought that they had seen through his moves, but when it comes to the real battle, not a single one of them is not confused. Blue Mountain City's Feng Yanro has also won 40 in a row. 50 in a row is not far away. Feng Yanro. Could it be the second disciple of the Misty Snow region's Snowy Palace, the snowy sword artist Feng Yanro? Indeed. It's getting more and more interesting. Feng Yanro can absolutely be ranked in the top 5 of the young generation of the Misty Snow region, maybe even top 3. And after 50 in a row, every 9 battles, the 10th battle will be against another 50 in a row warrior. The winner can continue, and the loser will have to stop. My heart is itching. Let's go take a look. Hearing these people's conversation, the corner of Yi-Chen's mouth hooked into a smile. The astral reaching tournament in the Blue Mountain Island was indeed challenging. There were no defensive artifacts, and all the attacking weapons were standard weapons of the Blue Mountain Island. In this way, a portion of the extreme astral reaching experts would also drop a level. After all, the basic requirement to become an extreme astral reaching expert was having a mid-grade defensive artifact and mid-grade offensive artifact. Without these two, one's battle power would naturally drop. Of course, the powerful extreme astral reaching experts would still be powerful without their mid-grade artifacts, and would be comparable to ordinary extreme astral reaching experts. As for winning in a row, of course, it would not be that easy. Not to mention the fact that the more times one participated in the tournament, the more one's moves and habits would be known by others. Moreover, after a long battle, one would inevitably lose the vigor they had at the beginning, and would become more and more tired. At this point, an expert of the same level would be able to end one's winning streak. Even if one passed this stage, the following experts would be even more powerful. Nobody was an idiot. Knowing full well that they were not your opponent, why would they go up? Only those who were confident would go up. After defeating one, the next one would be even more powerful. The Blue Mountain Island would also send out powerful experts to stop them. If it was really not possible, then after 50 battles, the other two cities' 50-win streak experts would also fight with you, exposing more of your hidden strength and preparing for the next one. In the past 10 years, only one person has maintained a 100-win streak record. I reckon that person has an overwhelming strength. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. The Blue Mountain Island had 3 big cities with a population of more than 10 million. They were the Blue Mountain City, the Blue Crest City, and the Blue Water City. The one Yichen came to was the Blue Water City. The Blue Water City was huge, and the city gate was 100 meters tall. There were at least 10 million permanent residents inside. Adding the floating population, it would be 15 million for sure. On the main road, which was wide enough for 32 horses to walk side by side, warriors were coming and going like a black flood. Judging from the degree of prosperity, it was even more prosperous than the martial city of the Black Dragon Empire in the South Ridra region. It was not hard to imagine how popular the Blue Mountain Island was. Without asking for directions, Yichen followed the crowd and arrived at the east side of the city. There were no random buildings there, only a huge battling field. It was hundreds of miles in radius, surrounded by a high wall. The guards outside the wall were fully armed, looking very serious. There were a lot of entrances to the battling field. Yichen arrived at one of them. On the side of the entrance, there was an announcement board, on which was written, "Entrance fee is 50 mid-rank spirit stones or 5,000 low-rank spirit stones. Please enter after applying for a VIP tag. Troublemakers will be killed without mercy." Low-rank spirit stones are indeed not worth much. The exchange rate with mid-rank spirit stones is 100 to 1. Clasping Yuan Realm warriors would run out of money after seeing it a few times. Although Yichen had a lot of low-rank spirit stones, there was no need to be so stingy with mid-rank spirit stones. He was an astral-reaching realm warrior, and using low-rank spirit stones to pay the entrance fee was too stingy. After paying the 50 mid-rank spirit stones, Yichen followed the entrance and entered the battling field. As far as the eye could see, the spectator seats were filled with people. The noise was so loud that it reached the sky and was deafening. Yichen arrived neither too late nor too early. The seats in the front were all filled, but there were still some seats in the middle. Finding a seat and sitting down, he looked around. Most of the people here were astral-reaching realm warriors. There were only a few clasping Yuan realm warriors. And in the middle, below the spectator seats, 2 astral-reaching realm warriors were fighting fiercely. Magnificent Zhen Yuan ripples were leaking out from time to time. Lu Zhendong has won. Which hero will go up next? If you can win against Lu Zhendong, not only will you get 1,000 mid-rank spirit stones, you will also end his winning streak. This is a good opportunity to become famous. If you can win 10 times in a row, our Blue Mountain Nation will award you a 10 times in a row token. You will get a 5% discount anywhere in the Blue Mountain Island. If you win 20 times in a row, you will get 10%, 15%, 20%, and 50%. Besides the necessary mid-rank spirit stones, you will also get 500 upper-rank spirit stones as a reward. On the battling field, a black-robed old man said with a loud voice. Chapter 392. Damn it, this Lu Zhendong is not that strong. I will go and fight him. The sturdy middle-aged man next to Yichen stood up and flew to the battling platform. Contestants who had won less than 10 battles in a row had to pay an entrance fee, but it was not much, 500 mid-rank soul stones per battle. The first battle would be 1,000 mid-rank soul stones, the second battle would be 2,000, the third battle would be 3,000, and so on. After 10 battles in a row, there would be no need to pay an entrance fee. You are not my opponent. Get down. Lu Zhendong was a blade artist. He had already won 9 battles in a row, and was 1 battle away from 10. The sturdy middle-aged man held the Blue Mountain Island's standard iron hammer and snorted. If you want to beat me, you will have to ask the iron hammer in my hand first. Chin. What answered him was a blade light that was as fast as lightning. The blade light was like a phantom as it cut through the air and hit the iron hammer in the sturdy middle-aged man's hand. This blade attack was unbelievably fast, using qi to control the blade. He is an expert. Yi Chen saw through Lu Zhendong's attack with one glance. There were countless weapons in the world, and each had its own way of using them. However, all of them had the same origin. There were 3 realms of using the sword. Using the body to control the sword, using qi to control the sword, and using the intent to control the sword. The body referred to the body and the strength of the body. Everyone knew this realm, but there were not many people who were good at it. Some people wasted a lot of energy, but the speed of the sword was not ideal. Some people could easily make the speed of the sword reach a horrifying level. This was the gap between the techniques, and it needed to be tempered in order to improve. Using qi to control the sword was much better than using the body to control the sword. The body did not move, but the qi was already out. This qi was the energy inside the warrior's body. Although many people had high cultivation, they might not have mastered the technique of using qi to control the sword. Using Zhen Yuan in the palm, and then using the sword was not called using qi to control the sword, but it was at most an enhanced version of using the body to control the sword. This was because the main idea of using qi to control the sword was to use qi as the main force, and the body as the support. The strength of the body was used as a support. Finally, he used his will to control the sword. This will was the will. The will was formless, and because it was formless, the speed of the sword could reach an unfathomable level. Once the sword was unleashed, no one could block it. Currently, Yi Chen had only reached the level of using qi to control swords. At most, he had his own insights in using qi to control swords, and he was considered one of the best. As for using one's will to control the sword, it was too difficult. It was not something that could be achieved with the will of the sword. Otherwise, a swordsman who had comprehended the will of the sword would be a top-notch expert. Blazing sparks splashed in all directions. The sturdy middle-aged man's iron hammer didn't even have time to attack before it was struck by the long saber and flew out of his hand. Lu Zhendong has won 10 times in a row. Congratulations on the birth of another strong person with 10 wins in a row. Congratulations to him for stepping down now. Tomorrow, he will continue to create glory. The black-robed old man shouted. The rule of the arena tournament was that one could only win 10 matches in a day. If one wanted to continue fighting, they would have to wait until the next day. If one did not have a 10-match winning streak, it did not matter how many times one participated in the tournament, as long as one did not win 10 matches in a row. Of course, if one insisted on participating, it was not impossible, but it would not be counted into the winning streak, and the rewards would be recalculated. Roar. Lu Zhendong roared into the sky. He himself was a bit excited. After winning 10 matches in a row, besides the 500 mid-rank soul stones that he would have to pay for each battle, he would also be able to earn 50,000 mid-rank soul stones, which was not a small amount. It was equivalent to all of a normal astral-reaching realm warrior's wealth. If he could continue to win, the rewards would only get more and more, and it would be even faster than robbing. Unlucky. The sturdy middle-aged man returned to his seat next to Yi Chen, and mumbled to himself. Yi Chen chuckled. The middle-aged man's power was not bad. If it were some other opponent, he might be able to win a couple more battles, and earning some mid-rank soul stones would not be a problem. Who else wants to go up? Also, the friend who maintained a 10-match winning streak yesterday should go up as well. If one day is broken, the winning streak will be invalid. Me. Just as the black-robed elder finished his sentence, A middle-aged man with short hair flew onto the stage. Alright, Yin Hanlai is going up. He was the warrior with 10 wins in a row yesterday, and his highest record was 10 wins in a row. I wonder if he can reach 20 wins in a row today. Let's wait and see. Right now, we are waiting for the challenger to come up. If you can beat him, you will be the new champion. Phew. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen stood up. It was time to loosen up. He did not come to Blue Mountain Island for sightseeing. The rewards of the challenge tournament were also very tempting. Little brother, you want to challenge Yin Hanlai? The sturdy middle-aged man looked surprised and said, although he is only a warrior with 10 wins in a row, he is very powerful among those who have 10 wins in a row. His frigid wave fist is enough to freeze his opponent's chi and blood. It's better to wait for him to come down and replace him with a weaker opponent. No need, it's him. Stretching his body, Yi Chen landed on the vast arena. Young people are full of vigor, but they also need to be brave and smart. The sturdy middle-aged man shook his head. In the VIP room in the front row, the eyes of a beautiful young lady brightened. She pulled the corner of the clothes of the beautiful lady beside her and said, Senior Sister Feng, it's him who stole my chicken puppet. I'm so angry. I didn't expect him to come up and compete again. The beautiful lady was wearing a snow-white dress. Her hair was like a waterfall, and her eyes were like stars. There was a snowflake pattern on her forehead, making her look holy and beautiful. Who else could it be but Feng Yanrou? Seeing Yi Chen appear, she was somewhat surprised and said, Qingzhu, stop messing around. 2 months ago, he was the one who helped me kill Gao Qianhe. Impossible. Him. Don't look down on him. His strength should not be below mine. Humph, that Gao Qianhe was badly wounded by senior sister. He is just picking up the loose ends. I want to see how strong he is. Qingzhu didn't speak anymore and stared at Yi Chen's figure. On the vast arena, Yin Hanlai and Yi Chen stood opposite each other. The arena was 2 li in both width and length, and was surrounded by empty ground. It occupied an even wider area, reaching dozens of li. The aftermath of the battle between astral-reaching experts would find it hard to cross dozens of li and injure the spectators. Who are you? Tell me your name. Yin Hanlai, who was wearing Blue Mountain Island's standard gauntlet, said in a loud voice. Yi Chen. Yi Chen's tone was indifferent. His right hand was caressing the sturdy longsword. The longsword wasn't an artifact, but its toughness was comparable to a low-grade artifact. It could bear the Zhen Yuan of an astral-reaching expert. Alright Yi Chen, I'll send you off the arena. Yin Hanlai was extremely confident. His right foot cracked the arena, and with a dive, he appeared in front of Yi Chen. His right fist, wreathed in icy cold qi, directly punched out. The powerful Zhen Yuan ripple caused the natural Yuan qi to change, as if an extremely cold tide was rushing over. Ting. The sword sound was heard, and the sword light dazzled Yin Hanlai's eyes. The next second, Yi Chen's sword was already less than an inch away from Yin Hanlai's throat. You have lost. The long sword shone brightly, and the icy cold qi was torn apart before it could even get close. How is this possible? I didn't even see how he attacked. Yin Hanlai's eyes were wide open. In the audience seating, a group of people who had seen Yi Chen attack before blurted out. It is him. He killed 13 people with 1 sword attack. He is indeed powerful. Today's 10 wins in a row must be his. Killing 13 people with 1 sword attack. Is that true? Some people didn't believe it. Keep watching and you will know. On the arena, the old man in black walked over with a smile. This young warrior's sword is so fast. He defeated Yin Hanlai, who won 10 wins in a row yesterday. Such power is admirable. Right now he is the host of this arena. Is there anyone who wants to challenge him? Of course, if you don't think he has the power, I won't force you. The old man in black was good at stirring up people's emotions. Although Yi Chen's sword was fast, because he didn't use his full power, it was still within the range of what most people could handle. Hearing the old man's words, how could those who thought they had the power to stand it? I, Gao Tianyu, would like to experience your sword moves. A person in the front row stood up. He didn't have a sword on him, but the sword aura he gave off was not to be underestimated. Obviously, he was also a sword expert. Chin. Taking out the Blue Mountain Island's standard longsword, Gao Tianyu's eyes shone with a cold light as he stared at Yi Chen, hoping to find a flaw. Yi Chen smiled helplessly, purposely creating a flaw. He didn't want to waste time with his opponent. There's a flaw. Gao Tianyu squinted his eyes and waved his longsword. Like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole, it spat out a threatening sword light and pierced towards Yi Chen from a strange angle. As the sword light approached, Yi Chen took out his sword and attacked. Chi. The hair in front of Gao Tianyu's forehead was cut off, and his body froze. For a split second, he thought he was dead. Yi Chen's sword was so fast that he lost all 5 of his senses. It would have been better if he didn't exchange moves with Yi Chen, but once he did, he realized how big the gap between them was. Wow, so powerful. The muscular middle-aged man who was sitting with Yi Chen couldn't help but blink his eyes and gasp. Using qi to control the sword, Lu Zhendong's expression was full of excitement. Besides earning mid-rank spirit stones, his biggest interest was battling with powerful warriors. Since it was rare to die in the arena, the Blue Mountain Nation had a rule that no killing was allowed when it was not necessary. Perhaps you could say that you were only a little bit stronger than your opponent and couldn't hold back, but in the following battles, once you revealed even more power, then the Blue Mountain Nation would judge you as killing on purpose. A light punishment would be expulsion, and a heavy punishment would be killing the chicken to warn the monkey. 3 wins in a row. 4 wins in a row. 8 wins in a row. 9 wins in a row. Soon, Yi Chen had already won 9 battles in a row. With one more win, he would be able to get a 10-win tag, which would give him a 5% discount on all purchases and 50,000 mid-rank spirit stones. I can't watch anymore. What is so powerful about him? Sister Feng, I will go challenge him. Qingzhu, who was sitting right next to Feng Yanro, stood up angrily, pushed open the VIP room door and walked out. Feng Yanro shook her head, but did not stop her. Qingzhu was not weak, no, she was actually very powerful. She was a top astral-reaching realm warrior. Most importantly, her step art was very powerful, and her dodging ability was extremely powerful. Plus, she had also battled with extreme astral-reaching realm warriors before. Within 100 attacks, extreme astral-reaching realm warriors would not be able to do anything to her. Plus, she also wanted to see if Yi Chen was as powerful as she had predicted. Chapter 393. Interesting. He is a disciple from the Fluttering Snow Martial School. In another VIP room, 2 young men were sitting side by side. The one who spoke was a tall and strong young man, and the one beside him was quite handsome. He had a golden crown on his head, and his face was like jade. If there were any knowledgeable people here, they would definitely recognize him. He was the head disciple of the Mysterious Moon Martial School, the Mysterious Moon Prince. The prince said, there must be some kind of grudge between them. Before 20 wins in a row, no powerful warriors would challenge them. They have to give them a chance. Yeah, I think so. This Yi Chen is going to be unlucky. He was so close to 10 wins in a row, but he failed at the last step. But it is good. We can take him down a bit. Every match is decided by one sword attack. He thinks he is so powerful, and in order to be in the limelight, he has revealed his true power too early. Now he has run into an iron plate. Serves him right. In the eyes of the tall young man, Yi Chen had already tried his best. Even if he still had hidden power, there would not be much left, and he would lose sooner or later. What he did not know was that Yi Chen had already tried his best to control his power, but the opponents in the previous 9 battles were just too weak. He did not even have the mood to play. Qingzhu was also a sword artist. She took out the Blue Mountain Island's standard long sword and pointed it at Yi Chen. Give me the chicken puppet, and I will let you lose with dignity. Yi Chen said lightly, make your move. If you win, I will give you the chicken puppet. If you lose, don't bother me anymore. Damn, who do you think you are? Take this. Hearing this, Qingzhu was furious. Yi Chen's tone made her very unhappy, as if it was impossible for her to win. The sword art of the Fluttering Snow Martial School was famous for being ethereal and cold. Once the sword was thrown out, the air would freeze and ice crystals would fall down. The invisible sword chi would be hidden in the cold wind, blowing more and more fiercely. Then snowflakes started to fall from the sky. These snowflakes were like the eyes of the sword chi. Wherever they fell, the sword chi would follow. Ding! Dang! Faced with so many sword chis, Yichen drew his sword and slashed through the air. Not only did he block off the onslaught of the sword chis, but he also drew the surrounding snowflakes over, causing the green bamboo's sword chis to become chaotic and lose their original artistic conception. More and more snowflakes accumulated, finally forming a huge snowball, condensing on the tip of Yi Chen's sword. Yi Chen smiled indifferently, suddenly thrusting out his sword. Poo-poo-poo-poo-poo-poo, snowflakes swirled and exploded in the air. Yi Chen's sword chi tore through the void and slashed out with incomparable sharpness. Not good, it's snowing. Qing Zhu was shocked and retreated. His sword technique changed from its previous illusory and ethereal style to a similarly fierce one. The icy sword chi immediately swirled up the snow in the air. It was like a poem or a painting, and it contained an astonishing sword intent and a piercingly cold chi. Bang! The two sword chis clashed, and a few huge cracks appeared on the stage that was made of special metal. The cracks spread quickly and affected the entire stage. Qing Zhu had a cold smile on his face. He moved like a ghost, moving around the area where the shockwaves were weak. He was like a formless cold chi, quickly approaching Yi Chen. Didn't anyone tell you that your footwork has extra movements? Yi Chen's voice was heard along with a sword. It was a very ordinary sword, but in Yi Chen's hand, it was extremely sharp. The sword light was dense, and it cut off a few strands of Qing Zhu's black hair. The dazzling sword light almost blinded Qing Zhu's eyes. Extra movements? Yes, Qing Zhu has been chasing after the poetic perspective too much, and has missed out on the practicality. There is no most powerful footwork art, only the one that suits you the best. Feng Yanro frowned a little, but soon relaxed again. Qing Zhu was just like her. They had both trained the low-rank profound sword art of the Snowy Martial School, which was created by the leader herself. Since they had not trained any of the top-rank Earth Realm sword arts to completion, they would not be able to learn the profound beyond the poetic perspective. But, using the poetic perspective to activate the Ice Snow Sword realm was still not something to be underestimated, since it was created by a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior after all. Even if she could only bring out 10% of its essence, it would be more than enough for her to look down on warriors at the same level. But Yi Chen is indeed very powerful, and his sword is very fast. Even I would not have the confidence to win against him. Qing Zhu is a bit too much after all. Never mind, no matter if he wins or loses, I will try to solve the conflict between them after the competition. Qing Zhu is just too childish. After cutting off a couple of strands of Qing Zhu's hair, Yi Chen did not follow up with another attack. If he wanted to, that sword attack would have killed her already. Backing out dozens of meters, Yi Chen said, "You are not my opponent. Is there a winner yet? Don't look down on me. Ice Snow Sword Realm." Qing Zhu was shocked by Yi Chen's sword attack, and she started to get frustrated. She did not expect that she would not be able to teach her opponent a lesson, but would be taught a lesson instead. She performed a sword spell with her left hand, and the protective Zhen Yuan around Qing Zhu's body shattered and merged into her body. In the next second, a circle of white light expanded out, protecting Qing Zhu in the center. The white light was constantly spinning, and within it, beams of white gold sword light appeared. The sword light connected with each other, forming layers and layers of mysterious defense. Lose now. With the protection of the Ice Snow Sword realm, Qing Zhu gave up on using her step art. Her body flashed once, shooting right at Yi Chen. She did not believe that he would be able to break through her Ice Snow Sword realm. Among all the disciples, besides the head disciple, only Sister Feng Yanro could use her Ice Snow Sword realm's attacking sword movement, Sword Realm Cut. Normally, it would take at least 3 sword attacks. This was the self-created low-rank profound sense sword movement of the Snow Sword Martial School, which was even more powerful than normal low-rank profound sense martial arts. Over at the audience seating, the people who knew about it started to discuss. She has actually trained the Ice Snow Sword realm. With it, Even people who are more powerful than her would not be able to break through her defense. The reason why the Snow Sword Martial School could become a master-level Sea of Souls realm at the age of 40 is because of the Ice Snow Sword realm. The power of this low-rank profound sense sword movement lies in its ability to switch between offense and defense, which is extremely hard to deal with. It seems like the Snowy Sword Martial School has already realized that this is the era of geniuses, so they have started to teach low-rank profound sense martial arts to increase their disciples' power as much as possible, just in case. I don't think it is only the Snowy Sword Martial School. All the other big martial institutions have made their moves as well. The world is going to change soon. Qing Zhu was not that famous, but even she had trained a low-rank profound sense sword movement. So a lot of things could be seen from that. Ice Snow Sword Realm? I have been wanting to try it out for a long time. The reason why Yi Chen held back his sword attack before was because he wanted to try it out. If his opponent did not train it, then he would not want to play with it anymore. Ting, 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 ting. The sword light was like rain, aiming at the flaws of the Ice Snow Sword realm. But since the Ice Snow Sword realm was so easy to break, it would no longer be a low-rank profound sense sword movement. That sword light connected from head to tail, burning out Yi Chen's sword chi at an extremely fast speed. If I had used 30% of my power, it would have been easy to break through the Ice Snow Sword realm. But it would not be fun anymore. Yi Chen's ultimate power was not in his cultivation, nor in his martial arts, but in his sword intent. Before his sword intent came out with the spirit light, it was already similar to normal Sea of Souls realm sword artists. But with the spirit light, he would be able to compete with the powerful Sea of Souls realm sword artists. Once he used all of his sword intent, he could not think of any astral-reaching realm warrior that could be his opponent. He would be able to kill all of them. But there would be plenty of opportunities for him to run into low-rank profound sense martial arts in the future, so this would be a good chance for him to train himself. Countless green lotuses bloomed, surrounding Qing Zhu and continuously wearing out the power of the Ice Snow Sword realm. That unbreakable sword chi was able to find the real flaws of the Ice Snow Sword realm. Bastard! Fight me face to face if you dare. Yi Chen's sword was too fast, faster than Qing Zhu's reaction speed. She threw out 3 sword attacks, but Yi Chen threw out at least 6 sword attacks, which made her unable to do anything. Her sword chi could not even touch Yi Chen's body. Face to face? Sure. The green lotuses disappeared, and Yi Chen's sword aura changed. Thunder appeared out of nowhere, and that exploding sword light shot out, landing on the Ice Snow Sword realm outside of Qing Zhu's body. Pap! The thunder snakes moved around, and the thunder light flashed. Qing Zhu backed out 10 steps. Sky-shattering clouds. Yi Chen's eyes were sharp as he waved out his longsword. An arm-thick sword light drew an arc in the air, attacking towards the most intense vibration of the Ice Snow Sword realm. Swoosh! The sound of cloth tearing was heard. Qing Zhu's Ice Snow Sword realm was forcibly broken. The sword light inside the Ice Snow Sword realm was chaotic, and poured out through the holes. The arena was full of holes. The power was so great that it made many people in the audience secretly click their tongues. The Ice Snow Sword realm has been broken. Feng Yanro stood up suddenly. If Yi Chen had used his power to break through the Ice Snow Sword realm, she would not have been that surprised. But Yi Chen seemed to have suppressed his power, using the same amount of power to break through the Ice Snow Sword realm, which shocked her a lot. The Ice Snow Sword realm itself is perfect, but once it loses its balance, it will not be perfect anymore. The sword light is connected from head to tail. If one part is wrong, then all the other parts will be wrong. So that is how it is. Feng Yanro was indeed a sword artist genius. After thinking for a while, she had already seen through most of Yi Chen's breaking method. Of course, it was also because Qing Zhu was not very familiar with the Ice Snow Sword realm. If it were Feng Yanro herself, it would not be that easy to break. Plus, the weakness of the Ice Snow Sword realm was not the weakness itself. The real Ice Snow Sword realm was indeed perfect, but they had not learned the profound yet. There were still some areas that they could not grasp. Yi Chen's breaking method had helped her improve her Ice Snow Sword realm. Since the Ice Snow Sword realm had been broken through, it meant that Qing Zhu had lost. She was not happy about it. If she had learned the sword realm cut, then she would not have been so passive, and Yichen would not have found her weakness. The ability to switch between attack and defense was the power of the Ice Snow Sword realm. 10 wins in a row. Another 10 wins in a row. Congratulations to Yichen for becoming the 4th warrior with 10 wins in a row today. Tomorrow's battle, we will see if he can continue his winning streak and make it 20 wins in a row. Let's wait and see. Now please get off the stage and get your 10-win tag and the Soul Stone reward. The Elder in Black walked onto the broken stage and said with a loud voice. The tag was a black iron tag, with a cross carved on it, representing 10 wins in a row. With this tag, one could enjoy a 5% discount anywhere on the Blue Mountain Island, including all the stalls. Besides that, the accumulated mid-rank Soul Stone reward for 10 wins in a row would be 55,000. After deducting the entrance fee for 10 battles, there would still be 50,000 mid-rank Soul Stones, which was what made all the astral-reaching realm warriors go crazy. This guy is quite powerful, but that is all. The mysterious Moon Prince said lightly. The tall young man laughed. If he can still win in a row tomorrow, then I will go fight him the day after. But after 10 wins in a row, it will be the real test. Perhaps there will be warriors with 30 or 40 wins in a row, who could not wait to go up there and torture people. Chapter 394. Mr. Yi, please stay. Putting away the tag and 50,000 mid-rank soul stones, Yichen was no longer interested in watching anymore. Just when he was about to leave, Feng Yanro walked over with Qingzhu. Yichen turned around, not looking surprised at all. Feng Yanro was the warrior with 40 wins in a row in the Blue Mountain City, and he had already heard about her. Naturally, he knew that she was on the Blue Mountain Island. Plus, Qingzhu had performed the profound sword art of the Snowy Sword School, which meant that she and Feng Yanro were from the same sect. Miss Feng. Yichen nodded and stopped walking. Feng Yanro smiled lightly and said, If you don't mind, let's go to the tea house. Last time, I did not have the time to thank Mr. Yi. This time, I will not be so rude. Of course. Miss Feng, please lead the way. Yichen seemed to be very calm. In fact, there were not many things that could make him nervous. It did not matter if the other party was a top warrior or a peerless beauty. Nothing could shake his mind, unless the other party was a couple of realms higher than him, and was purposely targeting him. The Quiet Tea House was a famous tea house in the Blue Water City. From the outside, it did not look luxurious at all. In fact, it looked a little shabby. Only by looking at it calmly would one be able to see its uniqueness. It was like a cup of tea that needed to be savored carefully. On the second floor of the tea house, the three sat by the window. Mr. Yi, I already know about the thing between you and Qingzhu. Here, I apologize on her behalf. I hope you do not mind. Once they sat down, Feng Yanro said sincerely. Yichen smiled and said, It is just a small thing. No need to be so formal. Qingzhu pouted her small mouth and snorted. Feng Yanro rolled her eyes at Qingzhu and looked at Yichen again. Thanks to Mr. Ye's help last time, Yanro was able to take revenge for my dead sister disciple. If Mr. Yi has any problems, please do not hesitate to tell me. There's actually no need for that. I'm only doing what I can and what I'm interested in. If it happens again, I might do something else. Yichen didn't think he had done anything wrong, nor did he want anything. The tea was served. He picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. Mr. Yi, you are too humble. No matter what, Yanro owes you a favor. Feng Yanro picked up the teacup, but then suddenly put it down. She sent a Zhen Yuan message to him. Mr. Yi, I wonder if you know about the puppet school, which specializes in puppet arts? The 5th grade sect puppet sect from 5,000 years ago? Indeed. In terms of individual power, this puppet martial school is only a normal rank 5 martial school. They have 2 life and death realm warriors, but they are not that outstanding. It's just that during the era of the puppet martial school's existence, they were so powerful that they were the top rank 5 martial schools in the whole True Spirit continent. Because of the puppet martial school's puppet arts, the general power of the martial school had doubled or even tripled. The puppets made by the Puppet Martial School were priceless treasures in the whole True Spirit continent. Perhaps Miss Feng has some information about the Puppet Martial School? Yichen did not think that she was just joking. He could tell how powerful the Puppet Martial School was from some of the details. For example, the Mu Run Gang in the Sky Cloud Martial School. Although the wooden men there were only at the mortal realm, they were extremely useful for the outer disciples. Battling with the wooden men, they would not need to worry about killing them, and could fight as much as they wanted to. As a rank 5 martial school, the Puppet Martial School would naturally have puppets that were 10 times better than the wooden men. Feng Yanro nodded. Near the Blue Mountain Island there is a branch of the Puppet Martial School. It is hidden in the deep part of the lake. There is a lot of hidden currents, and the water flow is very strange. It is extremely hard to get close to it. Without special methods, one would not be able to reach the outer area of the ruins. Mr. Yi, if you are interested, we can search for the ruins together at the right time. Thank you, Miss Feng. Yi Chen is indeed interested in the things of the Puppet Martial School. Even a puppet chicken with no battling power could make Yi Chen interested, not to mention the treasures in the ruins. He would not let it go. Plus, she had always wanted to return the favor, and this would fulfill her wish. The tea was very fragrant. The two stopped talking and started to enjoy the tea. Qingzhu was not as calm as the two, and she was very curious. Her senior sister Feng was always calm, which was understandable. But why did Yichen look so calm as well? Under normal circumstances, it would be very awkward to suddenly stop talking, but when the two did not talk, it gave people a very peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. She felt like she could hear a clear stream flowing slowly, which was very poetic. The gathering went on for 2 hours, and half of the time, it was a strange silence, which made Qingzhu complain. After the gathering, Yichen found a restaurant and checked in. As for Feng Yanro and Qingzhu, it was in the Blue Mountain City. Time flew, and it was the second day. After playing with the puppet chicken for a while, Yichen left the Blue Water City and flew toward the Blue Mountain City. The astral reaching realm battles in the Blue Mountain City were extremely popular. Feng Yanro, who had just gotten on the stage, had already reached 43 wins in a row. With another 7 wins, she would become one of the rare warriors with 50 wins in a row. 50 wins in a row not only represented glory, but even the spirit stones would be enough to make normal astral reaching realm warriors jealous. In the 44th battle, Feng Yanro met a powerful warrior. It was a warrior who had won 50 battles in a row a couple of months ago. His weapons were 2 short spears, one of which had an icy cold aura, while the other had a fiery aura. It was indeed a warrior who trained both ice and fire. It was not impossible to have 2 types of Zhen Yuan, since a lot of people chose to train 2 different martial arts at the same time. However, it was very rare to train both to such a high level, and their battling power would be way more powerful than warriors at the same level. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that the martial art could change the element of the Zhen Yuan at will. This warrior was obviously the latter. Facing such a powerful opponent, Feng Yanro used all of her battling power. All she needed was to perform her low-rank profound sword movement, Ice Snow Sword Realm. After 100 attacks, the warrior had lost. Judging on overall power, he was still not as powerful as Feng Yanro. He did not even have the power to force her to use her Ice Snow Sword Realm. After this battle, the next few battles were not that interesting. The people who went up to challenge her were only trying to see the difference between them and extreme astral reaching realm warriors, preparing for the future. Finally, the official of the Blue Mountain Nation could not wait any longer, and sent out 2 extreme astral reaching realm warriors to stop Feng Yanro. After so many battles, Feng Yanro's habits and movements had basically been figured out, and they had come up with a battle plan for her. As soon as the battle started, Feng Yanro was at a disadvantage and almost lost. Without a choice, Feng Yanro performed her Ice Snow Sword Realm, relying on her powerful defense and switching between offense and defense. She managed to beat her opponent with her overwhelming power. With the powerful Ice Snow Sword Realm, Feng Yanro won all the way and got the honor of 50 wins in a row. There had only been 25 warriors with 50 wins in a row in the entire Blue Mountain Island. Including Feng Yanro, it would be 26. After leaving the Blue Mountain City, Yi Chen continued to head to the Blue Mountain City. The battle between the mysterious Moon Prince in the Blue Mountain City was coming to an end. He was indeed very talented. After getting 50 wins in a row yesterday, he had gotten 60 wins in a row, and it seemed to be even easier than Feng Yanro. Of course, it did not mean that the mysterious Moon Prince was definitely more powerful than Feng Yanro. With Yi Chen's experience, he could tell that in these few battles, the mysterious Moon Prince's battling style and methods had changed a lot. If the challengers wanted to make a battle plan for him, it would be hard for them to succeed. Instead, they would be caught off guard and lose the upper hand. If I had not come out, I would not have known. The number of top martial geniuses out there is unimaginable. On one island, there are already 2 horrifying top martial geniuses. Feng Yanro's specialty lies in her sharpness and decisiveness, while mysterious Moon Prince's specialty lies in the word illusion. His style and methods are ever-changing. There should be a lot of battles in the Blue Water City already. Let's win today's battle first. His body flashed once, disappearing from the audience seating of the battling arena. Blue Water City, on the battling field, 17 wins in a row. Yi Chen has already gotten 17 wins in a row. Who is willing to challenge him? Alright, Lu Zhendong is up. He is also a warrior with 10 wins in a row yesterday. His blade art is fast like lightning, which is quite similar to Yi Chen's style. Now let me see which is faster, Yi Chen's sword or Lu Zhendong's blade. Lu Zhendong had left a deep impression on people. A lot of people thought that he had the power to get more than 30 wins in a row. However, even more people did not understand why he was doing this. They thought that it would not be too late to challenge him after he had gotten a higher winning record. If he went up now, even if he won, he would be exposing his true power. Even if my winning streak ends, I can always start over again. I, Lu Zhendong, will not be afraid of anyone. Holding the Blue Mountain Island's standard long blade, Lu Zhendong walked up to the battling field. Please. Yi Chen stood where he was quietly. Lu Zhendong's right hand held the blade hilt as he slightly lowered his body and said, "Be careful. Yesterday was not my limit. The battle between you and me will only take 3 attacks. Let's begin." Yi Chen did not plan to beat his opponent with one sword attack. There was a trick to this battle, which was to never reveal your full power too early, in case of an awkward situation where no one would challenge you. Blade drawing art. The simple blade drawing art had a magical effect in Lu Zhendong's hands. Once the blade was pulled out, the blade light flashed in the air, and the blade edge sliced toward Yi Chen's chest. Ting! A sword blocked out the blade edge. It was Yi Chen's sword. Not many people had seen how Yi Chen had pulled out his sword. They only knew that the second Lu Zhendong's blade appeared, Yi Chen's sword was already there waiting for him. What a great technique to control the sword with qi. Lu Zhendong frowned, wanting to back out and avoid the sharp edge. However, Yi Chen did not give him the chance. After the first sword attack, the second one followed closely, pushing away the long blade in Lu Zhendong's hand. The third one pierced through his protective Zhenyuan layer and landed on his throat. 3 consecutive sword attacks without any gap at all. Looking at the sword in front of him, Lu Zhendong relaxed his body. "I have lost. Your sword is indeed faster." Crack. Only then did the special metal cast surface of the battling field finally show a few deep blade marks. It could not even keep up with Yi Chen's sword speed. Inside the VIP room, the mysterious Moon Prince and the tall young man were both there. The latter touched his chin. "This is a bit tricky. His sword is very fast and very consistent." The mysterious Moon Prince said lightly, "Keep the distance and avoid close combat. As long as the distance is enough, no matter how fast his sword speed is, it will be useless. Use your long-range attack to suppress him. A sword artist's defense is not that high. I am not afraid of him in close combat either. It is just a bit tricky. I can't wait for tomorrow." The tall young man licked his lips. Chapter 395. After beating Lu Zhendong, Yi Chen had won 2 battles in a row, successfully achieving 20 wins in a row. For 10 wins in a row, The first battle reward would be 1,000 mid-rank soul stones, the second 2,000, the third 3,000, the fourth 4,000, and so on. From 11 to 20 wins in a row, the first battle reward would be 1,200 mid-rank soul stones, the second 2,000, the third 3,000, and the fourth 4,000. In total, Yi-Chun had earned a total of 57,000 mid-rank soul stones. Since after 10 wins in a row, there was no need to pay the entrance fee. All of these 57,000 mid-rank soul stones belonged to Yi-Chun. In just 2 days, Yi-Chun had earned 107,000 mid-rank soul stones. It had to be said that the battles in the Blue Mountain Island were simply giving spirit stones to the powerful warriors. As for those normal warriors at the same level, they could only be the audience. For 10 wins in a row, one would get a 10-win tag, and for 20 wins, one would get a 20-win tag. However, one would have to hand in their original tag in order to exchange for a 20-win tag. Old Wu, what do you think of this kid? Inside a VIP room, 5 astral-reaching realm warriors were sitting side by side. If Yi-Chun were here, he would be able to tell that the 6 of them were all extreme astral-reaching realm warriors, and 2 of them were even more powerful than the white-robe blade artist. The one who spoke was the second person in the middle, who looked to be in his 50s. Hearing him, the elder named Wu said with a low voice, "For now, I cannot tell what his bottom line is. We can keep him under observation." The middle-aged man nodded and forced a smile. Mysterious Moon Prince has already won 60 wins in a row, and Feng Yanro has won 50. They are both rather tricky to deal with. It seems like we will have to use continuous battles to deal with them. The battles are not normal competitions, and there will be no rest in between. No matter how powerful they are, after battling for more than 5 battles in a row, they will be exhausted, and their Zhenyuan will be severely consumed. Yeah, the first one we have to deal with is Mysterious Moon Prince. We cannot let him continue winning. 70 wins in a row is already beyond our bottom line. Old Man Wu rubbed his temples and said, "As for this kid, after 40 consecutive victories, organize a group of people to reveal his trump card." The 6 of them were all powerful warriors from the Blue Mountain Nation, and they were the main force of the attack. Each of them was extremely powerful. Perhaps one of them could not beat Mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yanro, but if they fought one after another, as long as their power was not too much higher than theirs, they would all be killed. After so many years, only one person had been able to reach the completion of the arena battles, which was 100 wins in a row. Yi-Chun didn't know that he had already been listed as a key observation target. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Let alone taking turns to fight, so what if he fought as a group? If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid that no one would be able to challenge him, he would only need one sword to settle each match. However, for Mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yanro, the most deadly challenge was about to come. The next day, the Blue Mountain City where the Mysterious Moon Prince was located was extremely lively. The horrifying sound waves could be heard from hundreds of miles away. The air had been distorted by the vibrations. On the stage, the Mysterious Moon Prince was not as calm as he used to be. He was sweating profusely, and there were traces of blood on his body. The source of the blood came from the wounds on his body. He was wounded. Up until now, he had gone through 5 battles, and each of his opponents were extreme astral-reaching realm warriors. Judging on individual power, they were all a bit weaker than him. Normally, he would not care about them at all. However, right now, every time he exchanged attacks with one of them, he would lose 30% of his Zhenyuan. Even if he had swallowed some Zhenyuan replenishing pellets, he would not be able to recover it in time. In the first battle, he had gained the upper hand completely. The second battle was a bit more intense, and the third battle was a tie. The fourth battle was extremely hard for him to win. In the fifth battle, he was at a disadvantage for the first time. Although he managed to turn the situation around and win the battle, he was wounded as well. What was more serious was that he did not even have 40% of his Zhenyuan left. In the sixth battle, the Mysterious Moon Prince had no choice but to accept the result of his defeat. However, his winning streak still impressed the audience. 65 wins in a row. He is indeed the top martial genius of the Wavy Cloud region. I guess no one will be able to break this record in the next year. Yeah, 65 wins in a row is already enough for him to be ranked 14th in the Blue Mountain Island. Plus, he is still so young. If he fights again next year, he might be able to reach 70 wins in a row. The Blue Mountain Island is getting more and more prosperous. Although there were some top martial geniuses who came here before, it would not be like now. Every year, there would be 3 to 5 top martial geniuses coming here to challenge the ranking. While the audience was discussing, the mysterious Moon Prince got off the stage. This Blue Mountain Nation is indeed not to be underestimated. Even you could only last 5 battles. The tall young man walked over with his arms crossed. The mysterious Moon Prince said lightly, "Although I did not manage to make it into the top 10, it is still okay for me to be the champion this year. Let's go check out the Blue Mountain City." On the battling platform of the Blue Mountain City, Feng Yenro's 10th battle had begun. Since there were 7 extreme astral-reaching realm warriors going to the Blue Mountain City, and there were only around 10 of them in the whole city, Feng Yenro only had 2 extreme astral-reaching realm warriors from the Blue Mountain Nation. After 2 or 3 tough battles, the rest of the battles were very one-sided. Of course, Feng Yenro had also used 90% of her power, so she did not have any hidden cards left. The opponent in the 10th battle was not that powerful, so Feng Yenro managed to get 60 wins in a row. 60 wins in a row. Another 60 wins in a row. In the past few years, there were not that many people who could get 50 wins in a row. But this year, there are already 2 in a month. Mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yenro. These 2 are definitely the top martial geniuses of the Blue Mountain Island this year. Plus, they are both equally handsome. Speaking of which, there is also a young man in the Blue Water City, who is even younger than the mysterious Moon Prince. Right now, he has already gotten 20 wins in a row, and his sword speed is extremely fast. Some people said that he had killed 13 people with one sword attack outside the city. His power is even more powerful than his performance in the battles. You are talking about Yi Chun, aren't you? I have seen his battles. Indeed, he is powerful, but he is still a lot weaker than the mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yenro. As for killing 13 people with one sword attack, I guess they were just normal mid-astral reaching realm warriors. The more rumors spread, the more miraculous they become. Just ignore them. Yeah, killing 13 people with one sword attack. I also think it is a bit ridiculous. The only explanation is that the opponents were very weak. Feng Yenro's battle is over. Let's go to the Blue Water City and see. Alright. Among the 10 challengers, there were 2 extreme astral-reaching realm warriors and 4 top astral-reaching realm warriors. After a series of battles, it was only because of Feng Yenro that she was able to handle them. If it were another extreme astral-reaching realm warrior, he or she would have lost already. One had to admit that as a disciple of a big martial institution, he or she would have a huge advantage in battles of attrition. First of all, they would have top-rank Earth Realm pellets to replenish their Zhen Yuan, since normal pellets would not be useful in this kind of intense continuous battles. Secondly, the martial arts that the disciples of the big martial institutions trained were all top-rank Earth Realm, which would increase their Zhen Yuan and make them last longer. Thirdly, the disciples of the big martial institutions had also trained some supplementary martial arts, which could save their Zhen Yuan and increase their battling power. With all these 3 factors combined, they had the right to get to 60 wins in a row. Without any surprise, 60 to 70 wins in a row would be the real battle of attrition. Those who could make it through would have to have a very high requirement. In terms of willpower, they would have to have trained their martial spirit, and they would also have to have their own understanding of poetic perspectives. All the other aspects would have to be at the top. Letting out a breath, Yi Chun left the battling field of the Blue Mountain City. In the battling field of the Blue Water City, a lot of people were waiting for Yi Chun to appear. After all, the previous 20 battles had already given Yi Chun quite a bit of fame, not to mention that he was still so young. Living up to expectations, Yi Chun continued to get 9 wins in a row. He would beat his opponents within 10 attacks, and none of his opponents could be underestimated. Among the 9, 6 of them were normal late astral-reaching realm warriors, while the other 3 were powerful astral-reaching realm warriors. perhaps because they had recognized Yi Chen's sword speed. The 6 of them were all unique in terms of speed. They wanted to increase the distance between them and suppress Yi Chen from a long distance. However, Yi Chen's long-distance attacks were even more powerful than theirs. The 6th movement of the Green Lotus sword art formed a huge sword light, which swept out in a circle. There was no place for them to hide. 29 wins in a row. Today, Yi Chen only has 1 battle left. Who wants to be the last challenger? The elder in black said with a smile. I'll fight him. I hope I can enjoy it to my heart's content. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall youngster jumped onto the stage. It was precisely the companion of mysterious Moon Prince, Huang Kaishan. Cloud Billow Region's Red Water Sect's 2nd disciple, Huang Kaishan, is actually going on stage. This Huang Kaishan has never participated in the battles. I wonder what realm his strength is at. It can't be bad. Red Water Sect is a 6th grade sect. As the 2nd disciple, even if Huang Kaishan's strength isn't on par with mysterious Moon Prince's, he must still be very powerful. Many people recognized Huang Kaishan's identity and their expectations for this battle sword. Rumble. A tsunami sound rose from the ground as Huang Kaishan's Zhenyuan surged. A dark yellow qi current swept out in all directions like a tide. The elder in black couldn't help but take a step back. Huang Kaishan's aura was too powerful, suppressing his qi and blood, and making his chest feel stifled. Take my fist first. With a low roar, Huang Kaishan's legs slightly separated as he threw out a fist towards Yi Chen along with a horrifying sound wave. The air was instantly torn apart, and the void was filled with cracks. This punch gave off the feeling of a dam bursting and a flood gushing out. Yi Chen was like a small tree in front of the flood, about to be snapped and destroyed at any time. It was an intense visual impact. Yi Chen's expression did not change as he casually took out his longsword and slashed out 3 times. Swoosh! Swoosh! The sword light crisscrossed, and the fist power was split into 4 or 5 parts. Not bad. That fist attack was just an appetizer. If you can take the next one, then you will barely be qualified to fight with me at full power. Huang Kaishan curled his lips. Yi Chen's strength was somewhat out of his expectation. Activating his Zhenyuan, he threw out a 2nd fist attack. This fist attack was extremely powerful, and the fist power even produced thunder and lightning. It was not created by the thunder mentality, but by the friction of the power. No need to resist. You should take my sword first. His body flashed as Yi Chen's longsword directly cut into the fist power. He slashed out once, and the sword chi tore through the sky, leaving a huge vacuum sword mark in the void. It looked like the entire space of the arena had been split in half. It was a powerful counterattack. Chapter 396. At the critical moment, Huang Kaishan's expression turned serious. His eyes narrowed into slits as he took a step back with his right foot. His right hand clenched into a fist, and a berserk dark yellow Zhenyuan condensed into a huge Zhenyuan beast head. The beast head had 2 long dragon whiskers on its mouth, and its eyes were as big as lanterns. As it roared, the air swirled like water, forming funnel-shaped whirlpools. Scarlet Water God Fist Dark Beast Roar. Rumble. In the next moment, the sword chi slashed out, tearing apart the funnel-shaped whirlpools and exploding violently. The water condensed from the water yuan chi sprayed out in all directions like a fountain, covering a range of over 4 li. The black-robed old man in the middle of the attack hurriedly retreated. The moment he retreated, the water splashed out several meters deep holes on the ground. It had to be known that even if the ground was not made of special metals, it was still made of expensive metals. The aftermath of the battle between the two could pierce through the metal plates from several li away, leaving behind several meters deep holes. If it landed on the old man's body, he would be severely injured even if he did not die. Roar. The Zhenyuan beast head and the sword chi clashed together, letting out a miserable howl. The horrifying sound wave caused the air to fold up, distorting the scenery. Just a mere sword chi, don't even think of making me take a step back. Break for me. Huang Kaishan had misjudged Yi Chen's strength, and was quite shocked. Immediately, He pushed his Zhenyuan to 100%, and the Zhenyuan beast head became more and more realistic. There was even a sticky Zhenyuan liquid dripping from the corner of its mouth, falling on the ground and creating arm-thick holes. Pung! The sword chi exploded, and the fine sword light cut on the Zhenyuan beast head. The huge recoil made Huang Kaishan's right arm tremble and gradually go numb. Fortunately, the sword chi was just a rootless source, and it would eventually be exhausted. On the other hand, the Zhenyuan beast head was closely related to Huang Kaishan, and had enough Zhenyuan to support it. Bastard, I've underestimated you. Dispersing the Zhenyuan beast head, Huang Kaishan hit his right hand behind his back. Without anyone noticing, Huang Kaishan stretched his fingers, calming the numbness on his palm and arm. His face was extremely gloomy. Yi Chen did not follow up with another attack and said indifferently, "If you only have this much strength, you should step down from the stage. You can't stop my winning streak. I admit that I have indeed underestimated your strength. However, don't think that you can contend against me with just this. You are still not qualified." As the numbness in his arm disappeared, Huang Kaishan grinned, revealing his white teeth. An incomparably domineering aura rose. "I was going to teach you a lesson casually, but since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness and are so arrogant, don't blame me for making a fool of you." As he spoke, Huang Kaishan's aura became stronger and stronger. Powerful auras collided with each other, forming a funnel whirlpool. Just now, Yi Chen's sword chi had indeed made him suffer a little, but it was not enough to change his expression. In terms of battle strength, he was at least in the top 8 of the wavy cloud region, and there were only 2 or 3 people who could truly convince him, including his big senior brother, the Redwater Miner Master. If his big senior brother knew that he had lost to a nobody, he would undoubtedly be very angry. Moreover, he had not even used his most powerful attack yet, so he did not think that Yi Chen could do anything. Yi Chen shook his head. This person really doesn't know how high the sky is. Never mind, I will let him lose cleanly and see who will be the one making a fool of himself. Are you done yet? I will make you step down from the stage in 3 moves. Huang Kaishan's expression froze for a split second, then turned gloomy like water. He stared at Yi Chen, and a cold expression appeared on his face. Very good, within 3 moves, I want to see how you can make me leave the stage. But the premise is that you can survive the 3rd move. Dong. As soon as he finished speaking, the stage shook violently. It was actually Huang Kaishan's foot stomping on the surface of the arena, creating a powerful movement. The thick metal arena cracked open, and Huang Kaishan turned into a dark yellow beam of light, rushing out at an extreme speed. His surging Zhenyuan condensed into a massive demonic beast behind him. Taste my red water sex low-rank profound martial art, water beast fist wave. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches in an instant. Huang Kaishan threw out 18 punches, each of which condensed a Zhenyuan whirlpool. The 18 whirlpools were like the source of a flood, surging and exploding. 3 by 3, the fist energy suddenly increased by 3 times, enveloping Yi Chen's position. Yi Chen could neither retreat nor dodge, so he could only face it head-on. The red water sex water beast fist wave is something that even the leader admires. It combines defense, attack, and locking into one. After 3 moves, the one to step down from the stage will not be Huang Kaishan, but Yi Chen. Mysterious Moon Prince had lost the 66th battle, so he was not in a good mood. Right then, he was watching the battle with the attitude of watching a joke. He seemed to have already seen Yi Chen's miserable and pale face. In another VIP room, Qingzhu mumbled, "I told him not to be so cocky." Now, his defeat at Huang Kaishan's hands is already a foregone conclusion. The battle is not over yet. Just keep watching and you will know. Although Feng Yanro said that, she was actually a bit worried about Yi Chen. Although his power did not seem to be weaker than his, he did not have any powerful killing moves. If the Ice Snow Sword domain focused on defense, then the Water Beast Fist Wave focused on offense. Moreover, the speed was not faster than Huang Kaishan's fist speed, which meant that he could not dodge at all. In the audience seating, everyone had a regretful look on their faces. In their opinion, Yi Chen's 29-win streak was the limit. After all, Who would know that Huang Kaishan would appear on the 30th battle? Huang Kaishan was the second disciple of the Redwater Martial School after all. How could there be an idiot from a famous martial school? Unfortunately, if it were not for Huang Kaishan, Yichen would have at least reached 40 wins. Even 50 wins was not impossible. What a pity. The air froze, and even time seemed to have stopped. The 18 whirlpools combined into 6 bathtub-sized whirlpools, completely sealing Yichen within. The whole space was under the attack of the fist power. It seems to be even harder to deal with than the Black Dragon Tyrant Fist of the Black Dragon Empire. Yichen did not move at all. He still had the time to analyze the mysteries of the Water Beast Fist Wave. It was the same as the Black Dragon Tyrant Fist. Both required one to comprehend the Water Profound. However, the Black Dragon Tyrant Fist completely used the Water Profound for offense. Because it was purely offensive, it was harder to comprehend. Therefore, the Black Dragon Tyrant Fist performed by the Black Dragon Empire's prince was obviously not as good as Huang Kaishan's Water Beast Fist Wave. Green Lotus Sky. Quietly increasing his sword intent, Yichen held the sword with both of his hands and poured the pure Green Lotus Zhen Yuan into the longsword. The sword light shone brightly. As he slashed out, a 10-meter-long hole appeared in the frozen air, breaking the sealing power of the Water Beast Fist Wave. In the next second, a thick sword light swept out like a crescent moon, instantly landing on the 6 Zhen Yuan whirlpools. Crackle! The whirlpools shattered one after another, unable to stop the sword light at all. The sword light took root in the air, growing stronger and stronger. A horrifying energy chi suddenly wrapped Huang Kaishan up into the sky. Impossible. The Water Beast Fist Wave broke. The teacup in Mysterious Moon Prince's hand exploded. Qingzhu's mouth was wide open, his face full of disbelief. Feng Yanrou's eyes were filled with a strange light. Yichen had first broken Qingzhu's Ice Snow Sword realm, and now he had broken Huang Kaishan's Water Beast Fist Wave. His sword was indeed powerful. Breaking my Water Beast Fist Wave? How is this possible? Impossible. Wrapped by the sword light, the demonic beast shadow outside Huang Kaishan's body quickly dimmed down. His eyes turned red as he roared. The demonic beast shook, shattering the rich sword light. Before his body landed on the ground, Huang Kaishan pushed up his Zhen Yuan and drew a low arc in the air, attacking toward Yichen again. His sharp Zhen Yuan ripple tore out a deep ravine on the platform. Take another fist of mine. I will beat you. 18 whirlpools appeared, condensing into 6 bathtub-sized whirlpools. This time, the whirlpools rotated even faster, sucking out all the water Yuan Qi in the surroundings. Go back. This time, Yichen did not plan to break the attack again. The long sword in his hand danced, creating countless green lotuses. The explosively expanding sword light bloomed one after another, turning from weak to strong. The huge sword flower almost covered half of the platform. Not only did it cancel out Huang Kaishan's fist power, it also pressed him down onto the ground. Huang Kaishan still wanted to counterattack, but Yichen had already lost interest. Open. Holding the sword with one hand, Yichen chopped down vertically. Boom. The sword chi had not yet arrived, but the roaring sword wind had already rushed out. Huang Kaishan was extremely shocked. He could feel that from the void, there was a huge sword that could split mountains descending. If he did not escape, he would definitely be killed by the sword. Although killing was forbidden on the platform, how could he hide the fear in the depths of his heart? Run! Not caring about his dignity, Huang Kaishan exploded with his unprecedented potential. He shot out, fleeing in panic to avoid Yichen's attack. The corner of Yichen's mouth curled up. He had been waiting for Huang Kaishan to go down himself. After all, this sword attack was used to scare the opponent, lest the latter thought that he had won by a narrow margin and caused many troubles. After Huang Kaishan left the platform, Yichen did not have to worry anymore. Crack! In the void, a 1-mile-long, 300-meter-tall transparent sword curtain appeared. The sword curtain had divided the platform into two. The sharp chi flow leaked out, tearing open hideous sword marks on the ground around the platform. This horrifying chi flow, every trace of it could definitely cut the hard metal into powder. As Yichen threw out his sword, the hearts of the audience on the opposite side suddenly stopped. Even from 10 miles away, they could feel the horrifying power of this sword attack. They suspected that Yi Chen would split the entire audience in half and turn them into mincemeat. So horrifying. This is a sword artist with incomparably powerful attack power. This sword attack seemed to have hit my heart. Damn it, I almost died. Just when the audience's hearts were about to recover, the special metal cast platform suddenly cracked open, and the 2 miles long and wide platform tilted to the side. This time, the black-robed elder was dumbfounded. The platform was 2 miles long and wide, and also 100 meters thick. Although it was not as hard as a low-rank great weapon, it was more than 2 times stronger than normal metal. What kind of attack could split the platform in half? That broken section was so smooth that it could be used as a mirror, making people's hair stand on end. The attack power is indeed not bad, but this is your trump card, right? Stupid. Mysterious Moon Prince showed a cold smile on his face. Chapter 397. Didn't I say he killed 13 late astral-reaching experts with one sword strike? You guys didn't believe me. Now do you believe me? Someone in the spectator stand said. Don't you think it's too absurd? Moreover, you said he used a fast sword strike, not a powerful one. Yeah, indeed. Although this strike could also kill 13 late astral-reaching experts, it was a crushing attack. At that time, he passed through 13 people, and all 13 of them had their throats slit. It was definitely a fast sword strike among fast swords, different from this one. Don't tell me he was hiding his strength. Frightening, truly a frightening sword artist. He seems to be only 21 years old. How many peak geniuses around 21 years old do we have in the southern sector? There are a lot of peak geniuses. Among them, there is the head disciple of the Redwater sect, Little Taoist Redwater. However, he is already 24 years old, and the head disciple of the Snowdrift Hall is also 25 years old. Finding someone around 21 years old is very difficult. However, these two are the first tier of peak geniuses. I reckon that even Yi Chen can't compare. In the eyes of the spectators, Yi Chen was at the same level as Mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yanro. Of course, because Yi Chen only had 30 wins in a row, the majority of the spectators were more optimistic about the two. Once Yi Chen reached 60 wins in a row, he would have the qualifications to compete with the two. Huang Kaishan was forced off the stage by Yi Chen. His face was a mix of green and red, and he was in an extremely sorry state. There was a fierce look hidden in the depths of his eyes, but when he thought of the power of Yi Chen's sword, he felt a lingering fear. Although my Water Beast Fist Wave has reached 10% mastery, and can increase the fist force by 3 times, the fist force is not perfectly combined and can be easily scattered. The true effect is only 2 times the fist force, otherwise he would not be able to break it. However, it's not like I didn't gain anything. Water Beast Fist Wave becomes stronger when encountering strong opponents. It can only be perfected in battle. Next time, I'll make you pay me back with interest. Not having the face to stay on the stage, Huang Kaishan's figure flickered and entered the VIP lounge. It seems quite powerful. But senior sister Feng, you should be able to suppress it, right? Qingzhu turned her head and looked at Feng Yanro. Feng Yanro shook her head. Do not underestimate him. That sword attack just now, he purposely slowed it down by half a beat. It is obvious that he has full control of that sword attack. You should know that for people at our level, the true ultimate killing attacks are not something that we can control completely. Feng Yanro was a sword artist, and an extreme astral-reaching realm one at that. Therefore, she could see more things from Yi Chen. In the arena, Yi Chen sheathed his sword. This Huang Kaishan can barely be counted as an extreme astral-reaching expert. If he were outside the arena and equipped with a mid-ranked defensive and offensive artifact, he would be considered average among extreme astral-reaching experts. He would be a bit weaker than Mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yanro. Unfortunately, he could only force out 30% of my strength. With 50% of my strength, I could easily suppress an astral-reaching paragon. Among the young generation and even the older generation, There has never been an existence that could reach the level of Paragon without an upper-rank artifact. Perhaps there might be, but it would be meaningless. Perhaps there might be, but it would be meaningless. Yi Chen was very clear about his own situation. His battle power was twice that of an astral-reaching Paragon. If it was spread out, it would be extremely shocking. Therefore, he did not want to be too ostentatious. The tallest tree in the forest would be blown away by the wind. This logic was very true. If he exposed his true strength and made enemies in the future, it would be hard to guarantee that no Sea of Soul Realm warriors would chase after him. After all, he could only compete with the lowest level Sea of Soul Realm warriors, and his chances of winning were not high. What made him not know whether to laugh or cry was that he had already suppressed most of his power, but the others still thought that he was too ostentatious. If he wanted to be ostentatious, even 10 or 20 extreme astral-reaching realm warriors would not be enough. 30 wins in a row represented the end of Yi Chen's battles for the day. It was already the next morning. The continuous battle against Feng Yanro had begun. Since the mysterious Moon Prince's battle had come to an end, ending at 65 wins in a row, all of the extreme astral-reaching realm warriors of the Blue Mountain Nation had gathered in the Blue Mountain City's battling arena, wanting to end Feng Yanro's winning streak with everyone's power. The Blue Mountain Nation did not allow too many people to reach 70 wins in a row, which was their bottom line. In the audience seating, a lot of people who thought that they had the power did not even have the time to stand up and challenge Feng Yanro. It was because the extreme astral-reaching realm warriors of the Blue Mountain Nation had entered the arena one after another, without any pause in between. The purpose of the continuous battle was to not give the opponent any time to rest. In the first 3 battles, Feng Yanro had won rather easily. She did not even need to use her Ice Snow Sword realm. In the 4th battle, Feng Yanro had used up too much of her battling power, so she had to use her Ice Snow Sword realm to protect herself and beat her opponent off the stage. All in all, she had an easier time than the mysterious Moon Prince. It was not that the mysterious Moon Prince was not as powerful as Feng Yanro. It was just that in terms of stamina, he was slightly weaker than her. The martial arts of the mysterious Moon Pavilion were mostly based on the word mysterious, which allowed them to change their styles and methods constantly, making it impossible for their opponents to see through them. Therefore, in the early stages, the mysterious Moon Prince had an easier time than Feng Yanro, and he had won in a clean manner. In the later stages, Feng Yanro was more powerful than him. The more powerful the opponent was, the more it showed the toughness of the martial arts of the Floating Snow Palace. Especially the Ice Snow Sword realm, which seemed to cost a lot of Zhen Yuan, but after a battle, it could completely block out the opponent's attacks without needing to use other martial arts, which saved a lot of Zhen Yuan. Seeing that Feng Yanro had won the 5th battle, the mysterious Moon Prince's face looked a bit bad. No matter if Feng Yanro won or lost, 65 wins in a row was already set in stone. If she won even one more battle, then the champion of this year would naturally change hands, which made him very unhappy. Speaking of which, it was not that he did not have feelings for Feng Yanro, but it was because of this that he would not allow her to beat him. It was a matter of dignity between a man and a woman. Huang Kaishan forced a laugh. Fighting one-on-one, she would not be your opponent. Still, you cannot underestimate her. Breaking through the Ice Snow Sword realm will be very hard. But, no matter how powerful the defense is, the body will still have a limit. Although the mysterious Moon Prince said that, he already had an answer in his heart. Battling with Feng Yanro, his chance of winning would not be more than 50%. Of course, he believed that he would win in the end, because he valued winning more than anyone else. In the 6th battle, Feng Yanro was having a hard time. The opponent's power was much weaker than her in her normal condition. Unfortunately, she was not even at 60% of her normal condition. She was completely relying on the intricacy of her martial arts, and could not fight head-on. With the patience of a sword artist and the ability to find flaws, Feng Yanro bit her teeth and threw out a deadly attack, breaking through her opponent's defense. The 6th battle she won. Up until now, Feng Yanro had already won 66 battles in a row, one more than the mysterious Moon Prince. She was ranked 14th. The 7th battle had not yet begun, But Feng Yanro had already given up. If it were a life-and-death battle, she would have the confidence to win the 7th battle. But she would also be wounded badly. But this was the challenge tournament, not a life-and-death battle. 66 wins in a row. She has surpassed the mysterious Moon Prince. Impressive. I wonder who will be able to break this record this year. Now only the challenge tournament in the Blue Water City is left. Perhaps we can find the answer there. Once Feng Yanro's battle ended, a lot of people lost their interest. What they wanted to see the most was how far Yichen could go. Yichen did not watch Feng Yanro's battle, since it did not matter anymore. From 60 to 70 wins in a row was the hardest part. After 70 to 80 wins in a row, it would be a bit easier. At least, the challengers would be the previous batch of extreme astral reaching realm warriors. And he would have some understanding of their styles. In the Blue Water City's battling stadium, everyone in the audience seats shook their heads. 40 wins in a row. This is too easy. Every battle is finished within 5 moves. It does not cost any Zhen Yuan at all. Over there, Feng Yanro has stopped at 66 wins in a row. Let's see if Yichen can break it. Another day passed. On this day, Yichen expanded his results, turning 40 wins into 50 wins in a row. The 8 peak astral reaching realm warriors sent by the Blue Mountain Nation did not give him any trouble. The remaining 2 were warriors with 50 wins in a row, and their strength was at the extreme astral reaching realm. Yichen played with them for a couple of moves before winning easily. Inside the VIP room, the old man surnamed Wu's face turned serious as he said in a low voice, "We misjudged him. This person is even more troublesome than the mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yanro." "Then should we start the tag battle in advance?" the people beside him asked. "No, we can't do it right now. The tag battle is set between 60 to 70 wins in a row, and it is not without reason. At least, with the extra 10 battles, we will be able to see more things." "You're right. I really don't know where this kid came from. One mysterious Moon Prince and one Feng Yanro are enough to give them a headache." The old man surnamed Wu suddenly thought of something and laughed. "Actually, we don't need to worry too much. He will definitely not surpass 70 wins in a row." "What do you mean?" Everyone was confused. After watching for so many days, they still could not figure out Yichen's bottom line. The success rate of tag battle was worrying, as it was only 70% at most. It should be known that when they were fighting against the mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yanro, they already knew that it would succeed. Their success rate was above 90%, and it was almost impossible to fail. In fact, it was indeed so. The mysterious Moon Prince had lost in the 6th battle, and Feng Yanro in the 7th. Not to mention, there were still several battles waiting for them, each one more deadly than the last. The old man surnamed Wu said mysteriously, "We only have 70% certainty. What if we add in the mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yanro, or even a few other warriors with 50 wins in a row? You mean put them all into the tag battle formation?" "That's right. Mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yanro's power are much higher than us individually. Those warriors with 50 wins in a row are also stronger than half of us. With them, how high do you think the success rate will be?" 100%. Definitely 100%. Haha. Everyone in the VIP lounge started to laugh. In the history, the most powerful warrior who had won 100 battles in a row was the one who had won 100 battles in a row. Although he had lost, he had still made his opponent feel bad. Compared to that warrior, Yichen was not worth mentioning at all. It was like the difference between a child and an adult. Mysterious Moon Prince might have a chance, but I don't think Feng Yanro will agree. A couple of days ago, she and Yichen met in the tea house. Someone suggested. The old man surnamed Wu said confidently, "No, you are wrong. Since they are all young warriors, they definitely have the heart to compete. Mysterious Moon Prince will agree, so will Feng Yanro. Plus, even without Feng Yanro, our success rate will still be 100%. Mysterious Moon Prince has accepted half of the tag battle, and he alone is equivalent to 5. With him, there will be no problem." Chapter 398. Yi Chen still did not know that a group of extreme astral-reaching realm warriors from the Blue Mountain Nation were planning a powerful team to stop his 70 wins in a row. Of course, even if he knew, he would not care. Right now, all he could focus on was the Soul Stone reward. 430 wins in a row. The Soul Stone reward for the first battle was 1,400 mid-rank Soul Stones, 2,400 for the second battle, 3,400 for the third battle. A total of 59,000 mid-rank Soul Stones. 440 wins in a row. The Soul Stone reward for the first battle was 1,600 mid-rank Soul Stones, 2,600 for the second battle, 3,600 for the third battle. A total of 61,000 mid-rank Soul Stones. 450 wins in a row. The Soul Stone reward for the first battle was 1,800 mid-rank Soul Stones, 2,800 for the second battle, 3,800 for the third battle. A total of 63,000 mid-rank Soul Stones. Adding the Soul Stone reward for the 10 and 20 wins in a row, Yi Chen had already earned 290,000 mid-rank Soul Stones. There were still 50 wins in a row before he could earn 500 top-rank Soul Stones. For a normal astral-reaching realm warrior, they could probably earn that much in their lifetime. Under normal circumstances, having tens of thousands of mid-rank Soul Stones on them would already be quite good. This world is indeed a world where the powerful ones are respected. The same astral-reaching realm warriors can earn 10, or even 100 times more. Yi Chen suddenly felt very emotional. Normal astral-reaching realm warriors were still worried about not having a mid-rank great weapon, while the astral-reaching realm warriors at the top of the pyramid would have enough soul stones to buy 10 mid-rank great weapons. As for himself, buying 50 mid-rank great weapons would not be a problem at all, and that did not include the value of the treasures he had on him. For example, the gold armor was a top-ranked defensive great weapon. If there was a market for it, it would not be a problem to sell it for 50 or 60,000 top-rank soul stones. Just one gold armor would be more than all of his wealth. Experts who have won 10 matches in a row will not receive spirit stones as a reward for participating in the competition within 3 months. However, their winning streak will be counted. Warriors with 20 wins in a row would not get any spirit stones as a reward for 9 months. Warriors with 30 wins in a row would have to wait for 2 years, 40 wins in a row would have to wait for 5 years, and 50 wins in a row would have to wait for 10 years. It is indeed very strict, preventing some of the powerful warriors from trying to earn a fortune through the battles. Plus, the higher the winning record, the longer it would take for them to get the spirit stones as a reward. As for those who are trying to find loopholes and not getting 10 wins in a row, the Blue Mountain Nation should have a way to deal with them as well. After all, the top 5 Sea of Souls realm warriors are not there for nothing. Think about the consequences of messing around. No matter how many spirit stones you have, it would not be as important as your life. Since that's the case, let's earn as much as we can in one go. Yi Chen put away the 50 winning streak token and 29 boxes of medium-grade spirit stones before he turned around and left the battle arena. Mysterious Moon Prince, what do you think? Inside a private room of a restaurant, the extreme astral-reaching realm warrior from the Blue Mountain Nation, the elder named Wu, said with a smile. The mysterious Moon Prince glanced at him. You guys have indeed made a good plan, asking me to help you stop Yi Chen. If I am not wrong, you guys have also invited Feng Yanro, right? This way, the success rate of this battle would be at least 100%, and there would be no chance of failure. Prince, you are right. Miss Feng Yanro is also on the list. How much is the reward? He had been wanting to meet Yi Chen for a long time, but he, the mysterious Moon Prince, would never do meaningless things. So there had to be enough reward. The old man surnamed Wu raised 3 fingers. If you join the battle, we will give you 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones right away. The other 200,000 will have to wait until you win against Yi Chen. If I win against Yi Chen, I will add another 100,000. The mysterious Moon Prince said without hesitation. The elder hesitated a little bit. In fact, this time, the Blue Mountain Nation had given the mysterious Moon Prince a starting price of 400,000 medium-grade spirit stones. He did not expect the mysterious Moon Prince to be this greedy, and ask for 400,000 medium-grade spirit stones right away. But the mysterious Moon Prince was a key figure, and Feng Yanro was not sure yet. All right, it is a deal. The elder paused for a second, then asked, I wonder which battle you would like to fight in. The 65th battle. Setting it at the 65th battle was not completely meaningless, since the mysterious Moon Prince would lose in the 66th battle. In the 65th battle, he would prepare to beat Yi Chun. On the second floor of the restaurant, Feng Yanro looked away from the mysterious Moon Prince, while Qingzhu, who was standing right next to her, had a shocked expression on her face. In order to deal with Yi Chun, the mysterious Moon Prince had actually come to invite her sister Feng. Was that Yi Chun really that hard to deal with? She thought that the mysterious Moon Prince was also on the list. Inviting my sister Feng, you should at least give some reward. Qingzhu interrupted first. The extreme astral reaching realm warrior in front of her laughed. Miss, you are thinking too much. If Miss Feng agrees to this plan, there will be no less than 100,000 mid-rank spirit stones. Plus, if you win against Yi Chun, there will be 200,000 mid-rank spirit stones. In other words, if you win against Yi Chun, you will get 300,000 in total. This is not a bad deal. Sister, why don't you agree? Qingzhu looked at Feng Yanro. Feng Yanro shook her head. I do not need any reward. The mysterious Moon Prince's expression changed, then he forced a smile. You misunderstood me. I do not need any reward. But I will challenge Yi Chun. Just put me in the first place. I want to have a fair battle with him. Feng Yanro had her own principles. Yi Chun could already be considered as her friend. Although it was just a normal kind of friendship, a friend was a friend. How could she do something that would harm him just for a reward? Therefore, accepting the reward was wrong in itself. As for accepting Yi Chun's challenge, it was her own idea. In the young generation, no one would be afraid of anyone. If she did not challenge him, it would mean that she was afraid, and subconsciously did not want to battle with him, which would not be a good thing for her. Hearing her, the mysterious Moon Prince revealed a smile. As the night fell, a guest arrived at Yi Chun's hotel room. It was Feng Yanro. Pouring a cup of tea for her, Yi Chun observed her expression. What do you want to tell me? Feng Yanro nodded. The day after tomorrow, I will challenge you in the first battle. If I have guessed it right, then there will be the mysterious Moon Prince as well. Oh. Yi Chun rubbed his chin and laughed. This time, the lineup is indeed powerful. Are you not worried at all? Worried about what? Feng Yanro glanced at Yi Chun and thought about it. Perhaps I came in the wrong place. But in the day after tomorrow, I will give it my all. I will face it seriously as well. After sending off Feng Yanro, Yi Chun revealed a strange expression. Shaking his head, he closed the door and walked into his bedroom. The battles on the second day went without any surprises. Yi Chun went through all the challenges and got 60 wins in a row. Some of the more observant people noticed that there was not a single drop of sweat on Yi Chun's body. This made the extreme astral-reaching realm warriors from the Blue Mountain Nation, who were observing Yi Chun in the VIP room, feel a bit depressed. But then, thinking about the addition of the mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yanro, they felt relieved. Luckily, this time would be different. Feng Yanro would challenge Yi Chun in the first battle. Even if she lost, she would be able to use up half of Yi Chun's power, since Feng Yanro had gotten 66 wins in a row. She also had the extremely powerful Ice Snow Sword realm, which had an unimaginable defense. Trying to break through that powerful Ice Snow Sword realm would be enough to give Yi Chun a headache. In the 65th battle, the mysterious Moon Prince would appear. By then, Yi Chun would already be exhausted, and there would be no chance for him to win. In other words, Yi Chun's victory would most likely end in the 65th battle. 90% sure. What is there to worry about? The elder named Wu picked up his teacup and took a sip leisurely. Over at the audience seating, as Yi Chun had gotten 60 wins in a row, the crowd started to get excited. Finally, 60 wins in a row. Not many people had expected this. Yeah, 50 wins in a row is already impressive. 60 wins in a row. And there were only 3 of them this year. Normally, it would be impressive if there was one every year. But the real test will be coming. Mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yanro both lost between 60 to 70 wins in a row. I wonder if Yi Chen will have any hope. There is definitely hope, but of course, it is very small. What I am more concerned about is how many battles Yi Chen can last. Mysterious Moon Prince lost in the 6th battle, and Feng Yanro gave up in the 7th battle. I feel that Yi Chen might be a bit more powerful. I have the same feeling as well. Not necessarily. Being powerful in the early stages does not mean that he will be powerful in the later stages. After 60 wins in a row, everyone would be at the extreme astral reaching realm. The pressure would not be small at all. Perhaps, Yi Chen would not even be able to last until the 5th battle. This kind of intense discussion continued all the way until the next morning. It was early in the morning, and the battling field was already packed with people. A lot of people had spent 50 mid-rank soul stones, but did not even have a place to sit, so they had to stand on the empty ground. Yi Chen is coming up. Right after one person had finished his 7th win, Yi Chen jumped onto the stage. As for the people who had just won, they had to step down temporarily and wait for Yi Chen's battle to finish. The winning record would be counted as one win. Standing in the middle of the stage, Yi Chen looked in a certain direction. Crack. The door of the VIP room was opened, and Feng Yanro walked out. What? The first challenger is Feng Yanro? What is going on? Feng Yanro is the first challenger? The chance of Yi Chen reaching 70 wins in a row is unimaginably low. Feng Yanro's power on the surface is no weaker than Yi Chen's. Yi Chen might lose the first battle. Even if he manages to win, there would be no hope for him to win the second battle. It was too unexpected. A lot of people were still in shock. They thought that it would still be the same group of extreme astral reaching realm warriors challenging Yi Chen. Who would have thought that Feng Yanro would be the first one? Everyone knew how powerful Feng Yanran was, especially her ice snow sword realm. Shoo! Flying onto the stage, Feng Yanro put her right hand on the handle of the long sword from the Blue Mountain Island and said, "Sorry for the offense, please." Yi Chen nodded. "Go ahead." Flying Snow Sky. Taking out her long sword, Feng Yanro performed the top-rank Earth Realm sword art from the Snowy Martial School right away. The sword movement Flying Snow Sky was performed by Feng Yanro, and its power was 2 times more powerful than Qingju's. One could only see snow falling in the air as the sword chi brought up waves of blizzard, attacking towards Yi Chen. Boom! The blizzard was shattered, and the sword chi exploded. Yi Chen, who was wearing blue robes, was not injured at all. All of the incoming attacks had been sliced into nothingness by his sword attack. Ice Flower Competition. Feng Yanro frowned as her body flew into the air. She waved out a sword attack, and countless ice flowers appeared in the air. Under the sunlight, the ice flowers shone with a colorful light. Along with beams of sword chi, they spun and attacked towards Yi Chen from all directions. Chapter 399. Miss Feng, I think you should use all of your power. Yi Chen walked forward, the long sword in his hand waving casually in the air, shattering a huge chunk of ice. The sword chi wave had opened up countless cracks on the platform. Occasionally, 1 or 2 sword attacks had even shaved off a corner of the platform. The good thing was that the platform was made of countless metal cubes. Even if it was damaged, it could be replaced on the same night, ensuring that it could still be used the next day. Therefore, before that, the platform would be perfectly fine, and would not collapse in a short period of time. Feng Yanro gritted her teeth as she performed a sword spell with her left hand. A shockingly powerful Zhen Yuan vibration spread out, and the intense chi field caused her long black hair to dance in the air. The snowflake pattern on her forehead shone once, and a layer of slightly silver-white light shield appeared out of her body. Inside the light shield, the sword light was moving, its head connected to the tail. Its speed was twice as fast as Qingju's, but its size was a bit smaller. However, the smaller the sword light was, the tighter the layers of defense were. It was so tight that it seemed to be unbreakable. Under the pressure from Yi Chen, Feng Yanro finally performed her ice snow sword realm. It would have been better if she did not fight with Yi Chen, but once she did, Feng Yanro finally felt the hopelessness of being in control of the situation. Each of Yi Chen's sword attacks seemed to be very simple, but it was this kind of ease that was the scariest. You would not know when he would suddenly attack, or when he would find your flaws and chase after you. If there were different types of sword artists, some of them would be like wolves, who were tough and unyielding. Some of them would be like snakes who would kill once they moved, and some of them would be like tigers who would be aggressive. However, Yi Chen was obviously a fully armed hunter, and the whole situation was under his control. Feng Yanro had never felt this kind of soul-piercing pressure from any astral-reaching realm sword artist. Today was the first time. Therefore, after throwing out 2 sword attacks, she had to perform her Ice Snow Sword Realm. With the sword realm protecting her body, Feng Yanro's sword aura increased drastically. She waved her sword, and the whole platform was covered in sword chi. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Facing the overwhelming sword chi, Yi Chen suddenly stretched out his left hand with a calm expression. Everyone watching the battle was confused, not knowing what Yi Chen was going to do at this critical moment. Could it be that he was going to catch that rain-like sword chi with his bare hands? What a joke! With the amplification of the Ice Snow Sword Realm, every beam of sword chi that Feng Yanro shot out was extra sharp, like steel needles. Feng Yanro was also confused. Her eyes locked onto Yi Chen, while the long sword in her hand seemed to have disappeared into the surreal space. Hiss! Raising the index and middle fingers of his left hand, a stream of soft sword chi suddenly appeared. Following the trajectory of Yi Chen's fingers, the sword chi spread out and cut the space around him into pieces, crisscrossing. This ribbon-like sword chi was evolved from the green lotus sword chi inside Yi Chen's body. It was originally as thick as a finger, but now it was like a steel wire, shining with a green light. Pitter-patter. The next second, endless sword chi attacked down, almost drowning Yi Chen in it. However, from Yi Chen's perspective, those steel needle-like sword chi had all been cut open in the middle. None of them landed on Yi Chen's body, as they were all cut open by the stretched green lotus sword chi. Crack! With his left hand activating the sword chi defense, Yi Chen's right hand was not idle either. He waved down, and the sword chi tore open the air. On the Ice Snow Sword Realm outside of Feng Yanro's body, a beam of sword light went right in front of her. It went over her head and then behind her. At first glance, people would think that the Ice Snow Sword Realm had been cut open. After backing out for 10 steps, Feng Yanro finally stopped, her face a little pale. He is so powerful. He has suppressed me so easily. Feng Yanro was shocked. She operated her mind art, trying her best to suppress the boiling chi and blood in her body, recovering to her peak condition. Green Lotus Chi. Unlimited combo. Keeping his battling power at around 35%, Yi Chen stood on his tiptoes and floated into the air. He waved his Blue Mountain Island longsword in the air. 1, 2, 3, 5. 5 huge green lotuses were formed, floating in front of Yi Chen's body. These 5 lotuses were all made of sharp chi flow. With a slight shake, they turned into thousands of chopstick-sized sword chi shooting out. If Feng Yanro's sword chi was like a storm before, then right now, Yi Chen's sword chi was like a flood. The sword chi flood crashed into his opponent's Ice Snow Sword Realm. Pooh, pooh, pooh. All of a sudden, Feng Yanro did not even know how many times she had been attacked. Her Ice Snow Sword Realm was on the verge of collapsing. Not good. The Ice Snow Sword Realm is about to collapse. No matter how powerful the defense was, there would still be a limit. One drop of water might not be able to pierce through a rock, but after a long time, even a rock would be pierced through. Feng Yanro could already hear the struggling screams of the Ice Snow Sword Realm. Ice Snow Sword Realm. Feng Yanro was about to change her Ice Snow Sword Realm into its attacking mode to break the situation, but Yi Chen seemed to have read her mind. His sword chi was even more aggressive and dense, pushing her back continuously. With each step she took, that metal platform would crack and turn into powder. Swoosh! A cloth-tearing sound was heard one after another. The Ice Snow Sword Realm had been broken through. Over at the audience seating, everyone was shocked. What was power? This was power not giving his opponent any chance to fight back. Since the Ice Snow Sword realm had a powerful defense, then he would use 10 times or even 100 times more powerful attacks to tear it apart. The sharpness of a sword artist had been fully displayed by Yi Chun. I have lost. Feng Yanro was sad. She had never thought that there would be a day when she would not even be able to fight back in a battle with the same cultivation. No matter how powerful her attacks were, if they could not land on her opponent, then what would be the point? In the VIP room, Qingzhu opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Could an astral-reaching realm warrior really shoot out that many sword chi? Using the amount of sword chi to break through an even more powerful defense? Inside the VIP room where all of the extreme astral-reaching realm warriors from the Blue Mountain Nation were gathered, it was completely silent. Everyone was speechless. The elder with the surname Wu came back to his senses, rubbing his temples. We have still underestimated him. Perhaps we will have to wait until the 7th or 8th battle before we can succeed. The 7th or 8th battle. The people next to him were shocked. We have Feng Yanro and the mysterious Moon Prince on our side. Why would we need to wait until then? Yeah, although he had beaten Feng Yanro, he must have used up a lot of Zhen Yuan. Elder Wu, you are worrying too much. Am I really worrying too much? The elder with the surname Wu had seen way too many young warriors, but none of them were as calm as Yi Chun, as if everything was under his control. Perhaps I am worrying too much. From the 2nd to the 4th battle, we should be able to see something. The sword chi disappeared as Yi Chun said, "Your sword is broken." Just as he finished speaking, the long sword in Feng Yanro's hand exploded, turning into thousands of metal pieces. With an unnatural blush on her face, Feng Yanro asked, "Please tell me, is this your real power?" She had thought a lot about this battle, and the biggest possibility was that Yi Chun had not revealed his real power yet. For a second, she saw an extremely cold sharpness deep inside Yi Chun's eyes. It was the kind of sharpness that could tear apart everything and ignore everything, which made her heart stop beating. This person was extremely frightening inside. Maybe, maybe not. Yi Chun did not answer directly. I got it. He had already given her the answer. After Feng Yanro left the stage, the second extreme astral-reaching realm warrior went up. As soon as he got on the stage, he attacked Yi Chun with all of his power. He was afraid that if he did not attack first, he would not have the chance to do so. Yi Chun was still as calm as before. After dispersing his opponent's attack, he counterattacked again and again, until his opponent admitted defeat with a pale face. The third extreme astral-reaching realm warrior was a lot more cautious. Up until now, it was not that they had not studied Yi Chun's characteristics and style, but the conclusion they got was that he did not have any characteristics or style. The only thing he had was sharpness. Instead of wasting time on studying, it would be better to delay the battle as much as possible and waste his opponent's Zhen Yuan. After 5 attacks, he lost. He lost even faster than the previous one because he was too cautious. He did not want to fight with Yi Chun head-on, so he tried to increase the distance and fight from a distance. In the end, he only received 5 attacks before losing completely. Don't play with tactics. None of us are his opponent. His battling experience is already at the master level. The elder reminded the 4th warrior. Yes. Even without Old Man Wu's reminder, one of the participants knew what to do. On the stage, Yi Chun watched the 4th warrior challenge him with a very cold expression on his face. Up until now, his battling power had been suppressed to around 25%. Feng Yanro's Ice Snow Sword realm was too powerful, so he increased it to 35%, trying to create an absolutely balanced battle. Unfortunately, with the same conditions and battling power, there were not many people who could last more than 10 attacks. But he was also clear that it was not because these people were weak, but because his battling techniques were too powerful. Immortal Sword Art, Destruction Sword Art, and Slaughter Sword Art. He had learned 3 great sword arts at once. Although his battling power did not increase directly, his battling techniques were horrifying. Battle King, Iron Sword King, and Double Sword King. Which one of them was not in existence that could look down on the whole continent? If Yi Chun could combine the 3 sword arts together, he would be able to reach the Ancient Sword King realm when he entered the Life and Death realm. Ding, dang, dang. After exchanging 5 attacks with the 4th warrior, Yi Chun broke his opponent's weapon with one sword attack, and the tip of his sword was on his throat. Is he a monster? Winning all 4 battles without any difficulty? Indeed frightening. It gives me goosebumps. Everyone was discussing. Right then, the sound of the door opening was heard from the VIP room where Mysterious Moon Prince was. Mysterious Moon Prince is on the stage. I wonder if he can beat Yi Chun? Shoo. Like the moon in the water, Mysterious Moon Prince's body flashed, and the air rippled. Without a sound he arrived on the stage. If this is all you have, then you will have no chance of winning against me. I wonder if you can still keep this calm attitude after you lose to me. Mysterious Moon Prince was not Feng Yanro. He did not have the Ice Snow Sword realm, but he had a low-rank profound sense martial art that could compete with it. In his opinion, facing Yi Chun, defense alone was not enough. Therefore Feng Yanro, who was at the same level as him, had lost. His attacks were all illusions, which made them even more unpredictable. Chapter 400. Whether or not I can do it depends on my power. You are walking on the illusion Tao, which can disturb my mind and move my will. Let me see if you can shake my will. Yi Chun had seen the Mysterious Moon Prince's battles before, and he knew that his movements were complicated. It looked like he was defending, but he was actually attacking. It looked like he was attacking, but he was actually defending. Attacking and defending were both unpredictable and unpredictable, without any clear dividing line. This was the illusion Tao in the martial arts, which used illusions as the main theme and the core to drive the others. Everyone can talk big, but only a few can actually do it. There is no point in talking anymore. Take my water moon palm attack first. His body floated up into the air as he threw out a palm attack towards Yi Chun. The palm wind was extremely powerful, and the air was folded. The power of the broken moon spread out in all directions. Damn. My eyes are going blurry. Which one is the real killer? The Mysterious Moon Prince is indeed worthy of his name. Normal people would not even be able to use 80% of their power when fighting with him. Everyone had never seen the serious Mysterious Moon Prince before. From 60 to 70 wins, it seemed like he had used all of his power, but there was a difference. For example, in the first battle he did not even need to use all of his power to beat his opponent. In the second battle, he did not need to use all of his power either. In the third battle, he had used up a lot of his Zhen Yuan. Even if he had used all of his power, it would not have been his usual power. However, right then he was in his peak condition, and his Zhen Yuan and spirit were all very abundant. It was not hard to imagine how hard it would be to fight with him in such a condition. Why do I need to guess your movements? You should be the one defending against my sword attacks. Yi Chun's mind was as clear as a mirror. He was very clear that if he were to be like the spectators in the audience seats, focusing on defending against the incoming attacks, then he would be at a disadvantage, and would be led by his opponent by the nose. A real powerful warrior would make the others follow his rhythm. If he wanted to attack, he would attack, and he would do whatever he wanted. It was not the other way around, but the other way around. The sword Qi tore apart the sky. With his body following the sword, Yi Chun directly broke through the palm wind, and drew out an arc of light in the air that covered half of the stage. A surprised look flashed through the Mysterious Moon Prince's eyes. Although he had tried his best to belittle Yi Chun with his words, his actions had already listed him as a powerful enemy. That water moon palm attack was used to test Yi Chun, and there was no lack of attacks during the test. However, who would have thought that Yi Chun would not care about it at all, and would use his own pace to start the attack, which was completely different from his previous style. No special characteristics, no style? However, my illusion Tao includes the deceit Tao. The Mysterious Moon Prince sneered. His wrist shook rapidly, and his palm power surged out. He did not seem to want to change his strategy. Pitter-patter. The sound of energy exploding rang out continuously. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. And these dozens of blows belonged to only one move. Slice stab. All of a sudden, Mysterious Moon Prince took out a chopstick-sized iron spike from his sleeve. The iron spike shot out like an aurora, piercing through the chi field between the two of them. The water moon palm attack was the obvious attack, while the sly stab was the hidden killing power. Normal warriors would be killed by this one attack. My sword Dao does not care about the existence or the non-existence. It only cares about the result. All the process is just like the moon in the water, the clouds in the sky. Yichen was not fooled. He shattered the iron spike with one sword attack and continued to attack, as if nothing could affect him. Or, in other words, he did not care about what kind of attack his opponent had performed. For him, all of the attacks were not important at all. What was important was the result. What? The mysterious Moon Prince looked shocked. He turned his body, and like a beam of light that had been refracted, he left the spot he was standing at, which made him deviate from Yi Chen's attack path. I told you it is useless. Yi Chen's face was cold. While moving at a high speed, he turned around and waved his sword. The sky-tearing sword chi had cut the space on the stage into two, making it impossible to dodge. Damn it! Flower moon breaking heart palm. Overlapping his left and right hands, the mysterious Moon Prince pressed his palm into the air in front of him. Boom! It was like a super bomb had been detonated. The whole stage was blown into the air all of a sudden. Metal pieces the size of human heads shot out everywhere, spreading out at an extreme speed. What kind of fucking battle is this? It is so scary. If I go up there, I would not be able to handle one attack. No, not even half an attack. I would be killed instantly. Besides the gap in power, the gap in techniques is even bigger. They are miles ahead of us. What a horrifying young generation. I have heard that this is the era of martial geniuses. Not only in the southern regions, but also in the other three regions. Especially the central region, the Sky Martial region. I have heard that there are two super powerful martial geniuses who are not weaker than Xianhou. I did not believe it before. How could it be that easy to have martial geniuses? Since the ancient times until now, it has only happened a couple of times. But now I believe it. This is only the Blue Mountain Island, and there are already such horrifying battles. What about the whole True Spirit continent? Who did you hear it from? I have searched the entire southern regions, and a lot of people have been talking about it. That is really impressive. Could it be that this is really the era of martial geniuses? Over at the audience seating, everyone held their breath and did not even blink their eyes. They could not hold it anymore, so they took a couple of deep breaths and chatted with each other. As they chatted, their blood started to boil even more. Although the era of martial geniuses had nothing to do with them, being in this era, they might have the chance to witness the miracles of the ancient times. They wanted to see how these countless martial geniuses would grow up, and how many of them would be left behind. Green lotus sprouts. The more powerful it is, the more powerful it becomes. On the stage that had disappeared, the battle between the two reached its climax. Of course, Yi Chen had suppressed his power, wanting to beat his opponent with the same level of power. His longsword sliced through the air, causing lotuses to blossom in the air. The sword chi sliced through the air, tearing apart the foundation of the stage. The hair in front of Mysterious Moon Prince's forehead, and the clothes on his body had been reduced a bit. His eyes were cold as he activated his Zhen Yuan. Using his own Zhen Yuan to suppress the air around him, he controlled his own realm, fighting against Yi Chen's sword realm. Right after that, waves of mirage-like palm power shot out, spreading out for thousands of miles. This was the battle that he had fought at his peak. This battle had started because of Yi Chen, and it would also end because of him. If he won, he would be able to reach a higher level and compete with the martial geniuses at the top of the pyramid. If he lost, he would definitely be quiet for a period of time in the future. Yi Chen, you will lose this battle for sure. Mysterious Moon Prince yelled. Yi Chen paid no attention to him as he performed the sword step. Yes, it was the sword step that belonged to Yi Chen. He had comprehended one part of each of the three great sword arts, and combined them into one. The sword step was the first one to show results, which was a battle step. With one step, the air around him would shatter, turning into a sharp sword chi. It was like an arrow on a bowstring, waiting to be shot out. Using the sword step to fight against Mysterious Moon Prince was a bit overkill. But without actual battle experience, the sword step would lose its meaning. His opponent's illusion art was indeed harder to deal with than normal opponents, but it was exactly because of that that made him a good grindstone. Once the sword step was performed, the chi field that Mysterious Moon Prince had created was shattered into pieces. Mysterious Moon Prince's mind was on the verge of collapsing under this attack. Tearing apart the air, Yichen appeared in front of Mysterious Moon Prince within a second, waving his longsword. Mirror Flower Water Moon. Mysterious Moon Prince yelled out while his body was shattered into pieces. It was like the moon in the water, shattering upon contact. They were not in the same realm. Green Lotus Chi Transformation. Countless huge green lotuses appeared outside of Yi Chen's body, wrapping him in the middle. The lotuses bloomed, and the sword chi spread out in all directions, covering everything in the sky and on the ground. Shoo, 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 shoo. Mysterious Moon Prince's body kept flashing. Every time he appeared, he would move away immediately to avoid being pierced by the sword chi. All of a sudden, he looked like he was in a mess. His clothes were torn apart, and blood spilled everywhere. Mirror Flower Water Moon. True Attack. The Mirror Flower Water Moon was one of the low-rank profound sense martial arts of the Mysterious Moon Pavilion. There was reality within the illusion, and the reality within the illusion. Without a real flower and moon, where would the Mirror Flower Water Moon come from? Everything would be created based on reality. It was a realm that even life and death realm warriors could not reach. A bright moonlight poured down. It was so real that people would not want to destroy it, because it was so real that it gave people the feeling that it was an illusion. This attack was the most powerful attack that Mysterious Moon Prince had. My sword art, one hit. Performing his sword steps, Yichen flew in the air, leaving a clear sword mark in the air. It moved forward with the long sword in Yichen's hand, forming an extremely sharp aura. The moonlight was shattered, but Yichen did not care. He only had one target, which was the Mysterious Moon Prince, who was in between reality and illusion. Swoosh. Blood spilled out like a sickle. Yichen brushed past the Mysterious Moon Prince and landed behind him, putting his sword back into its scabbard. Kneeling on the ground with one of his knees, the Mysterious Moon Prince was sweating profusely, soaking his clothes and long hair. His mind had already been broken by Yichen along with all the wounds on his body. In a short period of time, his condition had fallen to a new level. If he could get past this level, it might be a brand new future for him. But if he could not, then it would be an eternity of despair, and he would no longer be a top martial genius. The competition between martial geniuses had always been this cruel, because martial geniuses did not allow their bodies to fail at the same time. Even the Mysterious Moon Prince could not stop him? What is going on? Inside the VIP room, all of the extreme astral-reaching realm warriors from the Blue Mountain Nation looked at each other. This kid's achievement in sword art is unimaginable. Feng Yanro and the Mysterious Moon Prince were both defeated by him. Within one day, he had defeated two top martial geniuses. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Could we not stop his 70 wins in a row? 5 battles. He would have to use up some of his energy. I do not believe that he could win all 10 of them. In another VIP room, Feng Yanro said with a low voice, the Mysterious Moon Prince's illusion art had also been broken. My sword art had met his sword art, and it had lost even more badly. The South Ridra region had fallen for hundreds of years in exchange for the glory we have today. Give him time, and he alone would be enough to challenge all the martial geniuses in the world. Sister Feng, what are you talking about? Qingzhu came back to reality, blinking his eyes. Feng Yanro warned. Right now is the era of martial geniuses. You have to work hard, unless you get married and have kids in the future. I do not want to get married that early. I want to make a name for myself in this true spirit continent. Qingzhu sneered. Then you are still far from it. Our head disciple went out a couple of years ago, and he has been in closed-door training ever since he came back. Do you know why? There are more martial geniuses out there than we can imagine, and it is even more horrifying. The central region, the Sky Martial region, is the holy land for martial geniuses. Chapter 401. The sixth battle began. The challenger was a flirtatious young married woman. Of course, the lifespan of astral-reaching realm warriors was twice that of normal people. Although she looked like a young married woman, her real age might be even lower. Perhaps she was already in her 60s or 70s. Little brother, I admire you very much. You have to go easy on me. The young married woman winked at Yi Chun. The corner of Yi Chun's mouth curled up slightly. Huh. Right then, the young married woman's body flickered as her sleeves expanded. A long whip covered in bone spikes swept out, attempting to entangle Yi Chun. Up until now, no one had managed to attack Yi Chun. After some research, everyone agreed that Yi Chun's defense was his weakness. Indeed, they had guessed correctly. Compared to his attack and speed, Yi Chun's defense was undoubtedly weaker. Plus, he was not allowed to use weapons on the stage, which further decreased his defense. However, it was only relative. Don't forget that Yi Chun had already trained his Green Lotus sword spell to the peak of the 13th level. Even if his cultivation base had not reached the peak of late astral reaching realm, the quantity and quality of his Zhenyuan would be more than most of the warriors at the same level. Yi Chun did not need to be arrogant and use his defense to block out the young married woman's attack. He could tell that this attack of hers was mainly about entangling, and then pulling with all her strength. The long whip wriggled, and the bone spikes on it were 100 times more horrifying than a blender. Combined with the martial art she had trained, it would be enough to break through most of the warriors' defenses. Once the defense was broken, the people inside would be at their mercy. After all, the more they struggled, the tighter the long whip would be, and the bone spikes would definitely kill them. Lifting his left index finger, a strand of Green Lotus sword chi shot out, cutting onto the bone spikes and creating sparks. Soon after, Yi Chun's right hand lightly held onto the sword hilt. The flirtatious young woman didn't panic even though her attack had failed. She took advantage of the situation and dragged her long whip on the ground. Crack, crack, crack. A large piece of the ground that had been leveled to the ground was torn out. It flipped over and stood vertically, like a metal wall several meters thick, between the two of them. With a triumphant smile on her face, the flirtatious young woman flicked her wrist, and the bone whip became taut. It spun rapidly and pierced through Yi Chun, who was behind the metal wall. Puff! It was as if the metal wall was made of tofu. However, she no longer had the chance. The moment the metal wall was erected, Yi Chun's sword had already been unsheathed. A dazzling sword light flashed, and the metal wall was sliced in half. Yi Chun showed no mercy. With the Blue Mountain Island's standard longsword infused with Green Lotus Zhenyuan, it was unstoppable. It instantly broke through the protective Zhenyuan of the flirtatious young lady. At this moment, the young lady's long whip had just pierced through. Fast, extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the flirtatious young woman had been defeated. The flirtatious young woman was taken aback. She hadn't expected to be defeated so quickly. The battle hadn't even begun yet. Little brother, you're not being honest. I told you to be lenient. At the very least, you should give me a chance to show off. The flirtatious young woman stomped her foot angrily. Yi Chun spread out his hands. I was just about to say yes, but you've already attacked. The flirtatious young woman was speechless. She only wanted to catch Yi Chun off guard, but she didn't expect things to turn out the way she wanted. She had lost even faster. If she had known this earlier, she would have just fought honestly and completed the mission. In other words, this brat was simply invincible. He has won 66 battles in a row. Is he not tired at all? It's hard to say. I'm afraid that even a continuous battle would not be able to stop him. All of the extreme astral reaching realm warriors from the Blue Mountain Island were quite helpless. In the 7th, 8th, and 9th battles, Yi Chun won all of them within 10 attacks. The reason why Yi Chun was able to win 9 battles in a row was not because of his abundant Zhenyuan, which was only comparable to Mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yenro. However, every time Yi Chun fought, he did not use too much Zhenyuan, because no one could exchange dozens or even hundreds of attacks with him. Not even one. including Mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yanro. Therefore, after 9 battles, Yi Chen had only thrown out hundreds of attacks. In a battle between astral-reaching realm warriors, it would not be a problem for them to exchange hundreds of attacks. Of course, once Yi Chen showed signs of his condition slipping, then it would be a vicious cycle. Slipping meant that his power was slipping, which meant that he would have to throw out more attacks to beat his opponent. After battles, he would be exhausted to death. But of course, this would not happen, since Yi Chen had never shown his real power, so there was no possibility of his condition slipping. Right then, the audience did not think that there would be anyone who could stop Yi Chen. He had won 9 battles in a row with ease, and he would not be able to make it through the 10th battle as well. Once the consecutive battles were over, the next 80, 90, and 100 wins would be within reach. After so many days, I did not expect that there would be another warrior with 100 wins in a row in the Blue Mountain Island. Yeah, it is almost in the bag, unless there is an astral-reaching realm warrior who is even more powerful than Yi Chen. But I do not think there will be one. There is definitely no one in the Blue Mountain Island. Even if there is, it would not be here. Excluding the top of the young generation, the powerful astral-reaching realm warriors are all hidden in the rank 5 martial schools with life and death realm warriors. I heard that some of the astral-reaching realm warriors who are close to the end of their lifespan have already trained their low-rank profound martial arts to 40 to 50%. If they take one more step, they might even be able to learn the profound directly. Comprehending low-rank profound martial arts to 40 to 50% is quite frightening. Low-rank profound martial arts at 20% would already be equivalent to the strongest attack of a top-rank Earth realm martial art. 40 to 50% would be several times more. Who in the astral-reaching realm would be able to block it? Rank 5 martial schools are indeed rank 5 martial schools. Experts are as common as clouds in the sky. But it is not surprising. They often receive pointers from life and death realm warriors. It would be impossible for them not to be powerful. Rank 5 martial schools also have their limits, such as cultivation realm. This is a problem that no one can solve. If one's cultivation base cannot be raised, then one's comprehension will be affected. Speaking of low-rank profound martial arts, the Wavy Cloud region has 3 people who have reached a very high level, and the Misty Snow region has the head disciple of the Misty Snow region. These young warriors already have the qualifications to compete with the top geniuses of the other regions. They are indeed very talented. But the 4 regions near the Blue Mountain Island still have the Thunder region's Thunder Princess as their leader. The Thunder Princess is already close to being a monster. I simply cannot imagine what kind of level she is at. As the crowd continued to discuss, the 10th battle had officially begun. As the most powerful warrior among the extreme astral-reaching realm warriors in the Blue Mountain Nation, the elder named Wu still had some tricks up his sleeves. He did not participate in the previous battles against Mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yanro, because he was ranked 10th and did not need to participate. But now he had no choice but to participate. Yi Chen had challenged all of them. Thunder Wind. The elder named Wu's weapon was a huge sword that was as thick as an arm. The huge sword carried a thunderous might, tearing apart the sky and causing the air to explode. Sky-shattering clouds. Yi Chen crossed his 2 swords and slashed out, the bright sword light clashing against his opponent's attack. Pung 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 pung. The domineering old man surnamed Wu was not much weaker than Mysterious Moon Prince and Feng Yanro in terms of power. His attacks were big and powerful, and each of his sword attacks seemed to contain the power of a mountain. With a mountain compressed into a small sword, one could only imagine its power. Yi Chen's sword was even sharper. No matter how powerful his opponent's attacks were, his sword would always be able to cut through them. Moreover, at the critical moment he would be able to block the elder's rhythm, making him unable to use his full power, or only able to use half of his power. The old power had been used up, but the new power had not been generated yet. It was the elder named Wu. Dang! The sword attack missed, and the elder named Wu did not have another chance. His huge sword had been sliced into pieces by Yi Chen, and one of the pieces flew past his face, bringing up a trail of blood. I have lost. Congratulations on your 70 wins in a row. The elder named Wu had already predicted this result, so he did not think too much about it. After the 10th battle, the whole audience was excited. Everyone was looking forward to Yi Chen's performance in the next 3 days. After 3 days, whether or not he could win 100 wins in a row would be revealed. The next day, Yi Chen did not disappoint and won 80 wins in a row. As for his opponents, they could only be described as normal. They were not even close to the ones that could take turns to fight. The Blue Mountain Nation had only sent out a couple of extreme astral-reaching realm warriors to stop him. Right after that, Yi Chen had won 90 wins in a row. Even if he could not reach 100 wins in a row, with 90 wins, he would already be ranked second in the astral-reaching realm challenge competition. Of course, it would be impossible for him to not reach 100 wins in a row. On the 3rd day, Yi Chen won his 10th battle, and the entire Blue Water City was shaken up. 100 wins in a row. Another 100 wins in a row had been born. It seemed like it had been almost 7 years since the last one. After 7 years, he had finally won his second 100 wins in a row. A warrior with 100 wins in a row represents the Blue Mountain Nation, to build a golden statue for Yi Chen. The Blue Mountain City already has a golden statue. This time, it will be the Blue Water City's turn. This is an honor that will last for a lifetime. In the future, whoever comes to the Blue Water City will see a golden statue of Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not care much about the honor of winning 100 wins in a row. The power gap was too huge, so there was no excitement in winning 100 wins in a row. The only thing that piqued his interest was the reward for 100 consecutive victories. 60 wins in a row. The first battle would be 2,000 mid-rank soul stones. The second battle would be 3,000. The third battle would be 4,000. Altogether, 65,000 mid-rank soul stones. 70 wins in a row. The first battle would be 2,200 mid-rank soul stones. The second battle would be 3,200. The third battle would be 4,200. Altogether, 67,000 mid-rank soul stones. 80 wins in a row. Altogether, 69,000. 90 wins in a row. Altogether 70,000. 100 wins in a row. Altogether, 70,000. Altogether, it would be 345,000 mid-rank soul stones. Adding the previous 290,000, it would be a total of 635,000 mid-rank soul stones. It would definitely be a huge fortune. In addition, for 50 and 100 wins in a row, besides the mid-rank soul stones, there would also be top-rank soul stones as rewards. 50 wins in a row would be 500 top-rank soul stones, and 100 wins in a row would be 3,000. Yi Chen was in need of top-rank soul stones to increase his cultivation. Now that he had 3,500 top-rank soul stones, reaching the peak level late astral reaching realm would only be a matter of time. The battles had come to an end. Next, Yi Chen was going to explore the ancient ruins. He had already promised Feng Yanro that they would go to the bottom of the Star Region Lake to search for the ruins of the puppet school. Chapter 402. 3 days later, almost everyone in the Blue Mountain Island knew about Yi Chen's 100-win streak. The history of the Blue Mountain Nation was very long, spanning thousands of years. However, the Astral Reaching Realm Challenge tournament was only created hundreds of years ago. At that time, it was not that popular, and there were no powerful warriors participating. It was only in the recent decades that it started to gain popularity, attracting countless warriors' attention. 7 years ago, the first 100-win warrior was born. His glory was condensed on a golden statue, which was located in the Blue Mountain City for everyone to look up to. After 7 years, the second 100-win warrior was born. Compared to the first warrior, the second warrior was so young that he looked like he was only 21 years old. It was hard to tell the age of an astral-reaching realm warrior, but that was only for most of the normal astral-reaching realm warriors. Yi Chen looked like he was 21 years old, which meant that he had reached the astral-reaching realm at the age of 21. Clasping Yuan realm warriors would not be able to slow down the aging process. According to the growth speed of martial geniuses, Yichen should have reached the astral reaching realm at the age of 18. Astral reaching realm warriors could live up to 200 years, and their appearance would increase twice as fast. From 18 to 21 would take 3 years, which would be 6 years. 18 plus 6 years would make him 24 years old. In other words, Yichen was definitely younger than 24 years old. Perhaps 21 would be his real age. Regardless, being younger than 24 years old was already quite young, and being 21 years old would be even more shocking. To be able to become the second 100-win warrior at such a young age would undoubtedly be more convincing and legendary than the first one. Once the golden statue was built, it would be unforgettable. Looking at the foundation of the golden statue, Feng Yanro revealed a rare smile and said, "Right now, you are a legend in the Blue Mountain Island." Yichen shook his head. "It is just a title. I think there should be a few people in the young generation of the Misty Snow region and the Wavy Cloud region who could do it." Qingzhu pursed her lips. "Of course, if my eldest senior brother came to Blue Mountain Island, winning 100 matches in a row would be a piece of cake. 1 year ago, I had a fight with him. At that time, he was barely able to win. As for now, I have no idea. As for the Wavy Cloud region, it is said that Huang Kaishan's big brother Redwater Little Man is the #1 warrior among the young generation of the Wavy Cloud region. I think he should be able to win as well. As for the others, they are about the same level as me and the mysterious Moon Prince, and they are not that strong. I don't think it is possible for them to win 100 battles in a row." She did not overestimate her head disciple blindly. In her opinion, her head disciple might not be able to beat Yichen, unless he had made some shocking progress in the past year. Hearing her, Qingzhu was very depressed. Just like her senior sister Feng had said 1 year ago, her eldest senior brother was indeed a bit of a stretch. Right now, he was probably at the same level as Yichen, which meant that Yichen was indeed very powerful enough to be mentioned in the same breath as her eldest senior brother. This made her, who still had a grudge against him, a bit annoyed. Of course, she did not hate Yichen. She was just being a little petulant. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Going to the bottom of the lake to find the ruins of the puppet school is more important," Yichen said. "Yeah." Feng Yanro nodded. She had heard that there was a branch of the puppet school near the Blue Mountain Island, but she did not know the exact location. Therefore, for the past 3 to 4 days, the two had been working on the plan to find the branch, and had only started to move now. Leaving the Blue Mountain Island, the three appeared on the vast Star Regional Lake. Feng Yanro said, "The east side of the Blue Mountain Island has the most ancient ruins, both on the surface and in the dark. There are at least 10 of them. The possibility of the ruins being there is very small, so we will rule it out for now. There are a lot of spirit plants and tricolored pearls at the bottom of the lake on the south side of the Blue Mountain Island. There are a lot of warriors going there every day, so the possibility of it being there is very small. Otherwise, it would have been discovered long ago. You and your sister disciple will form a team, and I will form a team myself. We will split up and meet here at noon. We will report our results to each other." Yichen suggested. "Yeah, we will go first then." Feng Yanro and Qingzhu flashed their bodies, turning into 2 beams of light, and diving into the bottom of the lake. After dozens of blinks of an eye, they had disappeared from Yichen's soul power. I think it will take at least 10 days to half a month to get any results. Yichen let out a breath and dove into the bottom of the lake from another angle. The pressure in the lake had increased drastically, and the deeper he went, the more intense it became. Reaching 5,000 meters, Yichen could not even maintain 2 times the speed of sound anymore. 10,000 meters, he could only maintain 200 meters in a second, which meant that the consumption of Zhen Yuan had increased drastically. It was about 3 times more than on land, and it was still because Yichen had trained the Green Lotus Sword spell, which was extremely sharp, which made it easier for him to travel in the water than warriors at the same level. The Blue Mountain Island had a radius of 10,000 miles. After reaching 10,000 meters, one would be able to see the bottom of the island, which was in a slope shape. There were a lot of fish at the bottom of the lake, and occasionally, there would be traces of beasts. These beasts seemed to have realized that Yi Chen was not someone to be messed with, so they all took a detour or dove into the mud. Making a mark at this place, Yi Chen released his soul power and moved forward. His plan was to travel 50,000 miles in one direction, and then continue moving forward in a straight line from 80 miles to the side of the mark. As for why he wanted to do this, it was because his sword spirit embryo had given birth to the light of will, and the range of his soul power had increased to 80 miles. Therefore, he had decided on this plan. With a speed of 200 meters in 1 second, or 3,000 miles in 2 hours, Yi Chen moved at an extremely fast speed. Occasionally, he would find something strange, and then he would stop to study it. During this time, he had also seen some warriors who were exploring the bottom of the lake. Once the two sides made contact, their faces would change drastically, and they would immediately run away. Yi Chen was the second warrior with 100 wins in a row in the Blue Mountain Island, and this place was the bottom of the Star Region Lake. If Yi Chen had any evil intentions, it would be too late for them to cry. The days of exploration were extremely boring. By the end of the day, it was already noon of the second day, and Yi Chen had only traveled 25,000 miles. Of course, that was because he had to get back to the starting point at noon, so he had to be a little bit earlier. At the gathering point, Feng Yanro said, "I have not found anything here." "Me too. This is a bottle of 100 spirits pellet for Zhen Yuan replenishment. You take it first. The Zhen Yuan consumed at the bottom of the lake is beyond my imagination." Feng Yanro handed over a jade bottle. Yi Chen glanced at him and reached out to take the jade bottle. "Many thanks." The 100 spirits pellet was not a pellet that could be found in the market. In terms of Zhen Yuan replenishment, it was already a top-grade pellet. According to the grade, it was definitely the top of the mid-rank pellets. One pellet was worth 500 mid-rank spirit stones, and this bottle contained 20 pellets, which would be worth 10,000 mid-rank spirit stones. For a consumable pellet, its value was ridiculously high. Since the two of them were working together, Yi Chen could not just reject it. After all, once he found the ruins of the puppet school, the value would be way more than this bottle of 100 spirits pellet. After resting for a while, the three continued to dive into the bottom of the lake. After half a month, there was not even a shadow of the puppet school left. However, Feng Yanro managed to find a smaller ruin and found some small stuff, which was a kind of consolation prize. Yi Chen did not come back empty-handed either. He had found some rare metal ores in the deep part of the mud, which contained metals that could be used to forge great weapons. It might be useful in the future. On the 18th day, Yi Chen continued to move around the bottom of the lake. Although we have divided into 2 groups, we have not even explored 1% of the area so far. We can only try our luck. Luck was the most important factor in exploring the ruins. Without luck, even if you worked 100 times harder than others, you might not be able to find anything. But with luck, you might be able to find something in 1 or 2 days. 10,000 meters below the lake, time seemed to have slowed down a lot. It was completely silent, and a blue light spot was moving at a fast speed, looking very small. Taking out the huge water bottle, Yi Chen frowned. It was almost time to gather, so he decided to go back first. Yi Chen was about to move up when his soul power suddenly sensed a wave of intense vibration. Tear. Cut. What kind of vibration is this? Out of curiosity, Yi Chen approached the vibration quickly. The closer he was to the vibration, the more Yi Chen could sense how horrifying it was. This vibration had the power to threaten top astral-reaching realm warriors, and it was only Yi Chen's initial estimation. The real power would have to be seen with his own eyes. Soon Yi Chen arrived at the vibration site. In his sight, there was a huge black crack on the bottom of the lake. Inside the crack, white gold chi flow shot out. Wherever this white gold chi flow went, the lake water could not even get close to it. All of it had been turned into nothingness, turning that area into a world of white gold chi flow. Taking out a low-rank weapon from his storage ring, Yi Chen threw it into the white gold chi flow. Shoo, 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 shoo. Something shocking happened. The extremely hard low-rank weapon started to break down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Of course, it was only the naked eye. With his soul power, Yi Chen could clearly see that this chi flow was made up of countless tiny needle lights. The low-rank weapon had been cut into pieces by the needle lights, then disappeared completely. Bone disappearing chi. This is the bone disappearing chi. Yi Chen took a deep breath. With the rich knowledge of the Battle King, Yi Chen immediately knew the name of this white gold chi flow. The chi flow was actually also yuan chi, but it was made up of 2 or more types of yuan chi. If more yuan chi was combined, then it might turn into a godly light. For example, before the lake outside of the Heaven Dream Battle Palace, there was a 7-colored destructive godly light. The destructive godly light only existed in the 3rd level of the Heaven Top Sky, and could even kill Sea of Souls realm warriors. Although the chi was not as powerful as the godly light, it was still quite dangerous. Some of the chi that had combined 3 or 4 types of yuan chi already had the possibility of killing Sea of Souls realm warriors. The bone disappearing chi was made up of the gold yuan chi and the wind yuan chi. The gold yuan chi was extremely sharp without even thinking about it, and the wind yuan chi was only second to the gold yuan chi. The combination of the 2 types of yuan chi would have a horrifying destructive power. Once touched by the bone disappearing chi, one would not be able to describe it as being cut into pieces. It would be hundreds or even thousands of times worse. The body would be turned into nothingness within a second, which was why it was called the bone disappearing chi. Of course, no matter how powerful the bone disappearing chi was, it was only made up of 2 types of yuan chi. Yi Chen was still confident that he could handle it. However, he did not know how powerful it would be down there, so he would have to be extra careful. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape at all. Let me explore a bit first. Yi Chen swallowed 100 spirit pellet and pushed his Zhen Yuan with all of his power, forming a blue protective layer outside his body. He then entered the white gold chi flow at a moderate speed. Pap, 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 pap. All of a sudden, his protective Zhen Yuan had been attacked countless times, and the outer layer of Zhen Yuan started to thin out. Fortunately, Yi Chen kept on operating his Green Lotus Sword spell to maintain the balance. Chapter 403. Activating his Zhen Yuan. Yi Chen slowly descended, diving into the huge crack at the bottom of the lake. The consumption of Zhen Yuan is way too fast. It is more than 100 times faster than in the water, and 300 times faster than on land. Yi Chen was shocked. Every second, a huge amount of protective Zhen Yuan would be destroyed by the bone disappearing chi. If he did not have Zhen Yuan replenishing pellets, he would run out of Zhen Yuan sooner or later, and be sliced into pieces. After diving down for a few thousand meters, Yi Chen arrived at a massive underground world, which was filled with the bone disappearing chi. Behind the chi, there was a light silver light shining, which was a hemispherical silver light cover. The silver light cover was unbelievably huge, and under Yi Chen's soul power, it was at least dozens of miles in diameter. Inside the light cover, there were countless buildings that were built one after another. These buildings were different from the normal ones, as they were all made of hardwood. Occasionally, through the broken walls, one could see countless gears stuck together, and some places were inlaid with spirit stones. Gears, spirit stones. It is most likely the ruins of the branch of the puppet school. Yi Chen did not rush into the silver light cover. Right now, he needed to inform Feng Yanro, since he was not the kind of person who would take all the benefits for himself. It did not fit his sword art. Getting out of the crack, Yi Chen increased his speed. After leaving this place, he rushed out of the water, just in case the others found the ruins. At the meeting point, Feng Yanro and Qingzhu were standing there. Senior Sister Feng, it has been 18 days. What if we still cannot find it? Qingzhu asked. Feng Yanro said, "No rush. Be patient." Qingzhu was about to say something when she saw a blue light shooting over from afar. Landing on the ground, Yi Chen said, "You too, I have found the ruins of the puppet school." Really? Qingzhu looked happy. The past 18 days had been too boring for her, and constantly using her spirit power had exhausted her. Hearing Yi Chen's words, she felt happy for the first time. Feng Yanro smiled. It seems like inviting Mr. Yi was the right choice. There were two meanings in her words. One was that Yichen was very lucky. Without him, it would have taken them forever to find the ruins of the puppet martial school. If he was unlucky, they might not have found it at all. The second meaning was that Yichen had found the ruins of the puppet martial school and came back immediately to inform them. It was obvious that he was a worthy friend. After all, how many people would not be greedy when facing the ruins of the rank 5 martial institution, the puppet martial school, which used to dominate the whole true spirit continent? No wonder his sword art is so terrifying. Even the puppet school's branch ruins could not shake his heart. Feng Yanro sighed in her heart. She admired Yichen even more. In order to not attract attention, the three of them dove into the bottom of the lake when they were still tens of thousands of miles away from their destination. Then, the three of them put a small distance between themselves and each released their mental powers, working together to set up a huge mental power detection net. Anyone who approached would be detected by them. After a while, the three of them arrived at their destination. Feng Yanro frowned. Is this not the bone-disappearing qi? Yichen nodded. Indeed. This is the bone-disappearing qi made from the combination of the gold yuan qi and the wind yuan qi. Without the defense of extreme astral-reaching realm warriors, it would be destroyed soon. Of course, Miss Feng does not need to worry. Miss Qingzhu, you will have to use your ice snow sword realm to protect yourself. Is it really that scary? Qingzhu did not believe it. She took out a low-rank spirit weapon from her storage ring. Without Zhen Yuan, a low-rank spirit weapon's toughness was almost the same as her protective Zhen Yuan. If this low-rank weapon was undamaged, it meant that the bone-disappearing qi would not be able to threaten her at all. Swoosh. Within 3 blinks of an eye, the low-rank weapon had been broken down completely. Oh my, it is real. Qingzhu stuck out her tongue. Feng Yanro said, all right, stop messing around. Hurry up and use your ice snow sword realm. Let's go down together. Just like that, Qingzhu followed behind Yichen and Feng Yanro with her ice snow sword realm protection, disappearing into the white gold bone disappearing qi and moving downward slowly. It is indeed the qi. Its power is at least 4 times more powerful than the pure gold yuan qi or wind yuan qi. Luckily, it has only combined 2 kinds of yuan qi. With one more, its power would increase exponentially. Only Sea of Souls realm warriors would be able to enter this place. Feng Yanro frowned as she thought to herself. Inside the underground world, the three each took 100 spirit pellet, maintaining their Zhen Yuan at all times. It is indeed the ruins of the puppet martial school. However, most of the buildings here are made of wood. Of course, these are not normal wood, but the extremely rare psychic wood. It has its own spirituality, and its yuan qi flow is almost the same as a great weapon. That gear should be controlling some kind of mechanism. Feng Yanro's mental power shot into the silver light cover, and she was shocked. This silver light cover is not simple. Perhaps we will have to think of a way to get in. Yichen approached the silver light cover and touched it with his hand. Sizzle, the light cover and the Zhen Yuan touched each other, bringing out electric sparks from the friction. Its power is about the same as normal Sea of Souls realm warriors using their protective Zhen Yuan. Yichen continued to say. Qingzhu yelled. The protective Zhen Yuan of normal Sea of Souls realm warriors. Then we would not be able to get in. Do we have to go back to the floating snow martial school and ask for the great master? Feng Yanro looked around and said hesitantly, this silver light cover is not man-made. I think there should be a weak spot somewhere, right? Yichen chuckled. Indeed, I have already found one. But this weak spot is not completely weak either. It is sometimes calm and sometimes intense, and the time it stays calm is 10 times longer than the time it stays intense. We will have to break it when it is at its most intense. Let me do it. It was not that Feng Yanro was being arrogant, but judging on power, she was naturally not an opponent for Yichen. But when the ice snow sword realm turned into its attacking mode, its power would be extremely powerful. Even extreme astral reaching realm warriors at the same level would be badly wounded if they were hit by this attack. Yichen did not say anything. If she could break it, then it would be great. But if not, then he would have to do it himself. Taking a deep breath, Feng Yanro performed her sword spell. A circle of white gold light appeared out of her body, replacing her protective Zhen Yuan. This time, she did not let go of her protective Zhen Yuan first, since it was surrounded by the bone-disappearing qi. If her protective Zhen Yuan were to shatter first, then she would not even have the time to perform her Ice Snow Sword realm. Her spirit power spread out to the weak spot that Yi Chen had mentioned. Feng Yanro closed her eyes and carefully felt the vibration there. When the vibration was the most intense, it would be the time for her to attack. The first vibration was extremely intense, but Feng Yanro did not attack at all. It was the same for the second time, and the third time she had finally grasped the pattern. She took out her longsword and threw out an attack a blink of an eye. Sword Realm Cut. The sword light inside the Ice Snow Sword Realm followed Feng Yanro's sword aura and poured out, landing on a certain spot on the silver light cover. Cracking noises could be heard as circles of patterns spread out. The light cover was getting thinner and thinner at a visible speed. However, it seemed like the sword light was not enough to shatter it all at once, since the silver light cover was trying to replenish its energy. Right at that moment, Yi Chen took out his destruction sword and threw out a sword attack. It was the perfect timing. Pooh! The light cover was shattered, and a 1-foot-long hole appeared. Yi Chen pushed his power and sliced it open, extending it to the height of a human. You guys go in first. Feng Yanro and Qingzhu knew that it was a rare opportunity. Their bodies flashed, entering the light cover within a second. Yi Chen was like a parasite, following them closely. When Yi Chen turned his head back, the cracked light cover had already been repaired. A Rank 5 martial institution is indeed a Rank 5 martial institution. Even a branch has the protection of a Sea of Souls realm warrior. It is kind of like the protective shield of the demon-resisting fortress in the Blood Demon battlefield. Yi Chen shook his head and focused on the inside of the light cover. The first thing that entered his sight was a huge palace in front of him. The three arrived outside of the palace. They hesitated a little bit before stepping in. The palace was very spacious, with 2 red wooden pillars supporting it. There were 18 of them in total, each of which was thicker than a table and 33 meters tall. Flowers, birds, fishes, insects, dragons, phoenixes, tigers, and leopards were carved on the surface. There seemed to be a light flow of light shining on them. Crack! The wall on the side of the palace suddenly cracked open, and a human figure shot out at an extreme speed. His whole body was covered in red qi flow as he threw out a blade attack toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen frowned as he shook his wrist. The destruction sword drew a beautiful arc in the air, crossing over with the red figure. Crack! A round object fell down. It was a head, made of wood. Its eyes were 2 unknown gems that shone with a red light. The light was dimming down as if it had lost its life force. Looking at its body, it was also made of wood, and it was wearing an expensive armor. The armor was a perfect fit with its body, and some parts were even connected to each other. Now this headless body was quietly standing 3 meters away, and it didn't fall. It is the puppet warrior from the puppet martial school. Feng Yanro's eyes brightened. Yi Chen did not know any less than Feng Yanro. The puppet warrior was the most common type of puppet in the puppet martial school. Its power was equivalent to an astral-reaching realm warrior, which was way more powerful than the wooden men from the Sky Cloud martial school. With a puppet warrior right next to him, an astral-reaching realm warrior would have an extra powerful warrior that was no weaker than him. However, first he would have to leave his own spirit mark inside the puppet warrior's body, and he would have to constantly replenish it. Once the spirit mark was weakened, the puppet warrior would not be able to be controlled. Besides, the puppet warrior needed a huge amount of top-rank soul stones as its power source. Mid-rank soul stones would not be able to support it at all. Unfortunately, this puppet warrior is already useless. In this world, there are not many people who can fix it. Feng Yanro thought to herself. At the same time, she was shocked by Yi Chen's power. Judging on battling power, although it was only as powerful as a normal astral-reaching realm warrior, its defense was extremely powerful. Even an extreme astral-reaching realm warrior would only be able to leave a wound on its body, and would not be able to cut off its head instantly. In her eyes, Yi-Chen was extremely mysterious and powerful. No one knew how powerful he really was. Qingzhu said sadly, "You are too wasteful. A puppet warrior is worth hundreds of times more than that chicken puppet, and you just destroyed it like that." Yi-Chen forced a laugh. "I think there should be more than one puppet warrior in this palace." "You are right. Let's keep going. The building of the puppet school is a huge mechanism, and it has a lot of connections with the puppet warriors. Once we touch the mechanism, we might be able to see a second one." Yi-Chen's guess was right. As the three continued to walk for another dozen steps, another crack appeared on the wall of the palace, and the second puppet warrior rushed out. It was wrapped in a light blue chi flow, with electric currents flashing around it. It stabbed out a spear towards Feng Yanro, who was the closest to it. Feng Yanro yelled, her longsword blocking out the spear in her opponent's hand. Thousands of electric flames exploded. Ting! Right then, Yi-Chen flicked his finger and shot out a beam of green lotus sword chi, blowing away the long spear in the puppet warrior's hand. After losing its weapon, the puppet warrior was still as aggressive as ever. It clenched its fists and continued to battle with Feng Yanro. Feng Yanro did not use her ace attacks either, but instead, she was playing a war of attrition with the puppet warrior. Before the top-rank soul stones inside its body were used up, there was no way to stop it, unless it was destroyed directly like what Yi-Chen did earlier. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.